Okay. Mm, hmm. Yes. This is something new. Oh yes, that's what I was gonna look for. No, remember. Hmm. Basically, what I'm looking for. Possibility. Mm, Yeah, Tigil. No, I didn't see it come up. I don't know what's going on with WhatsApp right now. To tell you the truth, I do not know what's going on with WhatsApp. Hates me, what's going on? What's up? I don't know. It is what it is.
stepping out of his car here, arriving home. Now he enters his building and someone greets him. Good evening, Aemon. Welcome home. Now he heads up here to his appointment, but as he walks in, we as the readers, we see like what's going on. We see a shattered table with some blood there. We see some blood smeared across the floor. And as he keeps on walking, we see blood spatter covering the walls, the streaks on the ground. And then he pushes open a room door. And then he sees it all, the full horror of what's going on here. And he screams out, Lupa, which is, I assume, probably his wife. And then a voice responds and says, you weren't here, doctor, so we punish Lupa. She's dead. Nothing left you'd want to see. So Amon's like, yo, who are you? And then we see her, and it looks like the same woman here who was possessed here by the progenitor, but her body is not her own. So the progenitor is speaking through and is like, that's a complicated question. This body here is a glove, and I am the hand inside of it. And she tells Aemon, she's like, you found our gift, but you misused it. You want to master it, but you need to serve it. And then cold as ice, she says, your wife misses you. Join her, and just hurls Aemon through the window. But then right then and there, we cut over to the office of the national security here in Nigeria. And it's the following night of this thing that just happened. And there is this like government leader here named Mr. Ola. And he's in the meeting room right now with T'Challa and Aurora. Now Ola is like, Wakanda? I don't know what that is. To which T'Challa is like, we've lived in isolation, but right now there's a threat to both of our nations. So Ola is looking at Storm and is like, could you tell your woman to sit down, please? She makes me nervous. But then Aurora is like, I'm not his woman. And trust me, I can do a lot more than make you nervous. So then T'Challa kind of just lays it out. He's like, yo, listen, you're in danger. You possess an element we call a dark vibranium. Regular vibranium is a tech asset. Dark vibranium is cataclysmic. I need that object to study it. But then Ola just isn't having it. He's like, today, a king from a place that I've never heard of walks in here talking about an item that I've never seen. So T'Challa's like, you've been given evidence of my legacy. You know who I am. So Ola's like, fine. A king still doesn't mean I have your dark vibranium. So Storm is like, you're a liar and also probably a fool. To which then T'Challa reveals, he's like, a man named Adi, a Nigerian soldier, came in contact with dark vibranium. He's missing, along with the CIA agent Helen Horton. And last night, one of your top scientists was killed. Whoever has this element knows exactly what they're doing, and they want more. So then Ola, before Dude can even respond, bang, Dude gets a bullet straight through the head. And then when we look to see who it is, we see that that person has Storm in the crosshairs. But Aurora, she's ready, and she wants T'Challa. She's like, close your eyes. And then she lets off a blinding lightning flash, right? Which disorients the shooter for a little bit. So the assassin, he hops on this purple motorcycle, which of course, I'm like, purple motorcycle, dark vibranium aura, I get what you're doing here. But he doesn't get too far here. T'Challa ends up intercepting him in the Black Panther suit here, the old school Black Panther suit, on the ground. And then he drops it with a clean kick to the face. But then the assassin tries to fight back. He tries to fire some shots here at T'Challa, but T'Challa delivers a knee straight to the dome and then follows it with another hit right here to the face again. Now, desperate, Merc, the assassin, he yells, he's like, basically like mocking. He's like, your people are never willing to make the proper sacrifices. And then he tosses a bomb here into a crowd of civilians. Now, T'Challa instinctively does what heroes typically tend to do, and he leaps into action, and he grabs the bomb, and then he hurls it away before it detonates here and hurt anybody. But then T'Challa shouts over to Aurora and is like, we need him alive. So then she intercepts and then knocks the assassin out cold. Now later on, they've got him bound and they're ready for questioning. Like they wake him up, they do that old tactic, throwing some water, with a bucket of water here on his face. Oh man. So then T'Challa's like, okay, this is the part where you tell us who you are. And the assassin is like, you Americans. And Storm is like, yo, do we look like Americans? To which he replies, is like, violent, arrogant, stupid, distinctively American. And I'm like, the irony of him being an assassin and then saying these things is just comical to me, right? The T'Challa's like, you killed Ola. Why? So then he confesses, he's like, because he sold out to the CIA, basically. He's like, my brother is dead because of him. So now we know that this is Adi's brother. So at this point, I guess I won't call him an assassin anymore. I call him a soldier. All right, well, I'll be nice about it. So then he says to T'Challa and Storm, he's like, you can't understand what's happening here. To which T'Challa's like, okay, I'll tell you then. He's like, Nigerian authorities found something powerful. Your brother was sent to retrieve it. The Americans want to weaponize it, and none of them realize how dangerous it truly is. To which, of course, he's like, I guess fine. I guess you do know. So then T'Challa's like, I am T'Challa, King of Wakanda, the Black Panther. And Storm introduces herself. She's like, I'm Aurora. I control the weather. So then the soldier's like, okay, well then you're definitely not Americans. And then T'Challa checks him. He's like, you are willing to kill innocent people to just escape. To which he replies, he's like, I knew that you would protect them. It was a distraction just to be able to buy me some time. Now, Storm's not buying it, but the soldiers kind of switch his tone here. He's like, you wear that angry cat suit. Either you're insane or you're trying something symbolic, something heroic. So then he's like, okay, so help me stop them then. Symbol. He's like, I know my brother is dead, changed by it, him and the American woman. And I know what they are now seeking to find. To which where Black Panther's like, they want to find more dark vibranium relics. There's a consciousness inside of the element. I have felt it, have my mind gripped by it. Your brother is not in control of himself. To which he responds, he's like, they do not seek relics. They seek what we found, an affront to God herself. It is not a relic, T'Challa. What has been found is a gateway. And that is when we see here this gateway with soldiers around it and then scientists also guarding it too as well. But then what this does here is that this leads us into what the scientists and those soldiers have been doing here ever since Adi came in contact with this gateway. Because what we jump to next here is that we see the scientist that's laying on the ground and you can see his face is being transformed here. And they mentioned how he's been like this here for the past 15 minutes. And they're trying to find out what happened. And it's mentioned here that he was with the element overnight and how Dr. Mara put him there for observation. So a guy simply asks, he's like, so what does Mara want us to do? So he says, well, what she always wants. And as he pulls his gun up, he says, I'll do this one. You did the last one. And then crack, boom, he's gone. And then on the inside here, we see somebody pouring a glass. And this right here is Dr. Mara as she gets on comms. So there's a voice and a face that's all distorted here, which I'm assuming could be connected here to the hand because we know the hand was led by Nick Fury. We know the hand was also put in place here by the Maker. We know that they're also being overseen here by the Maker's Council. I'm just guessing by the distorted face that we've seen before that this is most likely who this is all connected to, right? So the voice asks a question. They're like, Dr. Mara, the recent report had promised. To which she responds, she's like, the element is stable, but then it's also volatile at the same time. It has a benign effect on those in its proximity until it doesn't. You've seen what happens when it doesn't. So yeah, she's like, yo, what's your conclusion? And she's like, my conclusion is really completely irrational and that it has a consciousness. Somehow it has its own will. So the voice asks is like, do you believe that the element is alive? And she's like, I believe we have no idea what we're dealing with. But then here she kind of reveals what she's been doing. She's like, I heard about the man exposed to it, Adi. Rumors that he was transformed by being in its proximity. I have attempted to replicate those conditions to similar effect, but it's been unsuccessful. So now we know she's basically just sacrificing all of her scientists for this experiment, for a hypothesis, you know? And she's like, all right, since I'm already talking like a mad woman, allow me to continue on then. And she's like, if I didn't think it was possible, I would say that the elements are basically effing with me. It knows what I want to replicate, and it's driving the subjects insane consciously. So yeah, it's alive, but not only is it alive, it also has a dark sense of humor as well. But this voice is like, I don't really care about theories. I'm more about the yield and capacity of the element. We're funding this effort after all, and we're dealing with whatever difficulties there are in this nation because we see a potential benefit in it. To which she responds back, she's like, well, to be fair, I'm pretty sure that the dark vibranium knows that too. So the voice is like, all right, well, let's entertain your theory then. The element has a consciousness. It has awareness. But does it have a desire? Like, what does it want? To which she reveals, she's like, I believe that it wants to be found. But the people that it wants to be found by, it's not us. Now, this is where we jump over here to Storm and then Adi's brother, who, by the way, we find out now his name is Kima later on. Now, Kima mentions how his brother is on his way and he wants to save him. But Storm is like, listen, we got to stop him. Now, Kima's like, I will not let you bring him any harm. And Storm's like, I really don't need your permission. So before they get into it, T'Challa's like, all right, enough of this, man. If it is possible, it will be done. But it's in that moment here where we see this loud explosion. Boom! And Kima's like, that's him. That's ID. We gotta go. So he hops on his motorcycle and basically just leaves them and charges off. He's like, yeah, we'll catch up anyways. So Storm's like, shall we, T'Challa? He's like, of course, why not? Now, when we get over to see what's going on here, we see this newly transformed ID. Now, my understanding here is most likely this is still the progenitor, right? Who was in some sort of which way has taken a new form here using ID's body. So Kima yells out to him. He's like, brother! And he walks up to him and he lets him know, he's like, yo, we tracked you. I have help with me. Whatever is happening to you, we can find the answer. To which the progenitor's response is like, help. Even now you can't see that which is. And it's in that moment where he's like, see this, foolish man. Because the reality is, Adi is long gone. It's the progenitor that remains. And he hits Kima down. To which the Black Panther comes in and tries to save him. But when he looks back at Kima, let's just say that wasn't Kima's also no more as well, okay? But then in this moment right here, that is when the progenitor looks at T'Challa, the Black Panther, and says, you are favored. Speak with me. To which T'Challa is like, you have spoken in Wakanda, in the actions of Khonshu and Ra, in my kingdom and my blood. What are you? To which it responds back and says, I am what you would call a harbinger, here to open a gateway between the now and the old. As I said, you are favored. Your land was first to find our gift. You could stand at the pinnacle of a new world. But then the Black Panther responds back, he's like, I'm here to protect my kingdom and its people. But then the progenitor responds back, he's like, your name is T'Challa. You do not understand your blood. Have you ever asked yourself, why was your line allowed to rule? Why you can hear our song? Why you have visions? Why you fear your dreams? You belong to us, T'Challa. Your line always has. And it's in that moment when T'Challa just gets fed up with it. And then he starts to charge here after the progenitor. And all of this in this moment, he's getting some good hits in, I'm not gonna lie to you. But all of this here is just a set up Storm, because right after he's done, landed a nice swift little kick right to the progenitor's face. He screams out to Aurora, now! And it's in that moment here where Storm tries to go on the attack, and she's like, I've had enough of men pretending to be gods. And seemingly, she does look like she's getting an upper hand here against the progenitor, but that was just a facade, because he looks up and says, woman of light, you cannot wield these forces against me. And he knocks her back, to which T'Challa screams out Aurora as she's flying through the sky. And the progenitor's cold for this one. He's like, the light goes out, which then forces the Black Panther to try to go save Aurora. And luckily, he was just in time. And he says the words, got you. And I'm not gonna lie, that kind of reminded me of the Mufasa movie here when he went to save Sarabi and he was like, got you, which then made me think of how Taka got upset later on, which I guess would make Killmonger the Taka in this situation, aka Scar. I'm just telling you, they're setting the story up pretty good. Now the progenitor clearly has the upper hand here, but all he does, he just like walks away. But before he goes, he's like, the gateway calls me. I have my task to accomplish. They are coming, and you will play your role in their will, as your line always has. I'm like, yo, why does Wakanda always got these secrets, man? Oh my goodness. But then later on here in the aftermath, at the safe house, if you want to call it that, Storm finally wakes up, and T'Challa lets her know, he's like, you are unconscious, and I brought us here. And he lets her know, he's like, I thought you were dead, and it would have been my fault if you were. To which Storm responds back, she's like, I'm very clear about whose fault it was. To which T'Challa mentions, he's like, you and Eric don't need to endure all of this. You can leave. He can go his own way. I won't drag you further into this and watch you come to harm. To which Storm responds, she's like, I couldn't stop him. Whatever he is got the better of me. That doesn't mean that I'm a coward, T'Challa. Which he's like, that's not what I meant. Vibranium isn't what the world think it is. And the things I see, the things I feel are coming. I'm not sure Wakanda or I survive this. To which Storm responds, she's like, don't be another powerful man bowing to a noble death, T'Challa. It's beneath you. You're afraid. You think Eric isn't? You think I haven't seen him struggling? Do you think your queen, Okoye, sees you as a man without fear? You got away with that against Moon Knight. All this pretending to know exactly what to do. What we faced out there isn't Moon Knight. You have no idea how to stop this from happening. And that is permitted, T'Challa. Thank you for saving my life. But you have to be honest with me, King T'Challa. We're both afraid, but that can't stop us. You remember everything that thing told you. You'll work the problem and find a path. To which T'Challa finally responds, he's like, he mentioned a gateway. Whatever it is, we can't allow it to happen. So then she says, then the path is clear. To which she says, and what are you afraid of, Ororo? And then we go back to the classic sort of explanation here of Storm's biggest fear. Well, being confined. I'll tell you the story some other time. Now, if you don't mind, I need to find my balance after all this. I'm going to make it rain. The sound comforts me. All right, so personally, I thought this was pretty good. I'm glad that they're finally sort of kind of putting this art together. My one critique here with Ultimate Black Panther is that things just seem to be very drawn out, right? And if you kind of clump all these stories together, they kind of read better and feel better, right? So listen, what are your thoughts here on the progenitor? What are your thoughts here on the gateway? What are your theories as we move forward here? If you can once again do us a favor here, leave a like on this video here so that YouTube knows to push this video out to a wider audience. Also, subscribe if you're brand new to the channel here and hit the notification bell so that you know when the next videos do go live. Check out our links in the description here. Obviously, of course, we've already mentioned our YouTube membership program. We would love if you could join here and help us to continue to grow and continue here to be able to produce these videos every single week. Thank you again to Thor's biggest fan. Thank you also as well to Synchro and to Jamie over on the Patreon. We appreciate you guys so much. And as always, thank you so much for kicking it with Keeping It Comic. Bye. So Tony's Avengers fights Captain Marvel's Avengers, which is wild to think about just in general. But the reason why this is all happening here is because they don't like that Tony has decided to include the villain known as Ultron on his West Coast Avengers team. Now, the story here is coming out of West Coast Avengers here by Jerry Duggan, and we are covering a few key aspects here from issues 4 through 6. So let's talk about what led to this Avengers versus Avengers fight in the first place. So for context, by the way, if you're just coming into the series here, Ultron has split himself into 5 different Ultrons, and each individual Ultron is on their own individual mission because they all agreed that trying to inflict world domination was not the right way to go. So then here comes Gospel Ultron, and what he's doing right now is that he's turning people into his angels. Now, the people who he's turning into his angels here are doing this on their own free will. The people who are volunteering for this here are basically on their deathbed, or they have been debilitated in some sort of which way. But of course, because of the lack of trust here in Ultron, the West Coast Avengers are trying to...
Yep. That's to be expected.
I don't know if this only is a me problem, but I'm 34, I have no children, I'm not married, and I'll be 35 in May. And the older I get, the further away I feel I am from being a husband and a father. And not because I can't have kids, but because when I was younger, I
realized I was gay, which wouldn't stop you from being a father or a husband.
Yeah.
But in Saudi Arabia, it would.
Yeah, because it would unalive you. And I could stop you from doing a lot of things, like being a father and having kids.
Facts. Do you think stones stop you from having kids?
Well, because when I was younger, I always desired to be a husband, especially in my early 20s. I thought by 25, I'd have 2 kids, I'd have a house. Maybe I was being unrealistic, but as I get older, it's like, man, my little brother is about to have a 1-year-old in June. My baby sister is about to have, well, she actually has an 8-year-old right now. And I'm like, I'm the last one.
Stop calling them your baby sister, your baby brothers, if they're about to have kids. They ain't no babies. Even you don't have babies. So,
Well, he said his baby sister
yeah.
got an 8-year-old. It sounded like she might have been like almost a teen mom.
No, she could.
He said baby sister, so he's what? He's 33? 8 years. I mean, it's very likely that she's probably under like 26, 27. So
That's possible.
yeah. I'm just saying, when you have a kid that young, generally the parents don't approve. So at the time when she had that kid, he was probably like, well, it ain't me. And now 8 years later, he's like, I wish I was. It ain't me. It's just a funny thing, you know. Like, man, I was like, but you was probably looking at it like, damn, that's young. You don't have kids right now. It's interesting.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm a great guy. I believe I'm attractive. Like, I do well for myself. Now, you know what I'm saying? I got it together. And it's like, why hasn't it happened for me yet? And I'm like, man, maybe I'm the problem. I don't know. But I don't know if anyone feels that way, especially men. I'm a black man. I'm young still. I don't have no baby mamas, none of that. And yet I desire to be a husband. I desire to get married one day and have kids. And it's like, I just feel like I'm just getting older and I'm further away from that dream. And it's so crazy because it's something that I truly do want, but I see so many people out there who already have it. And I feel like,
Okay. I'll just be super brief. Nobody cares what you want or truly desire. What actionable steps have you taken? It's so easy to say you want something, but if your actions are going in contravention with that, nothing you want or desire fucking matters. I've heard hundreds of girls tell me they want a nice guy and end up with a fucking piece of shit afterwards who everyone knew was a piece of shit from miles away. It is what it is. What you claim you want or desire has nothing to do with what you're actually going after and what you're doing in your day-to-day life. Now, maybe you're just having bad luck. Who knows? But me seeing a whole video about, I desire this, what are you doing towards that desire? You not mentioning that doesn't tell me anything.
I believe in manifesting. I tried.
You still triggered me. You,
I know.
You succeeded. Because you said that shit, I went...
I believe in manifesting. If I repeat it long enough, it's going to happen.
Yeah, you know what I hate? It's like, here's the thing. So I'm close to this guy's age, right? And same situation, no wife or kids. No baby mamas or whatever it might be.
That we know of.
I'm good at running away. What can I say?
Elvis Preambit says,
Just playing. Just
visit
playing.
Anthonyx
Always get off
8SKO5
Moving
page
on.
at
If I'm at my
link.
place right now, okay, and I'm saying, oh, I desire kids, which is something I want, I'm also not going to sit here and be like, how did this happen? I know what I was doing in my 20s. I know what I was not doing in my 20s too. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, why didn't I have kids? I know why the fuck I didn't have kids. And you know too, if you're honest with yourself. And if you don't know, then that's probably your first problem. Anybody who gets to this age and doesn't know why they're in the situation that they're in and pretends like, oh my God, it's just this.
Things are just happening. I'm just trying to roll the dice on this thing called life. It was a board game, but you know we're not playing a board game.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's real life. It's
that's
a real
right.
thing.
That's right. Even the language. He says like, I feel like I'm further away from my goal. No, you walked away. You actively took steps to not be where you're supposed to be. That's most of us. The way people talk about these things oftentimes really informs me about what the issue is. Because there's just no way you in your mid-30s and you don't know how you there without kids or a wife.
There is a way.
Tell me.
Denial, lack of accountability. There is a way. There's definitely, but you just don't understand how it is in front of you, and you didn't take the step to. You have to just take a look within or look at your actions. Right? I understand what you meant. I totally understand what you meant, but I'm gonna explain to you what you understand. Why you know I don't have to explain anything to you, but it's really There's a lack of accountability there. There's a lack of self-reflection. There's a lack of, maybe there's a little bit of entitlement. Well, when you're younger, I don't know this dude, so I can't tell for him, right? But what I've noticed is that, when you're younger, you think it's going to happen and you got all the time in your life. You're like, whatever. And sometimes you reject your blessings. You reject your blessing. You reject the things that are coming to you because you think there's going to be better. At your age, you just have to do a self-reflection. What happened? What step did I take? Yeah. Was I too judgmental? Was I shooting too higher than I thought I would? Was I like being too stingy with some things? Was I being a relationship snob? It's not exactly what I like and how I pictured it in my mind, so I'm not gonna go for that because I deserve better. Yeah, you do deserve a lot. You do. Congratulations. But sometimes you don't. Sometimes that's what you deserve, and then you work it to make it better. It could be a lot of things. You just gotta look within. You gotta look like how you treat relationship. Are you giving up easily? Because if you give up easy on different relationship, being with someone is not gonna be easy. So if you give up, well, the result is gonna be the same. So yeah, you're gonna end up at the same place that you are. You have to look up at there's a lot of things that you have to look up and a lot of actions that you took or didn't take that you have to look. You have to look within. Why am I here? On the other hand, you're comparing yourself to your sister and your brother. And you have to understand one thing. The same way that we're not you and we don't know you like that, you're not them and you're not in their heads. So as much as you're like, oh, they got kids, I ain't got kids, you don't know what their regrets are. You don't know what they like. You don't know what. So the comparison that you're doing with other people, yeah, I understand that you're doing that. We live in the world, so we're always going to compare ourselves. But sometimes it really sets you back because what you see is really the good part. You're not in their head. You don't know what their regrets are. So even though you look at that and you look at that sister with that kid and you're like, I wish I was that. Maybe your sister's like, shit, I was really too fucking young for that thing. And although I love my kid, if I would have done it again, I would. So maybe that person is looking at you, is looking like, look at my big brother, 34 and living his best life. I got a mortgage, got a car, I gotta go to the skit. I can't even go out whenever I want. So it's like, yeah, I understand everybody's situation, but sometimes you have to be grateful also for what you got right now.
Yeah.
It could have been better. Yes, it could have. It could have been worse. A whole lot. Live right now. Live from what you got. Comparing yourself like that, and I understand it. It's right there. We're always comparing yourselves, but sometimes it sets yourself up. We were setting yourself up for failure, and maybe that person is envying your situation. That person wish she would have waited a little longer to have kids.
Yep. You know what I said earlier about the baby girl, the baby sister, having a kid that young, and he's probably looking at, I'm glad it's not me.
Yeah.
And now 8 years later, when that kid about turned 8, she's no longer a teen mom. Now he's like, what was her struggle like?
Or maybe she was never a teen.
What that shame that she went through and everything.
That shame, the responsibilities that you have to
even
do.
If she wasn't a teen,
stress.
she was super young.
Yeah,
I know from vast majority of people, when they haven't that young, and it's like in that environment, it's a stressful experience. So,
and again, I don't know that person, so I don't know, and I don't know you either. So I'm just speculation. We're just saying that
grass is always greener, though. You're not lying.
Grass is always greener. So chill. Maybe it's not like that. Focus on what you got. Are you healthy?
Yeah.
Good. If you don't really have nothing to worry about, then focus on whatever goal you need to do and what you need to do in order to have a relationship and kids, if you can. So
I get it. Sometimes you're with somebody for a long time, things don't work out. You find out things about them, y'all grow apart. That happens for some people. I'm not saying there aren't circumstances where I can't understand. Yeah. But let's talk about the vast majority of people. Vast majority of people are where they are because of their own decisions. That's just the truth. And growing older is like being mature enough to recognize your part in why you are where you are. I'm never going to say and be like, oh, life didn't give me. Like, yes, there's certain things from a young age that probably set me on a bad path. But a lot of it's also self-accountability. A lot of that, I'm meant to be where I am right now because I didn't have the tools before to recognize the things I need to recognize in what I want out of life. There's no way. You couldn't have told me in my early 20s the value of a relationship. Why? Because I didn't grow up seeing one. And two, people around me in the relationship didn't look happy either. I don't sit here and be like, oh, man, why aren't I married with kids? It's because I didn't put that as an emphasis for most of my life. And if I'd have put even 1/10 of the energy that I put into my work, into my passions, as I did into actually trying to build a relationship and stay with somebody, I'd have been married with kids a long time ago. I just didn't put in that time and that effort. That's it.
Yeah, there's some people that, they're really unlucky and stuff like that. But let me tell you that's a big minority. Oxymoron over here. That's a minority.
Yes.
That's a very few people that's like that. Most of us is, we made choices. We're not willing to take the responsibility of our choices, but at the end of the day, we're the driver. So don't drive, don't stop at all. Yes, you're the one in charge.
Also, we also have to admit that a lot of things that we drive as, markers for success in our life, including this guy, like he's a big social media personality. That'll probably push you away from your goals from having kids and a family. Being honest.
And if you had a kid earlier, you probably wouldn't be able to do that. So,
Right? You want to have a successful career, be high paid, all these different things. That's going to push you away from having kids and a family.
100%.
Why the social media thing? Because you're going to have people DMing you all the time. There's going to be a lot of distractions possible. You can imagine what I'm talking about. Also, the time invested in trying to make content, do all this stuff. Less time for your hobbies where you actually meet people in real life. So there's all kinds of things that add to the difficulty involved in this. So I think our society and the way we encourage people to be successful and push forward and to be marriage eligible oftentimes actually are some of the biggest things that drive us away from being eligible to be married, because we don't have the time, we don't have the flexibility, and we don't even get the chance to really develop ourselves in our social circles in the way that we need to. Like, that's one of the probably most convoluted aspects of it. You'll hear people all the time, I'm hyper successful, I can't meet anyone. Why? Because a lot of the markers that push these people to be very successful also drive them to have zero social life. So how do you want to meet people? Right? So there's all kinds of different things involved in this, but I just want to talk about this. I'm sure many of you feel the same at home, and I get it. It's understandable. But yeah, you are where you're supposed to be. Why don't you have kids?
That's my business.
Fair. Would you like to share your business with others?
No.
Well, that's it for today's video.
Fuck them kids.
You know what I thought you were going to say?
But
Kids get money.
that's what I said.
That's what you said. I've heard you say that before.
Fuck them kids.
Not me. Not me. I'm about to adopt a little Asian baby.
Of course. Look just like you.
My own little Jackie Chan. All right, have a good day.
What?
Eh,
Battle Beast, we are back.
it is what it is.
Just tell me, why won't you adopt me?
I'm not gonna say it
Why won't you adopt me?
because you're black.
Well, it's about time. A whole video dedicated to my favorite DC chocolate covered brother Static.
What?
Everybody's raving about Miles Morales Spider-Man these days thanks to the popularity and success of the Spider-Verse movies and the Insomniac Spider-Man games, which kind of all bloomed around the same time. But many years prior to the creation of Miles Morales, Static was pretty much the black teen superhero, effectively providing the representation that was needed in the superhero space, a character that the black nerd community could actually relate and look up to. The creatives over at Milestone Comics believed they needed to have a teenage superhero when they first launched the Milestone universe, as Dwayne McDuffie wanted to fill the void of having a prominent teen superhero with real-life problems, since Peter Parker at the time had grown into a full-grown adult and was married to Mary Jane, crafting a character that was grounded in the social and cultural reality of the time. And after all this time of making videos on DC characters, my boy Virgil Hawkins finally gets his own dedicated entry.
Hey, that's some real good shit, my nigga, for real. Congratulations, nigga.
Many felt that there was a lack of proper diversity in comics, where a lot of diverse characters in the superhero space never got their proper due and were sort of tossed to the side or riddled with stereotypes. Dwayne McDuffie, Dennis Cowan, Michael Davis, and Derek T. Dingle all teamed up to combat this by creating their own comic book company named Milestone Media. They created a space for black and underrepresented comic book creators to succeed in their own right, creating their own set of characters and continuity called the Dakotaverse, which all mostly took place in the fictional city of Dakota. This is where you would see the emergence of heroes like Static, Icon, Hardware, and Rocket. DC Comics agreed to a partnership with Milestone in 1993, where Milestone would still be independent and have full creative control over their characters and stories, while DC would have publishing and distribution rights. The first 4 titles launched in this new initiative were the first issues of Hardware, Icon, Static, and Blood Syndicate. One of the key focuses of the work culture in Milestone was to give attention to talent from a range of ethnic and cultural backgrounds who had trouble making a name for themselves in the comic book industry. It wasn't just a space for hiring only black comic artists and writers. What made Milestone Comics stand out was their devotion to tackling issues not often seen in traditional American comics like racism and police brutality. After making comics for about 4 years, Milestone Media unfortunately shut down its comic division in 1997 due to a major downturn in comic sales in the industry after the boom of comic sales in the early 90s, as well as some misconceptions of Milestone books being suited only for black readers despite being intended for a wider, diverse audience. The editor-in-chief of DC Comics, back when Milestone Media first came about, wanted to pitch cartoons about some of the Milestone characters. A bunch of Milestone projects were pitched over the years before Static was ultimately chosen to get his own animated series. Dennis Cowan would end up working with the writers and producers of previous DCAU shows to develop Static Shock. Dwayne McDuffie would go on to write several episodes of the show as well. The Static Shock cartoon shared many similarities with the source material, though there were a few notable differences, such as Static's costume design and a change to Virgil Hawkins' backstory where his mother had died prior to the show's events, whereas in the comics she was still alive when he became Static. Additionally, Richie Foley would end up being Static's confidant in the show instead of Frida, who in the comics was Static's best friend who knew his secret identity. Static Shock was one of the first shows to have an African American superhero as the lead. It's kind of crazy to think about how it's one of the only prominent cartoons or shows centering on a black superhero.
I never knew how important it would be to meet a role model like you. A black superhero. It validates me somehow. Sometimes I wish there was a black superhero back home for folks to look up to.
But there is, and he is my hero too.
Fortunately, the show was met with really positive reception. It was the highest rated show across all the networks for its particular time slot, aiming at kids from ages 2 to 11. The only show to outperform Static Shock consistently on Kids WB when it was airing its final season would be Pokemon, and the show would continue to do even better in ratings once it ran reruns on Cartoon Network. One of the things that made Static Shock stand out so much was the way it was able to incorporate the standard beats you'd see in a kids cartoon, while also not shying away from very serious topics that occurred in the real world, and was representative of what teens could be going through back then or really at any time period. You think back on the restrictions many children's cartoons faced on what they couldn't say or show. They literally couldn't call Slade Wilson Deathstroke in the Teen Titans cartoon due to censorship reasons. Meanwhile, Static's powers, like in the comics, are a result of gang violence, and you see one of his gangbanger friends give him a gun right before the Big Bang. Or how about the fact that Virgil's best friend's dad was a straight up racist?
And now I see why Richie acts like a hood, Maggie. That kid's a bad influence. All his kind are. If I gotta deal with them all day long. Now one of them's in my house.
My best friend's gone because of you and your stupid racism.
Hey!
One of the most famous episodes of the show was the 11th episode of the second season titled Jimmy, where a kid gets picked on throughout the episode and brings his dad's handgun to school to confront his bully. But Virgil's best friend Richie Foley ends up getting caught in the crossfire and is shot in the process. Then at the end of the episode, Static delivers a PSA directly to the audience about the dangers and ramifications of gun violence, particularly for young teenagers and kids. The show actually won a Humanitas Award in the children's animation category because of this episode. I mean, hell, Static in the 9th episode of the 4th and final season taught kids about dyslexia and how those struggling with it can seek help and overcome their challenges.
Whoever said comics don't teach you anything?
Throughout its duration, Static Shock would additionally get nominated for a handful of daytime Emmy Awards. Damn, they really crafted a dread-headed superhero who was not only dripped out, funny, relatable, and taught kids about important life lessons. These levels of sauce were just simply not common.
The kid's got style.
Another cool thing about the Static Shock cartoon was its ties to the DC animated universe of shows. There would be a couple of references to certain characters in the first season, but the connective tissues really started to manifest in the beginning of the second season, where the Glorious King and Robin traveled to Dakota to track down the Joker and eventually team up with Static. This would be the gateway in allowing Static to have future team-ups with Batman and the rest of the Justice League once in a while. Static teamed up with Batman the most, having around 4 or so crossovers, including the Batman Beyond Future episode and the Justice League episode.
Batman's not gonna be happy when he hears how you've been treating his guests.
I'm Batman.
And I'm Beyonce.
You know this kid? He says his name's Beyonce. Really, nigga?
He would go on to have an episode teaming up with Superman and another with Jon Stewart's Green Lantern, both of whom, funnily enough, are voiced by Phil LaMarr. The Teen Titans were confirmed to have been established in the DCAU, even though we never see them. Alan Burnett wanted to set the stage for a Static and Titans crossover before the Teen Titans cartoon aired in 2003. The main concern was that the Static episode that mentions the Titans would air before the pilot of Teen Titans, and they decided to go with a Justice League crossover later on instead. To clarify, the Teen Titans cartoon is not in the same universe as Static Shock and the rest of the DCAU, but I guess that might have been the initial intent.
Where's Robin?
With the Titans.
Who?
You'll meet him someday.
Despite all of the show's success, Static Shock would be cancelled after 4 seasons, primarily because of low merchandise sales. Due to the costs of Western animation at the time, the only way for a show to make profit was via revenue from toys, clothing, and other typical merchandise tied to a hit series. Static Shock was unable to grab the interest of a lot of toy companies and other merchandise distributors.
Well, if it's a cartoon, we got to get a toy. So they went to the toy company and brought the character designs and the premise and everything. And the toy company said, nah, we don't really see a market for a character like that. But we all know exactly what they meant. That decision to not have merch was one of the reasons that after 4 seasons of being the top rated show on that Saturday morning network thing, Static Shock got canceled because it wasn't making them no extra money.
No, you get your goddamn ass out of here.
And there it is, not even 5 seconds. The Americans are ruthless as usual. Racism is running amok out there. They definitely are going to have to find a better way to hold that racism in. It is getting blatant.
At San Diego Comic-Con 2008, it was formally announced that the Milestone universe would officially merge with the DC Comics universe, with a couple of characters appearing in Justice League of America and Static becoming an official member of the Teen Titans. Ripple effects of the merger would be seen in the Young Justice animated show, which included appearances of Static, Icon, and Rocket in the first couple of seasons. Rather than gaining his abilities via the Big Bang, which involved radioactive tear gas like in the comics or in the animated show, Virgil was a metahuman whose metagene was activated after he was abducted and experimented on by the Reach, who sought to trigger his latent abilities. Although there was missed potential with Static after the 2nd season, where in the 3rd season he just gets relegated to the one guy on the Outsiders team who can't get a girlfriend and doesn't do much of significance. Static Shock was among the 52 new comic titles that were a part of the New 52 initiative in 2011. This reboot had Virgil relocate from Dakota City to New York with his family and featured him interning at Star Labs. The series was cancelled after only 8 issues, and the co-writer of the Static Shock title left after the first 4 issues due to his frustrations behind the scenes. Co-writer John Rosen went into detail on how he felt benched by the creative team when it came to implementing his ideas, constantly being lectured by writer Scott McDaniel on his writing methods being incorrect, despite never having written anything previously. McDaniel never read a single Static comic prior to writing the New 52 series, nor did he watch a single episode of the cartoon show, yet he would still go out of his way to tell Rosen that what he wrote for Static's dialogue didn't fit well with the character. There was less of a focus on compelling, character-driven stories, and more emphasis on the book being more action-packed and having more eye-candy moments to keep the reader engaged. There's not a lot of time dedicated to fleshing out Static's supporting cast or implementing his better-known rogues gallery. Static's alter ego as Virgil Hawkins was put to the side as it wasn't deemed as important enough. For some reason, they included this plot of Virgil's sister being kidnapped and cloned before the start of the series, and now he has 2 sisters in the family. It's really bizarre and not fleshed out properly. Milestone Comics, however, was planning on making a comeback, with Reginald Hudlin and Dennis Cowan teaming up with DC to bring back Milestone and its characters in 2015. This was halted a couple of years later due to a lawsuit filed by Dwayne McDuffie's widow, as McDuffie passed away a few years prior to the announcement to revive Milestone. She claimed that his estate was not properly included in Milestone's revival. Milestone would officially return in Milestone Returns issue 0 in 2020, which kicked off a new wave of Milestone titles on their flagship characters like Static, Icon, and Rocket, and Hardware. They wanted to go all in with the Milestone Media relaunch initiative in not only producing new titles on their characters, but also expand in other forms of media. During DC Fandom 2021, Reggie Hudlin and Dennis Cowan announced a direct-to-home video animated movie centered on the Milestone characters. In typical DC fashion, this never ended up happening, and we've had no updates on the movie since its announcement. The biggest announcement was Michael B. Jordan producing a live-action Static Shock movie, which was supposed to set the stage for building a new cinematic universe centered on black superheroes. The movie had a writer attached, but it's unclear how far he got in the scriptwriting process. The movie was also very likely to be an HBO Max exclusive, as the president of DC Films at the time, Walter Hamada, talked about how the more expensive DC movies were being made for theatrical release, while additional smaller budget movies would release on HBO Max, hinting at riskier characters like Static and Batgirl. The movie was never officially cancelled, but there has been no word on its development since the writer was announced in March 2021. And with the change of leadership at Warner Brothers and the formation of DC Studios, the project was likely abandoned. Not giving Static a blockbuster movie in modern times was definitely a missed opportunity in expanding Static's popularity and allowing him to become more mainstream. It could have introduced the character to a new generation of fans, giving black kids today the kind of representation they experienced in the early 2000s with the original cartoon. It's kind of crazy that Jaime Reyes Blue Beetle got his own movie before Static. That's not a knock on Jaime as Blue Beetle, I like the character, but Static was definitely more popular and recognizable due to the success of the cartoon. On the comic front, Static would make a big splash with a new comic series in 2021 as a part of the Milestone initiative that would give him a new origin and reintroduce his mythos in a modern setting. This series I felt catered better to fans of the original series from the 90s as well as fans of the cartoon, as a lot of these characters are depicted and reimagined in a more modern setting, while still staying true to their roots. Even if you've never picked up a Static comic, this serves as a perfect jumping on point as it gives Static a new origin. There are tons of character designs that you'll be able to recognize off the bat if your exposure to Static is limited to the TV show. Many of the designs of his rogues, for example, were heavily inspired by the cartoon. You've got your classic villains like Hotstreak and Ebon that fans of the cartoon will be able to spot. You've also got Virgil's supporting cast like Frida, Daisy, Richie, Virgil's sister Sharon, and his parents. Nicholas Draper Ivy's sort of Afro anime art style really stands out and fits well with Static in his universe. The new origin for Static features Virgil going to a Black Lives Matter protest because his friend slash crush Frida invited him, but police officers shot experimental tear gas at the protesters, which created the Big Bang, manifesting Bang Babies, giving Virgil his powers. So it still maintains the idea of Bang Babies getting their abilities via radioactive tear gas, but instead of a gang meetup at the docks, it's a protest. The creation and success of Static as a character is emblematic of what Milestone Media were trying to accomplish when combating black stereotypes seen in comics or any other superhero related projects. Static gave young audiences a relatable, represented figure, a teenage black nerd who was charming and witty, yet also faced real and heavy struggles, from family issues to maintaining relationships. Despite all that, he still chose to give back to his community in any way he could. Not only that, but Static also has a pretty cool power set. His powers are electromagnetic, and in moments via the TV show or in the comics, you'll see Virgil utilize his intelligence and knowledge in physics to use his powers in creative ways. He can see across a wide range of the electromagnetic spectrum by concentrating hard enough, generate powerful force fields, magnetize certain objects, and can move large chunks of metal with his abilities. It goes far beyond just basic electric-based powers. It's a shame Static never got to reach his full potential in terms of popularity in the past decade, give or take. The positive response to Static Shock was emblematic of how much people were yearning for a superhero of that caliber. Him and a lot of the Milestone characters have been on the back burner for several years, partly due to some legal troubles with the lawsuit, but even with that, they were still sidelined in projects they were allowed to appear in, like Young Justice. Which leads me to believe that Static probably could have shown up in a couple of other DC animated or maybe even live action projects over the years. For some reason, they can't seem to get a movie about any of the Milestone heavy hitters off the ground, whether it be in live action or animation. His team-ups with the Teen Titans or crossovers with the Justice League and the animated series are demonstrations of his personality and heroism, bouncing off well with the other heroes of the DC universe. Hopefully Static will regain the mainstream appeal that he deserves in the near future.
Well, it is what it is. I can see that. It is what it is, as you know it.
Especially because the idea of reincarnation should seem like fantasy to us who are reading this story. But for him, it was real. In a completely white room, the boy appears confused when a voice asks him if his name is Ryo Mihara. He confirms as they mention that they haven't had any visitors in a while and that he died in an accident. A man continues saying that in rare cases, individuals from his Earth are reincarnated or transferred between worlds after they die, which on our planet is called Samsara, and that Ryo was the chosen one this time. As the boy remained confused, the man says that the choice is simple, that he can reincarnate in another world with all his memories intact. Surprised, the boy says that it is like reincarnating in an isekai, and the man agrees, saying that it would be a good way to explain the situation. With a thoughtful look, Ryo says that he has some questions to ask the man. The first question was whether the man was God, and he denied it, explaining that from the boy's point of view, the man would be like an angel. While digesting the information, the boy thinks that he will call the man False Michael and wonders if his thoughts can be read. The second question was about why he is reincarnating, and the angel says that they are not the ones who make the decisions. What the boy calls God made the decision and did not explain the reason to the angel. The third question was what he should do in his new world, as he was still confused. Calmly, the angel explains that he is to live as he wishes and that no instructions were given regarding how the boy should act. Happy with his answer, the boy thinks that one can live any life, that he would live a peaceful life, and therefore accepts the proposal. The angel is pleased that Ryo accepted and prepares to tell him about his new world. According to False Michael, the new world was very similar to Earth, but it had magic and gunpowder and firearms were rare. Our protagonist asks if the new world really has magic, and he is told that Earth once also had magic, but today it is no longer practiced. While the boy absorbs the information that Earth once had magic, the angel prepares to show him the new world. A globe appears before the boy while it is announced that the new world is called Phi. Smiling, the angel explains that 1 in every 5 people has an aptitude for magic, and that Ryo would have an aptitude for water magic. Disappointed, the boy asks if he can change his aptitude from water to fire or earth, but False Michael says that no changes can be made. And then he explains that magical aptitudes are bestowed by the gods, and that in the new world they are conferred at birth and will never change. Ryo then asks if he is stuck with water magic for the rest of his life. With a slight smile, the angel explains that water aptitude is actually very good, since humans cannot live without it. In addition, 80% of humans in Phi cannot use magic, so the boy was very lucky. Ryo thinks that humans need water and sodium to survive, and that in a medieval world, not having to worry about water is a great thing. Then, getting an idea, he asks the angel if water magic has healing power, and the angel says healing properties belong to light magic. Disappointed, the boy accepts it. The angel explains elemental magic to the boy and says that there are others that are not elemental, but that it would be better for him to focus on his water magic. Then he explains that the boy's physical abilities are above average and that in Phi, the system is not based on levels or skills, but on hard work. The boy asks how he can improve his physical and magical abilities. Just like on Earth, in Phi, humans can increase their physical abilities by exercising and training. Then the angel ends his speech by saying that if Ryo dedicates himself to evolving, he will evolve. Worried, the boy thinks that if he doesn't work really hard, he won't get far in this new world. The narrator says that after a few more explanations, it was time for False Michael to ask what Ryo would like to do. Cheerfully, our boy replies that he wants to live a peaceful life in some remote place. Smiling, the angel says he will reincarnate him in the Rondo Forest, and he will also leave food supplies for 2 months and tells him to take advantage of the 100-meter barrier around the house, since he will need to learn to use his magic for hunting. Lastly, he says there's a beach to the southwest of the house and that Ryo will be able to extract salt from the water once he develops his water magic. Clearly having forgotten to ask the most important question, Ryo looks at the angel and asks how to use magic. False Michael says he just needs to clearly visualize the magic and train a lot, since no one is good at it from the start. Our protagonist says he'll do his best and thanks the angel for all his help. And as if in the blink of an eye, Ryo finds himself waking up in a bed. The boy begins to get up from the bed in what looks like a rudimentary cabin. As he gets up and leaves the room, he says the cabin looks like something out of the medieval period and doesn't even seem new. Upon leaving the room, he notices a rough table with 2 books on top and some chairs. Our boy ignores the books and begins to explore the rest of the cabin. In one of the rooms, he sees a bathtub and remembers that the Romans used public baths and mentally thanks for having one to himself. He then thinks that False Michael must have made it for him because he's Japanese and also realizes he still doesn't know the angel's gender. After a few minutes, he seems to remember the books on the table and goes back to check them. Upon returning, he notices that one book is a compilation about monsters and the other is about local flora. He sees a note signed by False Michael saying that the food is in the silo outside the house, which also serves as a freezer, and realizes he was indeed reading his mind. Ryo says to himself that he doesn't have any appraisal skill, a classic isekai cliche, and remembers the angel warned him it would be like that. Besides that, he also has a knife. Putting the knife on his belt, he looks around and sees nothing else besides those items, and with that, he prepares to leave the cabin. As he steps outside, he is amazed by the vastness and beauty of the place with a wide open area. Looking at the mountains in the distance, he says that dragons and other types of beasts probably live there, and that it's better to stay away. Then, as he contemplates the landscape, he finally realizes that he really is in another world. Meanwhile, False Michael thinks about how nice it would be if one day he could have a physical body and live a peaceful life like Rio is doing. Right after that, he remembers he forgot to tell him how strong his magic is even by Fae's standards. The angel thinks the boy will notice at some point, and while looking at his screen, he discovers a hidden ability and wonders how it got there. He recalls that the last time he saw this was in a girl when he first started working in reincarnation 10,000 years ago, and wonders what Rio's ability might be. On his screen, it shows that Rio's hidden ability is eternal youth. Rio thinks that now that he's in his new world of magic and swords, he's eager to test out his new abilities. His water magic is the only skill he can use, and he remembers what False Michael said about visualizing the magic and practicing. Focused in thinking about water, the boy closes his eyes. Surprised, he opens his eyes and sees bubbles of water in front of his raised hands, realizing that it was his first time using magic. Remembering False Michael's lessons and watching his water bubble fall to the ground, he understands that he doesn't need to recite spells and wonders if the laws of physics are the same here. The boy also recalls what the angel said about the barrier and how he should be well prepared for battle before stepping outside its protection. Indeed, he couldn't step beyond the 100 meters of his barrier unless he was well prepared to fight. He would only have 2 months before the food in the silo ran out, and the only weapon False Michael left him was a knife. Even on Earth, it would be impossible to fight a wild boar with just a simple knife, so monsters in Fae were completely out of the question. That left Rio with only one other weapon option. While filling his bathtub with water, he thought that the key to his magic was visualizing in his mind what he wanted. Still deep in thought, he visualizes the phenomenon called hydrogen bonding, because if he understands how what he wants to create works, he just needs to imagine it. With that, he managed to create a thin lens of water, of ice, and also to boil and unfreeze water. Suddenly, he collapses on the bathroom floor. Exhausted, he realizes that he drained all of his magic. On his 5th day in the world of Fae in the morning, he cooks a rabbit leg to eat. Visiting the silo, he notices that the only seasoning False Michael left for him was salt, along with some kind of magic that keeps the food frozen. Rio had been perfecting his process of thawing and cooking meat excellently. He also had to devour the books left by the angel, which despite being for beginners were dense and lengthy. While eating and reading, the boy thought that he needed to find ways to heal himself, make antidotes, and create fire without needing a blade of water. The sun was setting in the world of Fae. Before sleeping, and several times during the day, he would repeat the cycle of creating and melting ice to improve his magical skills. While repeating the cycle again, he says that he can create ice in 5 seconds, but still can't make it fly. However, the water he creates always flies. During the day, Rio collected ingredients he could find within the barrier and went on long runs to strengthen his body and his magic, preparing himself for hunting. And during the nights, he trained his magical abilities continuously, like creating ice and evaporating water. Every day he repeated this training, and with a knife fixed by ice onto a stick, we reached the 13th day of our protagonist in Fae. Looking at magical water bubbles in one hand and the spear made of an ice knife on a stick in the other, he thinks he's managed pretty well with his magic so far. He then begins to think of a good name for his new technique, and the name he comes up with is Ice Spear, even though he still can't make his ice fly. His goals for the day were to find some detoxifying herbs and a stone to use as a fire starter. With determination in his eyes, he gets excited to begin the day and accomplish his goals. Then he takes his first step outside the barrier, armed with his spear. He plans to head southwest, where False Michael said there was a beach. Rio moves through the dark forest, climbing over small rocks and obstacles. Upon leaving the dark forest, he is surprised by the beautiful scenery before him. A lovely river stretches across his entire field of vision on a sunny day. He is amazed by the beauty of the landscape as he reaches the river and decides to descend the mountain he was on. As he descends the mountain, our protagonist notices something on the ground and decides to crouch down for a closer look. Looking more carefully, he sees that he has found quartz, one of his goals for the day. Our boy never imagined it would be so easy to find, and now he won't have any more trouble starting fires at home. He then continues his walk along the riverside. He thinks that if he keeps going northeast, he'll keep his house to the left, always knowing where it is and where to run in case of danger. As he continues walking, he reflects on the monsters of Fae and thinks he might be able to defeat some of them, but he can't be sure yet. He also remembers his second goal, which is to find detoxifying herbs, and tries to recall any tips from the book on how to find them. Suddenly, Rio hears a sound behind him. Turning his head, he's startled to see a smaller boar. The animal charges furiously in his direction as our boy, frightened, tries to move his body. The boar closes in quickly, and in a desperate move, he throws himself to the side, trying to dodge the attack. Lying on the ground, he sees the boar ready to charge again. Still recovering and injured in the leg, he realizes the boar begins another charge at him. His hands touch the ground, and the path between him and the boar becomes a sheet of ice. The boar is caught off guard and slips, losing control of its movements. Ryo gets an idea and thinks that while he still can't make his ice spears fly, what he already knows might be enough. Sliding toward our fallen protagonist, the boar crashes into the giant ice spears. Finally, the boy collapses onto the ground, relieved as the impaled boar lies lifeless. After his life or death battle with the boar, Ryo changes his diet and begins to eat less and less of the food from the silo. He also learns that monsters in this world use magic, and the stronger they are, the better the magic they can wield. False Michael had warned him that the more he uses his magic, the better it will become, and the monsters have been using it since birth. But with time, he learned to subdue them all. His power grew slowly and steadily, one step at a time. Rios is cooking a huge piece of boar meat while a giant boar lies defeated behind him. The crucial difference between animals and monsters is a gem near the heart called a magic stone, which monsters possess and animals do not. The boy learns that the species of the monster determines whether it can use magic, and that the monsters of the Rondo Forest have wiped out the regular animal population. Rio still sees some animals alive here and there. Carnivorous animals like crocodiles and small, fast creatures like rabbits. In any case, carnivorous animals are still a threat to humans regardless of whether they count as a real fight compared to monsters. In this world, the monsters were so strong that they were at the top of the food chain, and adding magic to that made things much more complicated. Focused on observing the new monster, Rio remembers that the book had already taught him about the creature. The creature was called a horned bison, and it easily annihilated giant crocodiles in addition to using wind magic to make its charges lethal. Suddenly, something unexpected for the bison falls from the sky and separates its head from the rest of its body. Rio walks slowly toward the defeated bison and says that his new water magic, guillotine, is pretty cool. Then he notices that the bison's head is being consumed by something in the water. As he gets closer, he notices the speed at which the head is being devoured. That's when he discovers there's a fish similar to a piranha from Earth that was attracted by the bison's blood in the water. Rio always tried to stick to his water magic training routine as much as he could. He started getting really good at controlling the speed of his water jets, being able to pierce through any object, except magical shields. He even created what he called a water saw, which could cut through things by spinning a disc of water at high speed. He also created ice rollers that helped with manual labor in dealing with the hides of the animals he hunted. Of course, Rio also trained his body as much as he trained his magic, because when it comes to monsters, you never know what to expect. A snake tail rushes in at high speed. A giant snake known as a kite snake appears, and he remembers that it uses wind magic to swing its tail like a sonic sword. Rio stares at the snake without showing a trace of fear. The snake effortlessly cuts through the rock beside it with its sonic tail as if it were paper. Having fled quickly, Rio balances himself as he plans his counterattack. Focusing in with water bubbles surrounding him, the boy stares intently at the snake. The next moment, a light rain begins to fall over both Rio and the snake. Our protagonist raises his hand and focuses on every droplet of water around the snake. The snake, with murderous intent, flies toward the boy in a brutal and ferocious attack. Finishing his concentration, he makes a sudden motion with his hands and body. Then, gigantic ice spears pierce through the snake's body, defeating it instantly. The giant snake's venom was dissolved by the rain and likely couldn't withstand the boiling water. However, there were monsters that Rio's cheap tricks didn't work on, like the assassin eagle, which used wind magic and supersonic speed to attack its targets. Our boy kept running at high speed while being chased by the assassin eagle. The eagle then crashes into the ground with a tremendous impact, throwing our boy to the side. Our protagonist, regaining his balance, prepares a close-range attack on the assassin eagle with his spear. Rio was sure he had hit the eagle, but it flew backward, dodging his strike. Rio had struck near its eye and thinks that if he had landed a direct hit to the eye, he would have defeated the beast, by far the strongest monster he had faced so far. Focused on defending himself, he thinks he managed to save himself by counterattacking, but he never knew when another monster might appear in the middle of the fight. The monster book that False Michael had left for him contained an incredible collection of monsters and detailed descriptions about them. Since it was a beginner's edition, he assumed there was an intermediate and an advanced one, and at the end of the book, there were two special pages. One page displayed an illustration of a dragon, and the other showed an illustration of an Akuma, a type of humanoid monster. The special pages were made for those who aimed to be the best of the best, but that was never Rio's goal. He simply didn't care about that kind of goal after all, he just wanted to live a peaceful life. And so, living that peaceful life, Rio completed his first full year in the new world. Then we find our protagonist on a moonlit night, facing what seems to be another humanoid being. 1 year had passed since Rio's arrival in the new world of Phi. Over the lake in the northernmost part of the Rondo Forest, the moon approached its peak in the sky. Then a Dullahan, a headless warrior, appeared before him. Our protagonist wonders what Headless Knight is doing in the Rondo Forest and where he came from. The true strength of the Headless Knight lay in his swordsmanship, and he wasn't even listed in the beginner's monster book, which could only mean that either he wasn't considered a monster or his level was above beginner. If the Dullahan wasn't going to use magic, Rio wouldn't either, but the knight was incredibly skilled with the sword, and on top of that he was arrogant, as if saying he would train Rio whether he wanted it or not. Rio, thrown to the ground and injured, thinks that at least that's what it felt like. After landing 3 attacks that would have been fatal to anyone else, the knight turns his back on our boy. Then he mounts his horse and rides away, as if saying he expects Ryo to be better next time. Our boy didn't even know if his attacks had any effect on the knight, since he wasn't able to land a clean hit. His fighting spirit grew every day, and the first time he had lost almost instantly, but this time the battle had already lasted an hour. Ryo was moving faster and could now anticipate the knight's movements during the fight. However, when he clashed his ice sword against the knight's blade, his sword was completely shattered. Then he found himself staring at the headless knight with a surprised look in his eyes. The knight then launched an attack that sent Ryo flying, hurling him several meters away. Our protagonist, lying on the ground and injured, thinks at least he managed to land 3 hits today. As Ryo stands up, the knight remains still in front of him as if waiting for something. Then he draws his sword and places his hand over the blade, making it glow intensely. The sword then transforms, increasing in size and completely changing the shape of the blade. The knight then hands the blade to our protagonist, mounts his horse, and rides off again, leaving him with his new sword. Our boy, kneeling with the new sword in hand, thinks it was a gift led from a master to a disciple. Then he thinks that with his new weapon, he has to train even harder. After his battle with the assassin eagle, he knew what he had to do, become stronger and stronger. So every morning he did 30 minutes of physical exercise to strengthen his muscles. He also ran while using his magic to the limit and trained sword fighting with the headless knight. In sword training, the right hand determines the blade's path and the left hand is used for support. With every strike during training, his strength and speed improved. In the second encounter with the assassin eagle, it didn't come alone, it brought its partner. In the first fight, the eagle lost an eye from engaging at close range. This time, it would make the same mistake. During the battle, our boy grew tired from running and dodging the attacks of both eagles, but he had already anticipated this. Using his magic in different ways, he managed to avoid the second eagle's surprise attack. The one-eyed assassin eagle didn't expect its companion to be killed so quickly, so it retreated and fled. Ryo thinks the eagle was the first opponent that brought him close to death, not just once, but twice. Ryo had already prepared himself for death on other occasions, but with the one-eyed eagle, he felt something different. In any case, this marked the third and final time they would meet. The eagle appeared before him completely different from their last 2 encounters. Looking at it, our boy saw it was much darker and larger than before, with a black aura surrounding it. The eagle made its first move by hurling its body at Ryo, who barely had time to dodge. Fallen to the ground, he remembered it had used the same maneuver in their first battle. After taking the eagle's hit, he was certain it was the same beast, but now it had evolved. The fight continued fiercely as our boy struggled to defend himself, realizing how much stronger the eagle had become. During the battle, the eagle shattered Ryo's ice armor into pieces while he tried to repair it. Suddenly, he found himself unable to use his magic, and the eagle launched another charge at him. He barely managed to dodge the attack, and on top of that, he was growing exhausted. He then thinks that maybe the eagle is somehow disabling his magic. The eagle screeches and then casts a lightning spell across a massive area in front of Ryo. Dodging the eagle's lightning attack, he ends up losing his spear. The eagle, seeing an opening, prepares to launch a new assault on our boy. Ryo then draws his new sword and thinks he might be able to channel magic through it. In their final fierce exchanges, their eyes meet once again. Ryo quickly and effectively pierces the eagle's throat as it loses strength. Looking into the eagle's good eye, Ryo says he understands it, how it lost its partner and its eye, and still gave everything it had and was defeated. He continues to saying their encounter at least helped him grow and become stronger, and he thanks her for that. He then says she was truly brave for showing how much she had evolved, and that he would be honored to deliver the final blow. And so, pulling his sword from the monster's throat, its fate was sealed. The next day, Ryo visited the battlefield where he had fought the one-eyed assassin eagle. Seeing the remnants of the battle, he finally felt that the victory was real, though he felt no pride in it. While our boy stood there, something descended before him, and he couldn't think of anything else. It was then that a massive dragon landed in front of him. The dragon stood still before our hero and communicated telepathically, wondering if this is how telepathic contact is made with humans. Then it continued, saying it had been a long time since it made contact with a human and asked if a human could hear it. Still frightened, Ryo begins to hear the dragon's voice in his mind. The dragon then seems pleased that he can hear it and says that it is the dragon standing before him. Our boy wonders if this is telepathy and apologizes to the dragon, saying he was in shock but can hear it now. Then the beast asks if he has seen a bird that evolved from an assassin eagle in the area. He thought he knew that bird all too well. Immediately, our protagonist apologizes in case the bird was one of the dragon's acolytes, and the beast then asks if it was he who killed her. The dragon says she was not his acolyte and that he was merely curious, because the bird's aura had vanished from the region. He continues, saying it would have made sense if one of the other dragons had eaten the bird, so he descended the mountain to check. Still with a bit of fear in his eyes, our protagonist answers that yes, he was the one who killed the one-eyed assassin eagle. The beast is surprised and says it's fine because he's satisfied with the bird's disappearance. Then he explains that this bird was the first in centuries to evolve in the forest and asks if she had been suppressing the boy's magic. Ryo promptly responds that yes, she had. He says he could barely believe he wasn't able to use his magic and felt like his rights as a mage had been violated. The dragon seems to notice something in Rio and says it looks like he's carrying something strange with him. Then he recognizes the sword as the sword of the Fairy King, but Rio says he received it from a headless knight at the Northern Lake. The beast confirms that, saying the knight is the Water Fairy King who resides in that forest, while Rio states he is a water mage and that the sword saved him the day before. The dragon then says that's why the king liked him, and it means he's receiving magic lessons from the king. Our boy quickly replies that no, he's not taking magic lessons from the Water Fairy King. Then he says he's training sword fighting with the king and has never seen him use magic. The dragon finds it very strange that he's learning swordsmanship instead of water magic from the king, but says that if the king is doing that, it must mean the boy needs it. He then says that the Water Fairy King probably likes the boy since, like him, he has lived for thousands and thousands of years. Rio sees an opportunity and asks the dragon if it's okay for him to ask a few questions, to which the dragon immediately says yes. Then the boy begins by explaining that he'd like to know more about the Rondo Forest, things like its size or what kind of place it is. He explains that the true size of the Rondo Forest is that of a small continent, as it used to be called the Rondo Subcontinent. The dragon also explains that the small continent is surrounded by water except to the north, where a mountain range encircles it. Next, the dragon says that as far as he knows, Rio is the only human in the Rondo Subcontinent. Rio is shocked. He knew he asked for a peaceful, isolated life, but not this isolated. The beast, also surprised, says it can't be possible he's lived his whole life like that and asks where the boy is from. Then, without hesitation, Rio says he was reincarnated, coming from another world, and that he knows others have come here just like him. And suddenly, a loud roar echoes, shaking the air and startling both the dragon and the boy. The dragon then closes his eyes and continues listening to the roar while Rio, frozen like a statue, stands still. Then the dragon begins to leave, saying that he's being summoned, but that they will surely meet again. Desperate, Rio asks for the dragon's name while telling him his own. He says his name is Lewin and warns the boy not to go to the eastern mountains as dragons there may attack freely. Then the dragon takes off at a terrifying speed, easily breaking the sound barrier. Our hero watches in awe as the dragon continues flying away at supersonic speed. Then our boy, now overwhelmed, says that dragons really are incredibly powerful as the dust settles around him. Sometime later, Lewin finally arrives at the location where he was being summoned. He thinks Rio seemed peculiar and wonders if he's really human, or perhaps an evolution or mutation of the species. Remembering the boy's story, the dragon comments that he has never seen anything like it, but the story seemed fascinating. And he thinks that even after such a long life, there are still things he doesn't know, and that he'll enjoy continuing to observe the boy. Rio then, watching himself through a water mirror, notices that he hasn't aged a single day. From time to time, the boy's hair grows quite a bit. Then he cuts it, just like he does with his nails, which also grow now and then. While bathing, he notices that neither his height nor his face changes and thinks that today he'll go look for fish and salt. Then he drowns his thoughts in the warm bathtub as he takes his morning bath. Upon reaching the beach, Rio notices many pieces of wood scattered across the sand, and then he seems to notice something in the sand and runs toward it. As he gets closer, he thinks there may have been a shipwreck, and can only see 3 people on the sand. Checking the first man's condition, he confirms that he has been dead for quite some time. In the distance, he notices that the other man has a piece of wood pierced through his body and realizes there's nothing he can do for him now either. Then he spots a third man wearing armor lying on the nearby sand. Walking over to him, Rio notices the man's right arm is in pieces and bleeding heavily. Examining the wound more closely, he wonders if an artery was hit since the amount of blood was enormous. Rio thinks that if he leaves him there, the man will bleed to death and that he must at least try to help. So looking directly at the wound, Rio begins to concentrate and thinks of a way to use his water magic. Revisiting his memories, he recalls that the human body is made up of 60% water, and as a water mage, he should be able to manipulate blood. Then focusing 100%, he finds the source of the hemorrhage and tries to close it. With great effort, he manages to gather water around the man's wound and stop the bleeding. The man's injuries still seem to gush a lot of blood at first. As the bleeding begins to stop, Rio finally feels proud that he was somehow able to help the man. Then he lifts the armored man from the hot sand and carries him in his arms. Soon after, he finds a cart among the wreckage and places the man inside, making it easier to transport him. Sometime later, the man wakes up startled in a place he doesn't recognize. As he stands up, he notices he's in a house, and a very large one at that, and wonders if it might be the mayor's house of some village. Then he notices something to his right that catches his attention. He sees that his sword and armor are propped up against the wall beside him. The man then leaves the house and sees Rio holding firewood and immediately introduces himself as Abel, asking if Rio was the one who saved him. Right afterward, he thanks the boy for saving his life. Our hero says it was nothing, and then he only carried Abel back to his house after finding him on the beach. He then says that he was only able to save 1 man out of the 3 who were on the sand, and Abel says that it's okay because they were smugglers. Rio then stops what he's doing and turns to Abel, asking if they really were smugglers. Our hero then thinks that Abel must also be a smuggler since they were together, but at the same time he doubts it because the man doesn't seem like a bad person. Still with a thoughtful look, our boy realizes they're talking without any issues. So he continues thinking that Abel probably isn't speaking Japanese and that False Michael did a good job helping them understand each other. Then with a smile on his face, Ryo introduces himself to Abel and asks if he wants to eat, since he must be starving. Still in shock, Abel hears our hero say he hung up his clothes and that they should be dry by now. Back at the beach with Abel, Ryo shows him where the other two men were who had been with him. Speculating on where the bodies ended up, our hero tells Abel how lucky he was, while Abel asks the boy not to speak so formally. Our boy tells Abel that it's normal for him to speak formally with older people, while the man says he prefers a more casual tone, like between friends. In a brief moment of silence, our boy thinks that maybe he's made his first friend in Phi, and Abel wonders whether the ship's cargo sank or just disappeared. The man continues thinking that maybe everything from the ship is inside the Kraken's stomach, and that there's nothing he can do about it now. He thanks our hero, but says that what he's looking for is no longer anywhere on the shore. He then says he needs to get to Louvre to send a message to his friends. Ryo then says he doesn't know the city but assumes it must be to the north, and that Abel will have to travel a long distance to get there. Then our hero explains that there are no cities or people nearby, while the man says he'll have to make the journey either way. The man then turns to Ryo and asks if he'd like to go with him. A few seconds pass without our hero responding, so the man starts waving his hand in front of Ryo's eyes to get his attention. Later, in our boy's cabin, the man apologizes for being so abrupt and explains that it would be like a job, or that Ryo would be like a guide. He continues, saying he'd even pay Ryo and help him out if he wanted to try life in the city. The man, sweating, then asks our boy what he thinks. Our hero accepts the proposal, but says he can only go the next morning as he still has things to take care of. Abel, happy, thanks our boy for going with him. After washing the dinner dishes, Ryo informs the man that he's going out and will be back soon. When asked where he's going so late, he replies while stepping out of the cabin. He also explains that he needs to let someone know he'll be away and asks Abel to wait, as it might take a while. As the man responds, we then see the Headless Knight and his course waiting for our hero. Standing before him, our boy says he will leave the forest tomorrow and that tonight's training will be the last until he returns from his adventure. The knight waits patiently as Ryo lifts the sword he received from him and points it at the warrior. Our hero then prepares himself and tells the knight he doesn't want the training to be like the others. He wants him to come at him with everything he's got. Meanwhile, by candlelight, Abel wonders who Ryo said he was going to inform, since no one else lies in the area. He thinks Ryo is alone now, but maybe he was with someone and went to visit their grave, though that wasn't something he planned to pry into. Even though Ryo doesn't know where the city of Lune is, he said it's far to the north and wonders why he said that. He also reflects that it would be very hard to go alone, considering he doesn't even know how big the forest is. Wrapping up his thoughts, he says that Ryo is a mage without his staff and is probably bad at fighting, and that he'll help him when they reach the city with clothes and so on. Our hero is tired and sweaty, his sword buried in the ground, panting from the training with the Headless Knight. Then he notices something, a movement from the knight in front of him. The warrior then extends something to Ryo, who wonders what it is. The noble Headless Knight stands proudly before our hero, without answering his question. Afterward, Abel says he doesn't want to seem rude to our boy and that he doesn't have to answer if he doesn't want to. He then asks where Ryo went last night, and Ryo explains that he went to inform his master that he would be away on an adventure as he puts on his new hooded cloak. Explaining to Abel that it was like a farewell gift, the man asks if it has any special effects, and our boy says he doesn't know. Then the two begin walking toward the flowers and finally decide to start their journey. Looking back at his cabin, our hero silently bids farewell to that place, a nostalgic look in his eyes. During the morning, they wandered the land and headed north without encountering any monsters, but by mid-afternoon, something happened. A small boar appeared in their path, and Abel quickly drew his sword and charged at the creature. With a precise strike, the warrior impaled the small boar and ended the fight in seconds. Surprised, our hero looked at the other with wide eyes. Seeing the doubt in the warrior's eyes, Ryo explains that parts of Abel's body glow when he uses a combat skill, and that the way he moves changes during it. The warrior then explains that it's normal, that those are combat skills restricted to warriors who use weapons. In any case, he says they should focus on finding a good place to camp as night is approaching. He also mentions they pass a large tree with a hole in the middle, and that it should serve well for camping. They could also eat the boar. Already inside the tree with the camp set up, Abel says he'll rest first, but tells our hero not to hesitate and to wake him if anything happens. Then the warrior lies down and starts to rest, while Ryo sits at the camp, deep in thought. He then thinks that since he has time, he'll practice controlling his magic. And so our hero's watch went on, the night growing deeper and calmer with each passing hour. A few hours later, Abel wakes up and tells our hero to rest while he takes over the watch. The man then observes the rabbit our hero had hunted. Examining the catch, he questions Ryo's methods, but finds them very valid and effective. Looking at Ryo lying down, he's sure that the cloak wasn't made by humans and wonders what kind of mentor he has. Abel thought the boy's master was a spirit, but spirits don't give gifts like cloaks, so it must be some kind of legendary creature, like a dragon. He is certain the cloak wasn't made by humans, which means the boy's master could still be a spirit, As he shivers in the cold, Abel thinks it can't be them again. Seconds later, our hero wakes up and greets the warrior with a good morning. Then our heroes continue their journey toward their goal. Abel walks forward with his sword drawn, while Rio follows behind, observing the vegetation. Suddenly, something falls from the sky to the right of the warrior, startling them both. Abel draws his sword and thinks it might be something invisible or an enemy using invisibility. Looking up, they realize it's a killer eagle. Our hero warns the warrior that the beast uses air magic to attack from a distance. The warrior suggests they retreat, but Rio informs him they have a boar pursuing them and unknown beasts ahead. Unfortunately, escape isn't an option. They wonder if they might have fallen into some kind of trap, but our hero confirms it's just a coincidence. The open field seems to be used by the killer eagle to hunt, and they wonder what they should do now. Rio says it's best they fight in the clearing, and he'll take care of the killer eagle while the other handles the boar. Abel, worried, warns the boy that the eagle's aerial assault and charge can kill even a warrior like him if he's not careful. Our hero says defense is his specialty as an ice mage and assumes warriors have a hard time dealing with flying targets. The warrior says that's fine, steps forward, and prepares for combat. Still running, the warrior tells Rio he'll return as soon as he deals with the boar and tells him not to dare die. Our hero tells Abel to keep a cool head or he'll end up getting hurt. Then the warrior runs toward the boar, wondering how Rio detected the monster from so far away. The boar then controls the surrounding rocks to launch a magical stone attack, raining a barrage down on our warrior. Our warrior uses a combat skill and gracefully dodges every rock thrown at him. He then brings his sword down toward the boar as soon as he gets close. He pulls his sword from the body of the defeated boar. Then he drops to his knees, planting his sword in the ground and gasping for breath. Meanwhile, he thinks he used too many abilities too quickly during the fight, and the fatigue has finally caught up to him. But he needs to recover quickly because Rio needs his help. He then picks up the body of the defeated boar and carries it back to where our hero is waiting with the killer eagle. Returning to the spot where he left our hero, he sees the scene of the killer eagle lying on the ground, with our hero smiling beside the defeated monster. Completely in disbelief, the warrior looks at Rio and asks if he really defeated the beast. Our hero, smiling, says yes, he did, and mentions the monsters ahead also retreated. Abel then drops to his knees, stunned, as the boy asks if he's hurt. Looking at the scene of Rio's battle, he says he's not hurt and that he's fine. Then he says he's just a little tired. Abel immediately asks how Rio managed to dodge the killer eagle's attacks. He continues saying that invisible air magic attacks are extremely hard to dodge using just sight. Meanwhile, Rio asks him to turn around and face him. With curiosity, Abel turns to face our hero. Then the warrior notices and touches a thin wall of ice. Rio explains the barrier is hard to notice, and the warrior confirms it's practically invisible. Abel then realizes that the killer eagle practically defeated itself while charging into an almost invisible wall of ice. The warrior says he knows many air, fire, and earth mages, but an old man once told him water mages don't really fight, and he will be proven wrong. Smiling, our protagonist asks Abel what that was. Abel promptly replies that it's nothing, he was just talking to himself. Then both look up toward the mountain and hear frightening sounds. They decide they'll have to go either left or right to find a way out of the mountain range. The warrior says he has a bad feeling about both directions. And it's at that moment that Abel pulls out a coin and suggests they leave the decision to chance. Heads, they go left. Tails, they go right. Before our hero can even think, Warrior has already flipped the coin into the air. The coin lands on the warrior's hand with heads facing up, so they decide to take the path to the left. Then Abel seems to notice something strange about Rio's behavior. He asks if there's something wrong with the coin, and the boy says he's never seen money before. He then asks if he can take a closer look, and the warrior promptly says yes. Abel proceeds to explain how the coin economy works in this world, and Rio compares it to 19th century Earth while asking how many nations exist in this world. Drawing from memory, Abel says there are 3 major realms: the Kingdom of Knightly, the Empire of Debui, and the Federation of Handaliu. While speaking, the warrior once again senses something strange around them. He then says they seem to be in a stone golem nest, while Rio comments that he didn't even know golems had nests. The warrior explains that a nest is just what they call a place where a large number of golems appear, and Rio wonders if golems shouldn't have human-like limbs. After stopping to count, the warrior says there are 12 of them, and that running isn't really a good option. At that moment, our boy asks Abel if it's okay for him to test a new magic, a new attack, and the warrior agrees. Our hero then stretches out his hand and focuses on his new spell. Suddenly, 10 thick walls of ice fall upon all the golems in the area, making a sound like an earthquake. With a silly grin, our hero jokes that this is what you call a weapon of mass destruction. They then clear the area and notice a large dark yellow magic stone. It's explained that the value of these stones is determined by their size and color. Rio says it's nice to have battle spoils and tells Abel he can keep the magic stone. Slightly incredulous, the warrior says fine, and that he'll hold on to that prize. Meanwhile, Rio realizes that the method he used to defeat the monsters didn't work as intended. The warrior says that if it weren't for Ryo, they might be dead, and it's not like he even knew about harvesting magic stones, to which Ryo agrees. Some time passes, and our hero notices something to his right and asks Abel what it is. As Ryo points out that it looks like a giant hippopotamus, the warrior says it's called a behemoth, and our hero jokingly asks if he wants to hunt it. Our boy does the math and thinks the behemoth is far too large even for his 10 ice walls, and Abel confirms that and tells him not to even try anything against that thing. Ryo then turns serious and asks the warrior if he thinks he's crazy, and the warrior immediately says yes. Then our hero seems to notice something in the distance. He sees something flying toward them in the distance and thinks it might be dragons. As they get closer, our heroes can see they're wyverns, not dragons. They both quickly realize the wyverns aren't heading toward them. They're heading for the behemoth. Ryo gets excited, saying he'll finally get to witness a beast battle. He points out that the behemoth is clearly outnumbered since 6 wyverns are about to attack it. Then one of the flying beasts screeches and unleashes a sharp gust of wind toward the behemoth. Our heroes are shocked by the winged monster's attack and wonder what the behemoth will do. Then, completely still, the behemoth uses stone magic to summon massive boulders around itself like a shield. We then see the wyverns attack, heading toward one of the rocks the creatures summon as a barrier. The wind attacks from the flying monsters crash into the stones summoned by the behemoth, protecting it completely from damage. The wyverns quickly launch another wave of wind attacks at the creature. The behemoth then summons enormous stone walls around itself for protection. Surprised, both our heroes and the wyverns stare, stunned at the towering walls that formed around the giant beast. Abel says he knew of behemoths but didn't know they could use magic, while our hero was expecting a battle, but not a magical one. The winged monsters hover patiently, circling the stone walls the land beast summoned around itself. And with a terrible roar, the behemoth breaks down its stone walls and stares directly at the wyverns. Suddenly, the flying monsters and our heroes notice that something strange has happened. The wyverns suddenly lose their ability to fly and fall to the ground around the behemoth. Abel asks Ryo if the monster somehow paralyzed the wyverns from all directions, while our hero says he highly doubts it. Once again, the behemoth lets out a guttural roar, frightening everyone and making the ground shake. As the wyverns thrash on the ground, Ryo thinks he's seen this happen before. Then the boy says it's probably magic nullification. Shocked, Abel asks if that's even possible, as he's never seen a human capable of doing that, let alone a monster, and Ryo tells him to look more closely. Our boy points out that the winged monsters are trying to get up but can't, and if they were paralyzed, they wouldn't be able to move at all. Abel can't believe what his eyes are seeing, but then he pauses and says he's heard of traps like this in dungeons, and Ryo gets very excited when he hears the word dungeons. He then asks if the dungeons in the Kingdom of Knightly have anti-magic rooms, and the warrior says no. The dungeons are in the Western Province, not in the kingdom. As the behemoth tramples over the wyverns on the ground, the warrior asks our hero if he's interested in dungeons, and he promptly answers yes. While the beast finishes off the wyverns, Abel says Ryo is lucky because Lune has the only dungeon in the Central Provinces. Our boy says the warrior should have told him that earlier, but the warrior defends himself, saying he didn't know Ryo liked dungeons that much. Then they continue walking away while talking about how terrifying that battle was, wondering what a fight between Abel and the behemoth would be like. Next, they watch as a wyvern eats a boar and prepare their trap. Ryo raises his arms and focuses on his magic. Suddenly, massive ice spikes fall from the sky. All of them strike the monster, pinning it to the ground while the warrior quickly moves to the creature's head. After that, while talking, the boy suggests it might be good to hunt some animals since their food supply is starting to run low. Then a small ice arrow hits a rabbit, pinning it to the mountainside. They also start ambushing other wyverns that are scattered around the area. After defeating another beast, Ryo thinks it's starting to get easy to hunt them, while Abel admits he's still surprised at how easy it's been. Meanwhile, our hero slices the meat and says he just needs to finish drying it so they can continue their journey. Then the boy comments that maybe they can get through by that path, while Abel, concerned, tells him not to let his guard down. Just as Abel finishes speaking, both look to their left and spot a giant beast resembling a griffin staring at them. They both notice the creature is fixated on the rabbit meat Ryo is tied to his waist, so he takes one and throws it to the beast. The creature happily eats it while Ryo says it looks like it's starving. The griffin stays cheerful and bouncy, and our hero tells Abel to feed it too. The warrior then takes a rabbit from his belt and also tosses it to the beast, which flies off after grabbing the food. Then our hero notices a road behind the beast and points it out to Abel. The warrior sees a signpost and tells Ryo it's definitely a path, and Ryo calls him over to follow the trail. The Yule Mountains are a mountain range to the south of the Central Provinces, known for being impossible to cross, not even by adventurers. Long ago, the path had a different name, but no one remembers it anymore. Nowadays, it's called the Evil Mountains because it's infested with orcs and ogres. Then we see Abel breathing a sigh of relief that they're still alive after surviving the Evil Mountains on their way to civilization. Ryo then asks if the warrior is a rank B adventurer. He confirms it, asking why the question. Our hero explains he's unsure about the benefits of registering with an adventurer's guild, and Abel explains that he doesn't have to pay tolls or city taxes. He also explains that the guild card serves as an ID, allowing free entry into any city and gives access to better market prices. Rio says that's exactly what he needed to hear, and Abel adds that the guild also stores adventurers' belongings and profits. He finishes by explaining it would be far too dangerous for adventurers to wander around carrying all their wealth in their pockets. Amazed, Rio thinks that guilds are basically like banks. He then finds himself in the middle of a city with tall buildings around him, looking at a pamphlet while holding a pouch. Our hero remembers the questions he asked Abel along the way, such as whether he could withdraw money from other guild branches at any time. Abel explains that his knowledge is limited to the central provinces, but that the guild operates as an independent organization present in every nation. He then adds that when nations go to war, they can hire the guild and adventurers to fight as mercenaries. While Rio thinks that would be cheaper than sending knights into battle, the warrior says that this type of commission can be accepted or declined by adventurers. Abel goes on to say he fears the possibility of an enemy taking everything he owns, and that he'd have no choice but to fight. Rio then reacts angrily, asking how they allow their money to be used as a hostage, and how the governments permit such a thing. He then points and says he can see a city in the distance. Abel says he's almost certain it's the city of Kaelati, which means they've reached the kingdom of Nightly. The warrior explains that Kaelati is the southeasternmost city of the kingdom, and that if they walk northeast for a day, they'll reach Lune, Abel's final destination. He also suggests that if Rio wants to register as an adventurer, he should do it in Lune and not in Kaelati, prompting our hero to ask why. The warrior explains that Lune is the largest border city in the kingdom and attracts all kinds of people, mainly because it's the only one in the region with a dungeon. Abel says that if Rio makes Lune his home base, he'll feel more settled since cities tend to treat local adventurers with more privileges. Rio replies that it makes sense, but he still doesn't have a card to show when they arrive in Kaelati. Abel explains that it's not a problem since he's a B-rank adventurer and can sponsor Rio, and that the fee is just 1 silver coin. Our boy continues by saying that the warrior should know he's always had a lot of respect for him, while the warrior, visibly moved, looks at Rio. Still a bit awkward, he says it's fine and that they'll spend one night in Kaelati and Rio needs to try a local dish. Next, Rio is at a restaurant trying what looks like curry with rice, amazed by the flavor. One after the other, he orders more curry and more dishes, stuffing himself throughout the night. While walking through the city, Rio asks Abel if there's curry in Lune too, and the warrior assures him it's very common in the southern region of the kingdom. Our hero then promises himself that he'll try to recreate the curry when he returns home to the forest of Rondo. The next day, walking through the city, our boy asks Abel if there are residents who live outside the city too. Abel explains that yes, usually farmers live outside the village, but in the past, they lived within the city. He continues explaining that's why Lune doesn't close its gates at night, while Rio questions the safety, since Lune seems to have far more patrols than Kaelati. Abel says that because of its history and size, he believes Lune does a good job of keeping the peace. Upon arriving at the gates of Lune, the guard greets Abel by name and says his companion must pay the fee, and Abel says he'll handle it. He then rummages through his pouch, searching for the right amount to give the guard. Abel says they should go straight to the guild and asks if Rio really wants to register, and our hero confirms, saying he wants to try the adventurer's life. The warrior says that since he's with him, Rio can apply for a rank up. He explains that adventurers usually start at rank F, but can jump to E or D if accompanied by someone of rank B or higher. Our hero then asks what the advantages of being rank D are, and Abel explains that he would earn more money by taking on better missions and rewards. Rio then asks the warrior if wyvern magic stones are valuable, and he replies that they're extremely valuable because those beasts are hard to defeat. He continues saying they're practically priceless since they're rarely seen for sale in the market, and that if Rio sold all the ones he has, it might crash the market. Then, in front of the Adventurers Guild, the warrior says the guild knows how to handle that, so he doesn't need to worry. As soon as they enter the guild, a young woman asks if Abel is real, while a man says he's surprised to see Abel in the flesh. A large warrior behind the girl is shocked to see Abel alive, and the narrator tells us that B-rank adventurers are rare, and that Abel is the leader of the Crimson Sword group. The group formed by Abel include the following members: Rhea, the priestess, Warren, the shield bearer, and Lynn, the mage. Then our hero pauses to think that being friends with Abel could be very advantageous, considering how well-liked he is by everyone around him. Abel then places his hands on Rio's shoulders and introduces him to everyone as the savior of his life, the one who made it possible for him to arrive there alive. Next, he says Rio is going to register as an adventurer, and after that will be one of them. He asks everyone to be kind to the new member. Everyone then gives wide smiles to our hero. Rio introduces himself and says he's happy to meet everyone present. One man thanks our hero for saving Abel's life, and another says he hopes to get to know him better as well. Abel then asks Ninette if she can handle Rio's paperwork, as he intends to recommend him for D-rank adventure. The girl says she can take care of everything, but he'll need something to prove that he's worthy of being considered a D-rank adventurer. Abel had already expected that and asks if it's possible to meet the guild master now, and Nina responds that she believes it is. While they walk there, the girl says the master has been in his office all day handling paperwork and is in a bad mood. She says she'll let the guild master know they're there and asks them to wait in the lounge in the meantime. Abel then sits comfortably on a sofa while Rio stands waiting to be called. Suddenly, they hear a loud voice shouting, asking what they were saying. At the same time, our heroes hear heavy footsteps approaching. A man then enters the lounge and kneels when he sees Abel, clearly overwhelmed with relief. Abel apologizes for worrying the guild master but says he's alive, while the master says he lost his will to live when he heard Abel had gone missing. Regaining his composure, the master asks where the mage is, and Abel points to Rio, saying that he saved his life. The man introduces himself as Humaglass, the guild master of Lune, and thanks Rio for saving Abel's life. Rio responds that it's no problem, that he just happened to cross paths with the warrior by chance. Then the warrior tells the guild master that our hero wants to register in the Lune Guild and that he wants to recommend him for a rank increase. The master says they'll need proof if he really intends to recommend him. Nina then says that's exactly what Abel came to discuss with the guild master. Shortly after, Nina excuses herself, saying that if they need her, she'll be at the front desk. As she closes the door, the guild master heads toward an armchair in the lounge. Finally sitting down in his chair, he says he needs to know a few things first. Abel steps forward and says Rio is stronger than him, while our hero asks if he had something bad to be saying such a thing. The guild master is clearly impressed by Abel's statement. The warrior continues, saying our hero is a clown but doesn't mess around when it comes to work, and he displays the spoils from the monsters they defeated on their way there. Spreading the magic stones out on the table, Abel shows their size and color to everyone. The guild master is surprised and says they are air attribute magic stones due to their green color, but leaves something unsaid. He then adds that not only are they huge but also dark in color, and asks if they got them from wyverns. Abel confirms and says that Rio has just as many as he does. Still in disbelief, the guild master asks where they found so many wyverns. If they were near the city, they have to recruit every living soul to stop an attack like that. The warrior reassures him, saying they hunted them south of the Evil Mountains, and the master asks how they ended up there in the first place. The warrior then explains that their ship was destroyed and he ended up on a large piece of land from which they headed toward the mountains and found a wyvern nest. The guild master then asks if Abel intends to use his network of contacts to sell the stones without destabilizing the market, and Abel sheepishly says yes. Then Hugh says he can sell to a wide range of buyers, including members of the royal family, and that he can get them the money within 2 or 3 days. He then asks if they should split the profits 50-50, but Abel says no, that he only wants 40% and 60% should go to Rio. Rio disagrees and says it should be 50-50, but the warrior insists that he needs to repay our hero for saving his life and getting him back safely. Our boy was about to protest again when the guild master told him not to even think about tarnishing Abel's honor by refusing the proposed split. So finally, our boy gives in and accepts the terms, 60% for him and 40% for Abel. Meanwhile, at the reception desk, Nina is speaking to someone who doesn't seem to be listening as she asks them to wait. Then we see the hallway and the receptionist shouting for someone to stop because things aren't settled yet. We then see Rio, noticing something strange just outside the hall's door. A girl opens the door and is shocked. Her legs give out and she starts crying when she sees that Abel is alive. Smiling, the warrior then apologizes to Lynn for making her worry. Right after, a priestess and a tall warrior enter the room and Abel greets them, saying he's back. The priestess, her eyes filled with emotion, welcomes him back. The guildmaster, standing up, says they have a lot to discuss and that Nina and Rio will find the paperwork in his office. In whose office, he tells our hero to sit and asks Nina for the relevant papers to register Rio as a D-rank adventurer. Rio, a bit shy, asks the master if it's really okay for him to be ranked D, and the man reassures him that it is. He then asks our hero who wouldn't be convinced by the number of magic stones they brought back. Rio, still embarrassed, says the final blows were all dealt by Abel, not him. Hugh says he knows the warrior is skilled, but he also knows that no matter how talented, a warrior alone would never take down a wyvern by himself, which means our hero was strong enough to create the opportunity for Abel to finish off the beasts. In any case, our hero is certainly good enough to register as a D-rank adventurer. The guildmaster gives Rio a light, friendly punch and is quite surprised. He then says Rio is pretty athletic for a mage. Our hero explains that he used to hunt alone and had to train his body in case he ran out of magic in the middle of a fight or needed to run. The guildmaster says he completely understands what he means and wishes more young people today thought like that too. Right after, someone knocks on the guildmaster's office door and he tells them to come in. Nina enters the office with what looks like a crystal ball and says she brought the registration tool. Hugh thanks her and says he'll leave the paperwork to her. Telling our hero to follow whatever instructions Nina gives, everything will go smoothly. Nina takes the opportunity to formally introduce herself to Rio, saying she works at the Adventurers Guild of Lune. Our hero says it's a pleasure to meet her as well and thanks her for the hospitality. Sitting across from him, Nina says she needs to establish some basic facts first and asks him to answer a few questions. She asks for his name, occupation, and the attribute of his occupation, all of which Ryo answers correctly, except the last one, when she asks about his residence. Embarrassed, our hero says he doesn't have a residence yet because he just arrived in the city. She then explains that he can stay in the guild's dormitory for up to 300 days after registering, which should give him plenty of time to settle in. She also says the Dorns help new adventurers get to know each other, and he's free to leave anytime within those 300 days if he wants. As he picks up the paper handed to him, Ryo thinks Phi is still full of mysteries as there are no printers yet, but the quality and quantity of copies is incredible. Nina then asks if our hero has ever entered a dungeon, and he replies that he hasn't yet. She says the guild offers a monthly seminar about dungeons, and in addition, there are various free courses and seminars for beginner adventurers as well. She then recommends the dungeon seminar, and Ryo, very excited, says yes, he wants to attend the seminar. Smiling our hero's enthusiasm, Nina says the dungeon seminar will take place the day after tomorrow. She says the dungeon seminar lasts 5 days with a different topic each day, and she recommends that he attend all of them. Finally, she says she will fill out the form for him and tells him to be on the 3rd floor of the guild hall at 9 in the morning the day after tomorrow. Ryo then wonders if in Phi they measure time the same way as on Earth. Next, Nina tells him that he can check the time on the tower in the plaza and explains that the tower rings at specific times, including 9 in the morning. So our hero confirms that time is measured the same way as on Earth. Then the girl informs him that the interview part is complete and that now he only needs to do the registration, while Ryo asks what she means by that. Nina then points to the crystal ball she brought and asks our hero to place his hand over it. Our boy then places his hand over the ball and a voice says that he has been registered. Smiling, Nina tells him he can remove his hand from the crystal ball and thanks him. Shortly after, she hands the boy his guild ID card and informs him that if it gets damaged or destroyed, it costs 1 gold coin to replace it. While thanking her, our hero reads the card and wonders if he can collect points with it. A few minutes later, Abel's adventurer party enters the guild master's office, all of them smiling. The warrior then thanks Hugh for letting them use the lounge to talk and says they're heading out. Lynn then says they'll have a party at 6 in the evening at the Golden Wave to celebrate Abel's safe return, and she hopes to see Nina and Hugh there. Abel then turns to our hero and says he has no choice but to go, since he's the guest of honor. Ryo, still confused, turns and looks at the group. The warrior explains that the Golden Wave is an inn where they usually stay, and that he'll book a room for Ryo as well so he can drink as much as he wants. Then Abel finishes by saying that Ryo doesn't have a choice and can't say no to the invitation. A voice says the registration process is complete and asks if our hero has any questions. The warrior, excited, says he'll answer any question Ryo might have and tells them to head out. The priestess says she'll go to the inn to start getting things ready, while Abel tells Hugh that he's stealing Ryo from him. Our hero then turns and thanks Nina and the guild master for all their help. And Nina says that our boy is now officially a loon adventurer and informs him that she'll return to the reception desk while he thanks her. As soon as everyone leaves, the guild master kneels and shouts that he's so happy he could cry. Then he comments to himself how gloomy things got when they found out a bull was missing and gives thanks that he came back alive. He still can't believe the warrior ended up past the evil mountains because of a shipwreck and thinks that would have been terrible for them. He then decides that the warrior will no longer need to investigate the smuggling ring and that from now on, he won't send him on any jobs involving water or the sea. He mentally thanks Ryo again for bringing Abel back alive as he doesn't know what he would have done if he had returned. Next, he approaches a cabinet full of books and thinks he should inform someone that the warrior is safe. Then he walks over to the shelf and picks up a device that looks like a telephone. Meanwhile, Ryo and Abel walk through the streets of Loon, and the warrior says he'll give the promised reward for saving him and will buy clothes and a staff for him. He explains to our hero that he's probably attached to his leather clothes and sandals, but he'll make sure to get something that doesn't stray too far from the style he's used to. Our hero replies that Abel doesn't need to walk on eggshells because he knows it's not appropriate to walk through the city wearing only a leather loincloth. He adds that he's not attached to those clothes since he wore whatever he could find in the forest, so he'll be happy to wear whatever the warrior gives him. The warrior then breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing that and informs Ryo that he can pick out some casual clothes and a few more elegant ones. As they keep walking, our hero asks Abel why he would need a staff. While they're picking out clothes, he wonders if, even as a mage, he really doesn't need one. From inside the fitting room, Ryo explains that he doesn't. He's able to use magic without a staff. Abel mentions he's heard that staffs increase magical power and wonders what Ryo's abilities would be like if he used one. Still getting dressed, our hero comments that he's never used one, and if needed, he has his sword for close combat. Surprised, the warrior asks if he actually knows how to use a sword or if he's just talking about the knife he carries, not a real sword. Ryo wonders if he hasn't already talked about this with Abel. Then he remembers the conversation where he mentioned that being a wind mage, he would charge in to attack enemies, something he wouldn't say if he didn't use a sword. As they leave the shop, the warrior asks again if he really doesn't want a staff, and the boy replies that he doesn't need one. Rio adds that he wouldn't even know how to use it, and besides, he already has his sword. Abel agrees but points out that technically he doesn't actually have a proper sword. Our hero looks confused, shows his sword, and insists that yes, this is his sword. The warrior then asks if he really calls that a sword since he's always assumed it was just a dagger. Rio says that's not the real issue. The problem is that he doesn't even know the basics about the world. The warrior wonders why he says that, and our hero admits he doesn't know basic things like units of measurement or the length of a day. Abel comments that he always thought Rio was strange, but he didn't realize he had absolutely no common knowledge about everyday life. Our hero says the phrase, knowing you know nothing, explaining that admitting ignorance is a sign of wisdom, and in Rio's case, he truly knows nothing. The warrior spends some time explaining the basics of the world and tells him he doesn't have to memorize everything at once, but our hero manages to remember it all. Abel then wonders if, on top of everything else, the kid might be a genius. He suggests they leave that thought behind as they've just arrived at the famous Golden Wave Tavern and warns Rio to get ready to drink. As the sun rises in Loon, our hero wakes up the morning after the previous night's drinking. He thinks he's hungover because his head is pounding. He assumes Abel carried him to the room last night. That, along with the hangover, explains the state he was in the night before. And then scenes at the tavern show people with mugs in hand celebrating Abel's triumphant return. Rio and Abel drink and laugh, talking about how delicious the drink is and how perfectly it hit. As he descended the stairs, he remembered an old poem he once heard about tall grass surviving through the dreams of great warriors. He then sits in the tavern's common room and lowers his head, still feeling hungover. A lady walks by, greets our hero with a good morning, and tells him breakfast will be served soon and that he can sit wherever he likes. Rio thanks the lady and walks toward her, intending to ask another question. He then asks about the bill from the previous night, since he's moving into the guild's lodging, and the woman tells him not to worry. Abel already paid for everything. Surprised, Rio thinks about how kind the warrior is. After all, anyone who pays for others is already better than most. Not long after, he heads to the Adventurers Guild headquarters and tells Nina he'd like to follow up on yesterday's offer. She greets him good morning and asks how she can help, as he says he wants to know more about the guild's lodging. Nina explains that there are currently 30 people staying there, though some are in the dungeon and not everyone goes every day, so they'll still see people around. She adds that each room houses 6 people, and the common area is open to all. Since there's no one else in line, she offers to give him a tour. As they walk, she comments that she hopes he enjoyed the party, mentioning that everyone left happy, though Rio feels he drank too much. Nina recommends he stop by the guild shop for a detox potion to cure his hangover, and he admits he didn't know potions could do that. He then takes the opportunity to ask about the lodging rules, and Nina explains he can come and go as he pleases, with access to rooms, shared bathrooms, and a hall with a kitchen. She adds that there are no caretakers among the residents, and that everyone is responsible for themselves. Impressed, Rio asks if there were ever caretakers, and Nina replies that yes, there were, but that's a long story. The only service outsourced now is cleaning. She then says that a former adventurer runs a cleaning business in the city, and Rio comments that this is what adventurers do when they retire. Next, Nina informs him that he'll be sharing room 10 with Nils and Ito, who aren't there at the moment because they went to the dungeon together. Upon arriving at room 10, Nina shows the door where the nameplates are hung and says she'll put his up now as it's already ready. A bit shy, Rio agrees, and the receptionist hangs his nameplate next to the door. We see 3 nameplates hanging with the names of the room members and space for 2 more. A knocking sound is heard from the door downstairs. Someone gives permission to enter, and Nina looks outside and says they're both there. She leaves the room accompanied by our hero, announcing that she's the guild receptionist. With a smile in her eyes, she says that Nils and Ito are home today. Embarrassed, the shirtless boy greets Nina, and the girl says hello as well. Nina comments that the timing was perfect, as she was just about to introduce Rio to them. She asks them to take good care of him, and the boy takes the chance to introduce himself. The girl doesn't seem too thrilled about sharing the room with another member. The boy promptly introduces himself as Nils and points to the girl, saying she's Ito, and that both are happy to meet him. Nina says she'll return to the reception desk and reminds Rio not to be late for tomorrow's seminar, which should be easy since he'll already be sleeping there. As Nina walks away, Nils puts on a shirt while Ito watches him with a serious look. Now dressed, Nils comments that Miss Nina is very beautiful. Ito tells him to calm down, saying she knows everyone is in love with the receptionists, but he's definitely not in the race. Indignant, he explains that it's every man's dream to settle down with one after becoming famous, and she replies that those girls are promised to nobles, not to ordinary adventurers. Meanwhile, Ito tells him to forget about all that and says to our hero that they don't need to be formal, since they're roommates now. The girl then confesses that she was worried about who they'd end up sharing the room with, since eventually someone new would show up, and she's glad it turned out to be him. Nils agrees, saying he would hate it to have someone like Dan from room 1 as a roommate. Rio, a little awkward, says that kind of thing can happen when personalities are too different. Then Nils says he's a swordsman and that Ito is a priestess, and asks about Rio since he seems like a mage. Our hero, looking at Nils, replies that he's right, he's a mage. The boy says he heard Nina talking about the seminar and asks if Rio is going to attend, and he confirms that he is and that he'll attend all 5 days. Nils then says he's only alive today thanks to that seminar. Sometime later, someone knocks on the door of room 10. Nina then appears with a new person, saying he just registered with the guild and will be staying in the dorm with them. The boy introduces himself, saying his name is Ammon. The swordsman steps forward, saying his name is Nils and that the others are Rio and Ito. Nina informs them that Ammon will also be attending the seminar the next day and tells him and our hero to go together, then says goodbye and leaves the room. Nils looks mesmerized, saying how truly beautiful Nina is. Then, looking at Ammon, Ito says he seems very young and asks if he's already an adult. The boy says it's true, that he's only 16, but since his family passed away, he decided to become an adventurer to survive. The swordsman says they're all basically in the same boat, and that it's really cool that he and our hero are in the same class. Rio then tells Ammon that they're going to learn a lot over the next 5 days together, while the other two say they're heading back to the dungeon and wish them good luck in the seminar. Elsewhere, we see Lynn shouting at Abel, saying that something is impossible. The warrior replies that he doesn't like giving her bad news, but yes, it's possible. Lynn says she knows the Ice Wall spell, but it's impossible to cast it in mid-air and have it fall on enemies. She insists that it's impossible for any element, since no one can create magic or magical phenomena at a distance, only around themselves. Her other two companions say that Lynn is getting too worked up, and that if Abel says he saw it, then they believe him. Turning to her companion, Lynn says she knows she's right because it's common sense, and accuses her of agreeing only because she's attached to Abel. Rhea agrees that even light mages can only heal those near them and that it would be extremely convenient if they could heal from a distance. Abel says he's simply recounting events as they happened and that this is how they obtained the yellow magic stone from the golem. While observing the stone, his companions ask him what he's going to do with such a huge stone. Abel says he could sell it for money, but he'd have to say who he split the profits with, and things would get complicated once he mentioned Rio's name. He continues saying that just because he registered in Lune doesn't mean his loyalty lies with the kingdom of Knightley, as people will try to win him over for their own kingdoms. Lynn then says it's quite likely, considering that if even half of what Abel says about him is true, then he really is incredible. Abel gets upset upon realizing how little credibility he has with his friend. In any case, it's also possible that he might just leave Lune and end up in another city. Rhea says she understands, and if that happens, Lune would lose a vital resource, and by extension, so would the kingdom of Knightley. She continues by saying it would be terrible if he ended up in the Empire, while Abel replies that he wouldn't because the Empire doesn't suit Rio. His friend asks what he means by that, while Lynn states that the Empire is the only one capable of rivaling the kingdom, and the warrior says it's because of the name. He goes on to explain that Rio doesn't think the name sounds cool, so he decided he hates the Empire, and that's why he'll never end up there. Though not understanding, his friend changes the subject and tells Abel that they only took on regular missions and those they couldn't refuse, but they didn't go into the dungeon. The warrior says he understands and truly thanks his friends. Rhea says she's very happy that he returned safely, and that they split all the rewards into 4, so he should check the amount later. Abel is surprised and tells his friends to wait because now he understands what she just said. He says it's not fair since he wasn't there, and that it would be fine for them to split the rewards 3 ways, but his friends say no because that's how their group works. Abel says he just remembered that he also made money and still couldn't carry all the magic stones he collected from defeating the monsters on the way there. But then he says he got wyvern magic stones and asked the guild master to sell them, and as soon as he gets the money, he'll split his profits with them too. His friends are astonished and ask how he got wyvern magic stones. Lynn asks if by any chance Abel helped another group or something like that. Abel says no, and that he already told her before. There was a wyvern nest to the south of the Evil Mountains, and they had to defeat those monsters on their way to Lune because it would have been a terrible mistake to leave them there. Still stunned and trying to understand, Lynn says that what Abel is saying is that he and Rio defeated the wyverns, and he says yes. While Rio was throwing ice spears at their wings, he waited for the wyverns to fall and then struck them in the eye. While Lynn is still trying to grasp the idea that our hero used ice spears on the wings, Rhea explains that wyverns use an air barrier around their bodies. And Abel confirms that yes, they do use that barrier, but they definitely defeated the wyverns using that tactic. Lynn says she doesn't know how, since even Master Hilarion can't use such powerful magic, and Rhea agrees with her. Rhea then comments that she only knows one person who might match the level of magic Abel is talking about, the Inferno Mage from the Empire, but that's only legend. They say he burned 1,000 kingdom soldiers with a single attack. They also say he defeated a wyvern with one blow and wiped out a rebel force that had barricaded themselves in a city. Smiling, Abel says he definitely wouldn't want to meet the Inferno Mage on the battlefield. Then, more seriously this time, he also says he wouldn't want to meet Rio on the battlefield. The warrior thinks about how Rio can cast magic without chanting and how he said cool-sounding names, but even Abel knew he was making them up. Besides, making up cool names matched his personality. And on top of his silent spells, he could cast them really fast. He thinks that if he had to face Rio's ice wall, he honestly doesn't know if he could break through it even with his full power impalement strike. especially because Rio could still use his ice spears from behind the ice wall, and Abel can't think of a single thing that would let him win. All of this without mentioning what he said after they arrived in the city of Loon. He then remembers Rio striking a pose with his sword and saying he could fight someone in close quarters with it. Tired of imagining, Abel says it's not funny, and that even using magic, he still can't see himself defeating Rio. Moreover, with his close combat skills, his very existence is already an anomaly. And on top of that, there's still the Empire's anomaly, the so-called Hell Mage. Finally, Abel comes to the conclusion that making an enemy out of a mage is definitely not a good idea. On the 5th day of the Beginner Dungeons seminar, someone raises their hand and tells Rio to go ahead. Rio thanks them and asks if there's any teleportation device that lets him reach the last floor he cleared. Everyone then looks at Rio as he stands there, mouth agape. The instructor says that Rio is well informed, and yes, some dungeons do have that mechanism. He goes on to explain that the Loon dungeon doesn't have this feature, but for those that do, exploration resumes exactly where it left off. The instructor says that's what he knows, though he doesn't know the technical details, and Rio thanks him, saying it's no problem. At the end of the seminar, Amon walks ahead of Rio with a sulky look on his face. Meanwhile, Rio thinks he was right to guess that the Loon dungeon lacked that feature and that it's all good, while Amon says he's impressed. Feeling a bit awkward, our hero replies that it was just something he was curious about and that it wasn't a big deal. Suddenly, the gates make a loud noise as they open. Everyone enters what looks like a fortified room with iron bars. The instructor had already explained that every few years there's a monster breakout from the dungeon. He goes on to say that they built these bars to keep them from escaping into the city. He presents the double gates and explains that names, dates, and entry times are recorded when people go in, and if they don't return, they're considered missing. The instructor says he's already recorded all the students' names and entry times, meaning they're officially going in. Rio then notices something odd beside him. When he looks over, he sees Amon trembling and tells him to relax a bit, since he's clearly nervous. Our hero moves closer and tells him to take a few deep breaths, and after doing so, Amon says he feels a bit better. Still thinking the guy looks pretty pale, Rio reassures him, saying everything will be fine because they're all in this together. They then pass through the gates and enter the dark staircase, leading to the dungeon's first floor. Amon gulps and decides to start descending the shadowy stairs into the dungeon. When they reach the dark first floor, someone comments that the place is huge. The instructor explains that only weak monsters appear there, and they can explore, but if they don't return within 2 hours, they'll be considered missing. He adds that if that happens, the missing person will be temporarily banned from entering the dungeon again. Side by side, Rio and Amon move forward with their weapons ready. Suddenly, our hero senses that something is in there with them, while Amon, panicked, asks where. Rio responds that the target is 1 minute away, and he'll immobilize it with ice magic so Amon can strike it with his sword. He says they'll be fine as long as they stop the enemy before it attacks. Moving a little further into the dark cave, they hear a creature. In front of them appears a soldier ant, which Rio remembers seeing in the book the fake Miguel gave him. The beast then advances until it stands still in front of the heroes. Our hero says it doesn't spit acid, so the most effective method is to approach it from the side and decapitate it. Amon confirms that he understands and prepares to step to the side. Looking at Rio, Amon says he'll do his best. Our boy then begins casting his ice magic and tells Amon he's starting the attack. He stretches his hand forward and begins chanting his spell. Water bubbles start forming above the soldier ant as our boy commands the power of ice to pierce his enemy. Then countless ice spears rain down on the soldier ant's body, pinning it to the ground. At the same moment, Rio shouts for Amon to flank the creature and cut off its head. Amon confirms and starts running to the side of the creature. Using his speed, the swordsman strikes with his blade and severs the creature's head from his body. Our hero throws his arms in the air and celebrates, while Amon, still not quite understanding what just happened, stares in shock at the soldier ant he just defeated. Amon shouts to Rio, saying he did it, while Rio congratulates him, telling him he did very well. Rio approaches the ant and says they'll take its magic stone to commemorate Amon's first dungeon battle. Amon, in disbelief, asks if he's really sure about that. Rio replies that he is because they're adventurers, and that's how they earn their rewards in dungeons. The swordsman then says he'll keep that in mind and asks if it's not best for them to head back to the meeting point. Our hero says that the slugs will consume all the defeated beasts and clean up the dungeon, and he thinks that the best way to build confidence is by having a successful experience. Mugs are raised in the air as they celebrate having found and defeated a soldier ant on their first dungeon foray. Amon, mouthful of meat, says he only landed the finishing blow thanks to Rio, who stopped the beast so he could strike. Our hero then says the boy's swordsmanship was excellent, and that he doesn't need to be so modest. Nils chimes in, saying it doesn't matter who did what matters is that they celebrate either way. Then, after eating and drinking, Ito and Nils say their team will explore the dungeon over the next 2 days and ask what the boys plan to do. Amon says he wants to keep exploring the dungeon and will try to find parties to go with, asking whether it's easy or not to find people willing to explore. The boy looks a bit discouraged with the idea of teaming up with random people, while Rio silently mulls something over in his mind. Then our hero turns to Eamon and asks if he'd like to explore together up to the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Clearly excited, the boy says yes, that he'd love to form a party with Rio to explore the dungeon. Eto admits she's curious why ants are on the 1st floor when it usually only has bats, and Nils says they've encountered ants there before. The girl remembers and says it's true that over the last 6 months, the guild has been receiving reports that ants have been spotted on floors 1 and 2. The swordsman wonders why that's happening. Nils says it happened to them a while back too, and mentions that the dungeon still hasn't been fully mapped. Someone approaches the table where our heroes are chatting. Abel appears behind the boys and says the ants are showing up because they dig tunnels that let them move up and down between floors more easily. Rio tells the warrior it's not cool for a veteran to mess with rookies like that. The warrior responds that he was just honestly answering the newbie's question. Abel then asks if there are heroes' roommates as he introduces himself properly, saying Rio is strong but has personality issues. Our hero responds that if Abel is trying to provoke him with that nonsense, then he accepts the challenge, while Nils wonders if he's heard the name Abel before. Then he remembers he's Abel of the Crimson Sword and stands up to introduce himself as Nils, also a swordsman, emotionally asking the warrior for a handshake. Abel says that's fine and tells the boy to do his best, but to remember that survival is the most important thing for adventurers, then shakes Nils' hand. Rio asks what he does, while thinking how easily the warrior says wise things and shakes hands with others and wonders if that's why he's so popular. The warrior says his last job took him away for a while, so he only got back recently. Just then, Lynn shouts upon seeing Abel, saying that's where he'd been hiding, while Ria says they still need to report to the guild master. Abel, clearly annoyed, says he wasn't hiding, he was just helping the rookies with their questions. Lynn then apologizes to our hero and says she's stealing Abel away from them, asking Warren to grab the warrior. Warren reaches out, but Abel quickly says he's got 2 legs and can walk on his own. Ria apologizes again and says they still have matters to handle at the guild, and Rio says it's fine, while in the background Warren grabs Abel and drags him off. Being carried and dragged by Warren, Abel shouts to Rio that he's a traitor, while also yelling at Warren to stop ignoring him and put him down. Everyone at the table stared wide-eyed at the scene that just unfolded, while our hero watched with a smile on his face. Eamon then remarks that it was an excellent performance. Nils, with a bright sparkle in his eyes, shouts how incredible Abel is in his view. In Loon's dungeon, we see the double security bars on the 1st floor. Next, we descend to the 2nd floor, seeing torches along the walls. Rio tells his ice to pierce his enemies. Then ice spears emerge beneath the beast's feet in front of him, pinning them to the ground. Eamon then prepares his sword attack against the paralyzed beasts. The swordsman brings his torch closer to the bodies of the defeated beasts while Rio follows. Our hero says the swordsman did an excellent job, and the latter thanks him for the compliment. Rio then says he has an idea and that for the next battle, he would like to go one-on-one. He also says that an uninjured opponent provides a greater challenge, and that he will only injure the wolves' front legs, to which Eamon agrees. Then the swordsman asks our hero if he is absolutely sure about that, while Rio asks why. Eamon says he is grateful for the training and the company of our hero, but asks if that's enough for Rio, who tells him not to worry about it. He also comments that the boy's fighting style resembles Abel's and asks if he learned from someone in his old village. Eamon is surprised to be compared to the warrior and says yes, he learned from a former adventurer in his old village. He says he used to call the man Grandpa Kiro, and that he studied in a famous martial arts school and worked very hard on his farm. He then apologizes, saying that's all he can remember. Rio says you grow much stronger when the fundamentals are deeply rooted in your bones and adds that's how Abel is. They then begin moving again through the 2nd floor of the dungeon. As they proceed, the swordsman asks how our hero knows so much about martial arts despite being a mage. Remembering his training with the Dullahan, he says he had a teacher who taught him, even though he had his own style, so he doesn't know that much about the subject. Eamon then says it's amazing that he can be both a swordsman and a mage. But then he notices that Rio doesn't always carry a sword with him, so Rio draws his sword and shows it to the swordsman. The swordsman is surprised when he sees our hero's sword glowing faintly in the dungeon. He then asks what it is, and our hero says his master gave it to him, and that it's a sword specifically made for water magic users. Upon seeing the sword, Oman notes that it's made of ice and says that of course, without being a water mage, one wouldn't be able to wield an ice sword. He adds that he's never seen anything like it before, as Rio notices 2 smaller wolves approaching. The swordsman then prepares for battle again. The smaller wolves detect them and charge toward the boys. Rio says he'll injure one of the wolves' hind legs and that after that, the swordsman can strike. Then he casts a water jet and 2 small ice spears toward the wolves. One of the wolves is hit by the water jet, while the other is struck in the hind legs by the small ice spears. The wolves then leap away, recovering from the attack, while one of them, bleeding from the legs and panting heavily, stares at Eamon. The swordsman stares back at the smaller wolf and begins to approach the target in a fighting stance. Rio watches intently as the wolf and swordsman face each other. He notes that Amon's fighting style doesn't leave openings for the enemy to strike, but he gets concerned about the boy's stamina. He also thinks that stamina is something anyone can work on and improve through training, and that it's something the swordsman can develop. And then he remembers that he himself hasn't been practicing his runs while training magic lately. He hasn't trained even once since he left his home in the Rondo Forest. Then, panting heavily, Amon says he managed to defeat the smaller wolf, and Ryo, with a smile on his face, congratulates him. Our hero then surrounds the two of them with an omnidirectional ice barrier from floor to ceiling to keep them safe. He says it's not easy for beasts to break through the ice barrier he summoned, so they can rest for a bit. Amon drops to the ground and breathes in relief, still panting from exhaustion. Ryo says there's no need to rush or push too hard and tells the swordsman to drink some water. Now more rested, the boy says he's never seen an ice barrier so thin, and that it's practically transparent. Then our hero explains that it's the impurities in the water and air that make ice look cloudy, like people are used to. He also says that if they could eliminate all the impurities from the water, they could make transparent ice without magic, but in this case, it was made with magic. Amon says water magic is amazing, while Ryo thinks to himself that he's doing his part to raise the status of water mages. The swordsman reveals he didn't imagine it would be so exhausting to fight moving opponents, and our hero asks if he hasn't fought beasts before. Then Amon says he only has experience fighting monsters in groups of several humans against a single beast. Ryo says now he understands the difference between fighting in a group and fighting a monster alone, that doing it solo is way more stressful. He also says that the swordsman's fighting style wears him out very quickly. He goes on to say that if he improves his fighting style, he'll get hurt a lot less, and that he just needs to train his stamina to get better. Then he says running is the best exercise to improve stamina, and that practicing strikes is good for building arm and shoulder strength. Amon says his master taught him exercises and stances to train every day. Ryo says that if he sticks to all of that with discipline, every day, it'll help him grow a lot. He then shares that he traveled with Abel for a long time, and that even though he's a prodigy, he used to wake up early and train every day. Surprised, the young swordsman is impressed that even Abel had to train daily. Amon, looking down, then says maybe he doesn't have the talent it takes to be a swordsman. So Ryo says he'll tell him what the strongest champion he knows once said when asked what talent really means. Talent is the ability to keep moving forward, that perseverance is what makes you strong, and then he asks the swordsman if he wants to keep going or give up. The swordsman, fired up, says he won't give up, and that he'll keep trying. And the next day, with the morning sun rising into the sky, inside room 10, Ryo is crouched beside a bed, while we see all the other beds are empty. Next, we see Amon panting and sweating heavily. Hito and Nils watch from a distance as the swordsman continues his run outside. Then the boy asks the girl if they'll have to run now too, and she confirms that they will. Ryo, who was finishing getting ready and had just reached the door, saw both of them heading outside as well. Seeing what was happening, he brightens at the scene and hums happily. Next, we see a bag being dropped heavily onto a table as someone says it should be enough. Nina says she has a good book collection and asks someone which books they're interested in buying. Our hero Ryo answers that he'd like some books on alchemy. The city of Lune has 2 libraries, one in the north and one in the south, with the southern one being closer to the Adventurers Guild and having more beginner-friendly books. The bookstore had 3 books that interested our hero, but they didn't lend books. It only sold them. The first one Ryo wants to buy is a collection of alchemy recipes, but it costs 10 gold coins and he only has 5 at the moment. He then remembers he got the magic stones from the wyverns he defeated, so he decides to go back to the guild for now. Humming happily, Ryo walks through the streets and thinks that the magic stones sold for a good price and that he won't need to work for a while. Not needing to work to have money are words that have never felt so good to think about. Then Ryo notices something strange and looks up at the sky. Everyone in the street stops what they're doing and looks up at an incredible solar eclipse beginning to unfold. Our hero thinks he didn't know this kind of event happened in this world. As the sun continues to be eclipsed, someone near our hero wonders aloud what's going on. Suddenly, Ryo feels like something has happened, something he didn't expect. Then he stops and stands completely still in the middle of the street. Our hero wonders if he's been thrown into some kind of void or something similar, like the setting of a fantasy world. He feels as if everything around him has disappeared and wonders if he's the only person in that emptiness. He then thinks that if he makes any movement, he might alert others nearby, and he can only think of one thing to do. So Ryo exhales and moisture forms in the air around him. Next, he activates his magic and uses the moisture in the air to trigger a sort of sonar. That moisture eventually hits something and our hero detects someone who seems human size but slightly different. Our hero decides to attack using his powerful 10-layer ice barrier. 10 massive ice barriers instantly appear in front of Ryo in quick succession. Suddenly, a voice appears in our hero's mind, wondering if he's caught a human. Our hero then thinks that whoever it is, they broke through his ice barrier and must be strong, but they're still 200 meters away. He then wonders why the voice of whoever it is sounds so close. The voice returns, impressed, saying that Ryo is an excellent specimen. The boy remains still using his sonar, waiting to see what will happen next. We are then shown the source of the mysterious voice. It belongs to what appears to be a demon woman with curved horns. The woman says the ice she encountered is formidable, praising Ryo's magic. Our hero is then able to visualize her and wonders if she is an Akuma. Suddenly, a massive wave of fire is launched toward our hero, roaring with a deafening sound. The boy wonders if he'll be able to stop such force, while the woman smiles as she attacks him with her magic. Ryo creates an ice barrier in front of him to try to protect himself from the incoming attack. After a few seconds, he wonders if the attack is over. Then the barrier in front of him shatters, shocking Ryo. As the barrier breaks, a spear of air is launched directly at his heart. The spear hits him squarely, sending our hero flying several meters from the impact. Our hero manages to recover and thinks that was a close one. The woman using this moment to approach him says that her air spear couldn't pierce the boy. Staring at Ryo, she says his cloak belongs to the Fairy King and maybe that's why her attack failed, adding that he still defended himself well. She then says that in that case, she'll have to cut him down herself. Realizing the Akuma's intent, our hero begins to draw his sword. In an incredibly fast movement, the woman appears in front of our hero with her sword drawn, ready to land a fatal strike. Ryo barely dodges in time and has little room to react as she's already following up with a second attack. Both begin clashing swords with fierce intensity. The woman smiles as she attacks and parries blows from our hero. In the midst of their exchange, both choose the same moment to cast magic, touching and beginning to gather power. This causes an explosion and both are knocked back, stopping their flurry of attacks. She then takes the opportunity to say that our hero can cast spells incredibly fast and calls him a monster, to which our hero replies that coming from her, he'd rather not be called that. She then realizes he can understand her and says he has become very dangerous. We then see a massive explosion as the Akuma says she'll have to kill our hero. As they continue exchanging sword strikes, Ryo wonders if she wasn't already trying to kill him before. Amidst the sword fight, our hero conjures an ice spear and hurls it at the Akuma. The woman quickly defends against it as if it were nothing. While she defended, our hero used the moment to conjure countless ice spears around her. To no effect, as both stare at each other while the mist left behind by the water magic begins to clear. She then asks our hero if that's all he's got, and the boy replies, not even close. Ryo then conjures a barrage of ice spears and hurls them mercilessly at the Akuma. Next, he uses corrosive water jets against the woman, who raises a barrier to shield herself from the attacks as water falls from the sky. Using all this power and water magic, Ryo causes rain to pour down upon the Akuma, soaking the entire city. The woman stares at our hero, satisfied that she managed to defend against all of his attacks, standing in the rain he caused. Then she notices something strange about the falling rain just as our hero utters the word boil. The Akuma begins to howl in pain as the rain hitting her skin starts to boil, burning her flesh. In agony, she screams in pain as she focuses on her counterattack. A large explosion erupts around the Akuma, forcing our hero to retreat so he won't be caught in it. Then Ryo stares intently at the Akuma, starting to grow tired and pant. The woman says that, unfortunately, her time is up and that she can't remember the last time she enjoyed a fight this much, and Ryo tells her to leave, noticing that she has regenerated. She looks at him and says he enjoyed it just as much as she did, and that she has no control over the space created during the eclipse, while our hero just watches her cautiously. Then she introduces herself as Leonor Uraka Albuquerque and asks for our hero's name, to which he responds by calling her Akuma. She's surprised and says she should have annihilated him even if it costs her final breath because he knows her true form. Leonor then says she doesn't have enough time and that he can't be easily destroyed, so she bids him farewell, saying they will meet again. Our hero clearly doesn't want a reunion with the Akuma and makes that very clear to her. The woman tells him to stop saying that because with the power he has, he'll definitely run into her again or someone like her, and tells him not to die to the others. Then she says she wants to kill him and that next time they meet, she'll be much stronger. And with that, she says goodbye to our hero. Ryo, as if waking up from a dream, returns to the same spot in the city where he had been before being cast into the void. He then wonders if he's really back or not. He looks for a bench and sits down to think about what just happened. He manages to breathe a sigh of relief and thinks that somehow he survived. Then he remembers the last time he almost died in a fight, when he faced the killer Water that used magic nullification to attack him. But against Leonor, she dodged and destroyed his ice spears like they were nothing. Then a sudden pain in his chest catches his attention. He remembers that's where he was struck by Leonor's air spear and thinks he must have been hurt. So he thanks his master for giving him the cloak, because without it, he'd probably have a massive hole in his shoulder, even though the cloak doesn't have a scratch on it. He presses his lips to the spot where he's hurt and immediately regrets it. Remembering his battle with Leonor, he wonders if what she was using to attack him was magic, because it was ridiculously powerful and her speed was absurd. She could strike and retreat in under a second, as if she were using air magic to move faster. He recalls her mentioning that her time was running out and assumes it must have been because of the solar eclipse. Ryo also realizes that maybe that space only existed during the eclipse, and that their fight didn't damage anything in the city, only the two of them. So he thinks there's a lot about what happened that he still doesn't understand, but right now, there's no time to dwell on it. He needs to buy the alchemy book and return to his room, and also do some research on Akumas, even though the false Miguel didn't know anything about them. Then he remembers asking Abel about Akumas, and he said he only knows about demons, not Akumas. He figures Abel must be some third son of a noble, and if even he doesn't know, finding information about them in this world will be tough. Our hero gets up and decides he'll go buy the book and return to the dorm. Sometime later, as our boy returns to the dorms. Upon arriving at the room, he sees no one there and wonders if they're still training. Nils, panting heavily, says that if he weren't so exhausted, he'd easily knock everyone to the ground. Then a group of 5 people says to him that there's nothing quite like the cry of a beaten dog. Ito says that's a beautiful line coming from people who ambush them. Then one of the men says she must be joking, asking if they're going to expect monsters to announce their arrival or to stop attacking when they're tired. He goes on to say they have to be ready for anything. Rio was walking nearby when he noticed something strange coming from his left. The man gets close to Nils and says he should be glad this fight isn't real. The warrior then starts cursing at the man, while Rio says that really, those who let their guard down only have themselves to blame. Ice spears shoot up from the ground toward the men's backs. The one near Nils then notices what's happening to his friends. Stepping into the scene, Rio asks if the guy wants to know what happened and explains that he made ice spears pierce his friends from behind. The guy starts trying to curse at our hero, but Rio interrupts him, saying you should never let your guard down. He then asks if he was supposed to warn him before attacking, like he told Nils to do with monsters. Next, our hero says that this is what they get for being lazy, while Nils complains that the whole situation is a pain. He also says they've been doing running training every morning and that from now on they'll do it on weekends to save their energy. Rio calls out to the guy who's been standing there like an idiot the whole time, while Nils says his name is Dan and that he's from room 4. Recognizing Dan, our hero asks what his next move will be, if he's going to run away with his tail between his legs now that his friends were caught off guard. Dan then draws his sword and says he'll never back down. He charges recklessly toward the boys. Rio steps aside and strikes Dan in the ribs with the hilt of his sword. Dan curls up in pain while our hero returns to his friends. Our hero thought he would hurt Dan a lot more if he'd hit him with his hands because of the armor, but he still caused serious damage just using the sword's hilt. Rio then says he was at death's door earlier, and maybe the adrenaline from that fight is still running through him, and asks Ito to heal his wounds. He then shows her the bruise he got from his battle with the Akuma. Ito says the injury looks bad, but at least there are no broken bones, though she can tell the blow he took was harsh. She adds that if it had been closer to his heart, he could have been taken out, then cast a healing spell on our hero. It then says that this is what barely escaping death looks like, and he's just happy to be alive, while Ito asks what he fought against. Smiling, our hero says he'll tell them some other time. Dan from room 4 is still crouched down, writhing in pain from the blow our hero gave him. Rio then thinks about how he was cornered by Leonor one moment, and now he's showing off against F-rank adventurers. The contrast is kind of ridiculous. Later, in the bathhouse, Nils thanks our hero. He goes on to say that if he hadn't shown up when he did, it would have been humiliated, and Aemon says he moved really fast, at least for a mage. Our hero says mages these days can move like that just fine, and Nils tells Rio to stop teasing Aemon like that. Everyone laughs together as they relax and enjoy a well-deserved bath. The Kingdom of Knightly is one of the cities in the central province, and Lune is the largest border city to the south of the kingdom. This is the Adventurers Guild canteen. Nil says that he, Aemon, and Ito are forming a party for the dungeon the next day and asks if Rio wants to join them, but our hero apologizes and says no. He then says there's something he wants to do in the city. Nil says that's fine. He kind of expected that answer. Rio managed to start his career as a D-rank adventurer right away, and defeating Dan from room 4 so quickly only confirmed what his roommates suspected. The power gap between them is huge, and dungeon expeditions are usually much easier when a strong adventurer is present, but that ends up causing a lot of stress for both the stronger and weaker party members. That's why the guild recommends forming parties with people of similar strength. And our hero came from outside. Usually, those just starting out as adventurers aren't considered particularly strong at the beginning. He was one of the rare exceptions. Even the guild couldn't have predicted someone like him would move into the dorms. The next day, Monday, his friends say goodbye to Rio as they head off to the dungeon. Our hero plans to practice his magic control and stamina by running around the city walls. The day before, Leonor's powerful spells had outclassed Rio's, but his spellcasting speed was better than hers. That's exactly why he wants to use his magic faster and with greater precision. He needs to keep improving his strengths and training his weaknesses until they're no longer weaknesses. Despite that, he felt she was absurdly faster than him. He remembers that Leonor crossed several dozen meters in an instant, and she probably used wind magic to do it. Rio wonders how he could do the same thing, but using his water magic. He thinks he can shoot jets of water from his feet, but he'd need a way to launch himself from his back without breaking his neck. Maybe then he could release a jet from the back of his neck too. That might work. Thinking further, you have to release a water jet along his entire back, and he could also freeze the ground while flying forward. so he freezes the ground in front of him and thinks that the maximum number of water jets he can use right now is 256. Then he focuses to test his theory. He releases the water jet from his back, but it doesn't have the effect he expected. He kneels on the ground and says that he lost, eventually to something or someone. He also thinks that maybe he just can't do it now, but if he manages to release 1,024 water jets, maybe he can. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Nils tells Ito that hunting goes much faster and they have another swordsman with them, especially against goblins. Eamon then says goblins are easier to defeat than smaller wolves because they're slower. Nils suggests they take a break and recommends licking salt and drinking water, and Eamon brings up that something was said about the salt yesterday, but he doesn't remember what. While Ito performs for healing magic, Nils explains that drinking water and licking salt is a tradition from his village, supposedly something to do after sweating. Ito says she doesn't like how Amon's wounds look, while Nils sits down to rest, saying that this time was a close call. He continues by saying that goblin archers shouldn't exist on the 5th floor, and now that he knows they do, he doesn't feel comfortable going further, and Ito agrees. They'll return earlier than expected, but they manage to loot more than usual, even when splitting the spoils 3 ways. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild Hall, Nils shyly greets Nana. She asks if they wrapped up early today, and stammering, Nils says yes and starts to compliment her. Hito then steps in and explains to Nana that they came back early because of a goblin archer on the 5th floor of the dungeon, showing the magic stone in her hand. Nana confirms that the magic stone is indeed from a goblin archer, as she examines it in the girl's hand. Nina says she'll inform the guildmaster and update the section record so others will know, saying she hasn't seen a report like this in years. Nils starts to say something to Nana again, but Ito interrupts once more, saying they need to sell the magic stones they collected. While the guildmaster is filling out some paperwork, someone knocks on his door and he tells them to come in. Then Nina enters and informs him that news just came in about a goblin archer on the 5th floor of the dungeon. The guild leader stops what he's doing and shocked asks what she said. He then says archers should only appear starting from the 10th floor, and Nina confirms the report. Our guild leader says this must be a sign and asks her which B-rank adventurer groups are currently in the city. Nina then informs him that the Crimson Swords and the White Brigade are in town, while Hugh asks if that includes Phelps and his brigade. She also says they returned 2 days ago and are still in the city, and the guild leader says she should make sure both groups are at the guild within an hour. Abel says that even the White Brigade has been called and that he's not good at dealing with them. Rhea asks how he can say that considering they've known each other since childhood. Lynn says all Abel ever does is complain and that he should follow Warren's quiet example once in a while. Then the Crimson Swords group arrives at the guildmaster's door and knocks while a voice inside tells them to come in. Phelps, Heinlein, and Shenna, captain and vice captain of the White Brigade, greet Abel as he enters the room. Abel greets them back while Phelps says Abel always greets them so stiffly. The guild leader says they probably already know why they were called and thanks them for coming, adding that it concerns the arrival of goblin archers on the 5th floor. The warrior then asks the guild leader how sure he is about that, and the latter replies that he's 100% certain. He then shows the magic stone the goblin archer and says that 3 F-rank adventurers encountered goblins on the 5th floor, and one of them was an archer. Abel responds that the future looks promising if an F-rank group managed to hunt goblins even with an archer among them. The leader then explains that it was Nils' group who found the goblins and says they were lucky that he's a level-headed adventurer, one of the bright future ahead. The warrior then asks if that's the group made up of Rio's 3 roommates. Hugh says yes, Nils, Ito, and Eamon, and adds that he had no idea Abel knew them. The warrior then says he met them briefly, and that they'll definitely become good adventurers, since they understand how important it is to stay alive. Then Phelps, the leader of the White Brigade, interrupts their conversation, saying, so that's it. That goblin archers were confirmed to be on the 5th floor, and what does the guild leader want them to do about it? He then requests that the Crimson Sword and the White Brigade head into the dungeon, and check whether another Great Surge is about to happen. The Great Surge is an event where the monster population explodes and beasts that shouldn't appear on upper floors start showing up. So the guildmaster says he'll pay 100 gold coins now and 200 more once they return. Abel then prepares to ask a question, just for peace of mind. He asks if all they have to do is check whether another Great Surge is coming. The guildmaster says yes, and that if they confirm a Great Surge, they should return immediately. He says the plan is to use the double barrier to stop the monsters from reaching the city, then defend with the knights and prepare a counterattack. Next, he says he wants them to enter the dungeon tomorrow morning, and that he'll block new adventurers from entering in the meantime. He adds that the staff from the other guild branch near the dungeon entrance will stop anyone else from going down, and asks if they accept the job. Abel says that the Crimson Sword accepts, and Phelps as the same for the White Brigade. Then on Tuesday, a little after 9 in the morning, someone asks if they receive additional information because of their report. That someone is Ammon speaking with Nils, and Nils says the guild put up a notice based on their report. Ammon then wonders where Rio is and remembers that he said he was going to the library. We then see the announcement posted by the guild stating that starting Tuesday, dungeon expeditions are suspended until further notice. A cloudy day in the city of Loon, Tuesday, a little after 9 in the morning. Ryo decides to try his luck at the Southern Library, hoping to find books about Akumas and learn more about this world, since he lives here now. Meanwhile, Emon, Ito, and Nils are standing in front of the guild's bulletin board, reading the news that dungeon adventures are suspended. Ito then says they must have gotten more information after their report. Inside the dungeon, Abel meets with Phelps, and after seeing the number of people, asks if 20 is only half the White Brigade. Phelps says yes. He left all D rank and lower adventurers in the city and only brought C rank and higher, and says they're ready to move at any time. Surprised, Abel looks to the side and says even the guild master is there too. The master says he mentioned yesterday that he would stay at the branch near the dungeon entrance, since he'll need to make quick decisions when they return. He then tells them to get going, while Abel asks to wait a moment. Abel says he has a bad feeling about the first floor and asks Lynn to use her wind magic to scan it. Lynn says she will and then casts her spell into the air. Sometime later, she turns and says there are more than 100 monsters on the first floor alone. Phelps shouts that the Great Search has already begun. The Guildmaster then yells for everyone to run to the top of the stairs and alert the Knights' barracks to call for help. After everyone runs back through the doorway, a massive metal door shuts behind them, blocking the entrance to the stairs. A man says that everyone has retreated to the top of the stairs and that the entrance has been successfully sealed. He then looks to the side in fear as beastly claws bend the nearby grate. We then see countless goblins flooding the halls near the entrance. A battle scene follows where a goblin shouts loudly at our heroes. Phelps tells them to use long-range magic and arrows, and that the vanguard will protect the mages and archers from enemy spells and projectiles. Arrows fired by our heroes strike the enemies, and many fall defeated along the way. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, Nina uses her megaphone to announce that due to the Great Tide, beasts are invading the city, and that long-range attacks are now authorized. Next, we see a row of archers atop the dungeon gate walls preparing their arrows, while Nina reminds them to stay hydrated. Inside the dungeon, Abel says it looks like it's just goblins and some archers, that this will be a battle of endurance, and Lynn says they'll have to defeat them to reach the bosses. The warrior then says it seems like it's only goblins this time and that they won't stop coming until they kill the general, who won't show himself easily. Soon after, a goblin mage appears and someone shouts for everyone to be careful because magical attacks are incoming. A warrior then spots the guildmaster and urges him to head to the dungeon's north wall. Meanwhile, at the north wall, many warriors are entering to clash head-on with the goblins. The guildmaster, seeing the scene, wonders if the knights have already run out of arrows. He then says to join the knights, that together, they can crush this goblin wave with ease. An earth mage begins chanting his spell and asks the earth to be his shield. A stone wall rises in front of Phelps, protecting him from the attacks. The same mage shouts that the goblins will be defeated soon and that mages will start appearing. Phelps then cuts in half one of the beasts, crossing the path of his spear. Abel, exhausted, plunges his sword into the ground in the face of so many goblins. Warren, close to the warrior, hurls goblins into the air with his massive shield. Our warrior then defeats another goblin archer, smiling faintly. He then tells everyone to hold on just a bit longer. The defeated goblin in front of Abel begins to lose its vital essence, while a noise starts building in the distance. Phelps then stops and stares at the far end of the first floor, as does Abel. Behind the fallen goblin, 3 goblins appear, each much larger than normal, and Abel looks at them with unease. With 3 goblin generals appearing and the sheer number of goblins already defeated, it can only mean one thing, that deeper in the dungeon, there is a goblin king. The existence of goblin kings has been reported before. They typically appear every few decades, command thousands of goblins, and are capable of destroying entire cities. And since they already know there are more than 10,000 goblins in this dungeon, the existence of one should have been obvious, even though none has ever been born in a dungeon before. Abel then tells Phelps that he has no idea how strong a goblin king really is and that he wants to defeat the 3 generals before the king shows up. He says he'll take care of one, while the leader of the White Brigade handles the other, and the third will be left to the rest of the groups. Then Abel jumps with a swift motion toward one of the goblin generals. He delivers a close-range blow to the goblin, but it doesn't seem to affect the enemy much. A mage casts a fireball between Abel and the beast, breaking the melee engagement. Abel manages to create some distance and begins thinking about his next move. The goblin then launches a fierce attack at Abel, who dodges to the side with skill. He and Phelps then coordinate their strategy, both with the grin of warriors who love to fight. The leader of the White Brigade delivers a spinning attack at one of the goblin generals. Seconds later, he seems to notice something different coming from the back of the first floor. Abel, noticing the same thing, shouts for everyone to get down. Then a massive white lightning bolt strikes the 3 goblin generals from the waist up. Our 2 warriors duck and cover their ears as the lightning blasts over their heads. Right after, one of them asks if that's the Goblin King as a monstrous beast appears, also wondering if it just tried to eliminate them along with its generals. Abel thinks to himself about what that attack was, if it really was magic, and realizes that the opponent only moved his arm and didn't chant anything. He decides it's best to stay close to him. He then shouts that he and Phelps will engage the beast. As they get close to the Goblin King, our warrior is startled by the monster's attack coming toward him. He shifts his sword to the side and manages to block the Goblin King's strike. Feeling the weight of the Goblin King's blow, Abel struggles to maintain his defense while Phelps sees an opening. Phelps then strikes the beast's arm with his spear while it's attacking Abel. The monster seems to feel the blow from the White Brigade's leader and roars at both of them. Meanwhile, Abel keeps his eyes fixed on the beast. The two unleash a brutal barrage of strikes against the monster, fighting with great effort and determination. The beast appears to be taking heavy damage in the battle against the two powerful warriors. In a moment of carelessness, Abel trips on the ground and curses as he falls. Taking advantage of the opening created by Abel's stumble, the Goblin King charges at him to strike. Our warrior shouts for Phelps to duck. The White Brigade leader runs toward our warrior, calling out to him. Abel then chants his combat technique, Absolute Shadow. The Goblin King continues his ferocious advance toward our heroes. As it reaches Abel, it begins to ready a punch attack. When it gets close enough, our warrior uses his perfect piercing sword technique and hits the Goblin King squarely. While delivering the blow to the beast, he calls out to Lynn to attack while he holds it in place. Lynn and Warren, from a distance, see the giant beast Abel is fighting. Right after that, our warrior chants his Absolute Shadow combat technique once again. Then we see the city in the distance as the impact of Abel's technique sends wind and dust sweeping over it. Returning to the dungeon, we see a large dark mark on the ground, and Lynn looks extremely shocked. The Goblin King, with a massive dark wound on its chest, drops to its knees before our great warrior. The White Brigade leader, Phelps, approaches Abel and sees the beast kneeling with a dark pool around it. Our hero is in complete disbelief at the scene before him. In the tavern, people are packed together celebrating something that Rio doesn't yet know. Everyone cheerful, mugs raised. Eamon spots his friend and tries to get his attention to join them. Our boy walks over to them and Nils immediately says he's going to eat enough for a whole week while Eamon greets him. Eamon, happy, says Rio arrived just in time for the start of the party and that he can eat and drink whatever he wants. It's all in the guild. Soon a delicious plate full of food is placed in front of our hero. Nils, cheerful as always as he's late and tells him to grab a mug and a plate from the side and eat as much as he likes. Still not understanding anything, our hero finally asks what the celebration is all about. They explain that a great surge happened today and he learned about that during the seminar. It only occurs once every few years. Then Rio realizes that since they survived the Great Surge, everyone is celebrating the victory. In his thoughts, our hero just wants to make sure he grabs a plate before the boy keeps telling his story. After a while, Nils starts telling how amazing Abel was in the fight, that he's just as skilled with a bow as with a sword, and that he almost defeated the Goblin King on his own. Our hero wonders why he almost defeated the Goblin King alone. Then the other continues explaining that it was Lynn who landed the final blow, but only because Abel was holding the beast and shouting for everyone to attack. Rio says it would have been bad if the king had been pierced by Abel, and from what it sounds like, it was a wind spell, one that's hardly ever used, that ended up taking down the Goblin King. Eto, who had been sleeping next to Nils until then, wakes up and says it was a spell called Bullet Rain, a very high-level magic that's rarely used. Nils jumps in surprise and looks at Eto, who, a second later, falls back into her food coma and sleeps again. Our hero comments that the name Bullet Rain sounds cool, and Nils agrees, saying it fires dozens of invisible blades and he's just thankful none of them hit Abel. And then a voice chimes in, saying the only reason he wasn't hit was because he dodged them with his combat arts. Abel then appears beside the boys in his heroic pose. Rio asks what combat art is, and the warrior says it's a fighting technique. Usually used by swordsmen, the technique Absolute Shadow helps them dodge magical and long-range attacks, and once again, Rio thinks the name is really cool. Abel knew our hero was going to comment on the name. Laughing, our hero says that Nils was praising Abel for his heroism in battle, while the other boy didn't know where to hide his embarrassed face. The experienced warrior says that Nils and his friends were essential, running back and forth to reload the archer's arrows, and without them, they would have lost. The boy, all proud, stands tall, trying to hold back his excitement. Abel says that in any case, they could have won more easily if Rio had been with them, and asks where he was, and our hero says he was at the library. Rio then says he's glad he didn't steal Abel's moment of victory, while Abel tells him to shut up. Lynn and Ria arrive, saying they finally found Abel, that they knew he'd be with Rio because he was terribly worried about the boy. Embarrassed, Abel says it's not like that, and that he was just saying how much easier the battle would have been if our hero had been with them. Ria then says there's a message from the guildmaster. He'll be reporting to the Margrave tomorrow at noon, and Abel will have to go with him. Rio then teases Abel, saying that's a grand reward for his excellent performance in battle. Our warrior says it was Lynn who delivered the final blow, but the girl tells him to stop trying to dodge responsibility. She says the only reason she managed to land the spell was because he pinned the goblin to the ground with his sword, saying that she turns to Rio and says there's something she wants to ask him. She then says that Abel told her he could summon extremely tall ice walls from a distance and asks if that's true. Smiling, our hero says yes and tells her he can create walls up to 40 meters high in the sky above him. Lin, eyes wide, starts to say something while Rio mentions it was hard at first and that he had to train a lot to get to that point. While she's still surprised, our hero turns to the side and tells them to stop what they're doing because it's dangerous. Then a senseless discussion among young adults breaks out as something is knocked over on the floor and they ask for a cloth to clean it up. 5 days pass since the Great Tide Battle. A group of 5 hooded individuals walks past Ammon on the street and he instantly recognizes them as the research group. Meanwhile, Nils stands in front of the mission board at the guild headquarters. Sadly, he says there's nothing on the board. Nina, standing beside him, apologizes. She says that over the past 2 days, all E and F rank missions have been taken and the purchasing department has requested that they stop issuing those for a while. Awkwardly, Nils stammers while telling Nina that he knows it's not her fault, but the guild's purchasing department. A bit too loudly, the boy thanks Nina for the hard work she's been doing while Ito and Ammon show up behind him, a bit embarrassed. Rio was walking nearby at the time and they explain that they came to get missions and why there aren't any, then ask if he was looking to buy something. Our hero says he was trying to buy magic copper to practice his alchemy, but the purchasing department isn't selling. He was planning to get it on the 5th floor of the dungeon, so he's not too worried, but all the shops in town that might sell copper currently aren't. Edo asks if there really is magic copper on the 5th floor of the dungeon, and Nils asks if it's not too expensive, to which our hero replies that it is. The last time Rio saw one the size of his fist for sale, it was 500,000 florins or 50 gold coins. Ito explains that the guild doesn't get along with alchemists as they don't buy magic copper, which makes the product's price inside the city skyrocket. So Rio makes a proposal to the boys, asking if they'd accept a mission from him. He says you can find magic copper in a place near the city, at the abandoned mine near the village of Rusi, about a half-day walk from there. Then he proposes to pay 4 coins per person and 25 for each fist-sized piece of copper, but the condition is that everyone returns safe and sound. The boys promptly accept the mission and Ammon says the conditions are great for them. Rio does the math and notes that it's still cheaper than buying it directly. He also points out that this mission isn't from the guild, so it won't help with their rank, but they say that's not a problem. Soon the 3 friends head toward the abandoned mine. Of course, our hero could have gone himself, but he wanted to help his roommates earn some money, since he already has plenty, and he doesn't want to just hand it out. While they were off collecting magic copper, he could practice his alchemy using materials he could buy in the city. At the northern bookstore, unlike the southern one, the books found there were more specialized and less general or broad in knowledge. We then see Lin walking towards something, a special engraved door that guards the restricted archives accessible only to people authorized by Margrave and B rank or higher adventurers. In those archives, there are many materials and texts that are not to be shown to the public, including high-level spells from every element and forbidden magic. After some time researching, Lin thinks that it's not listed there after all. But she had to be sure there were no spells that created ice walls from a distance. In the Central Nations, all spells used by mages and their incantations are cataloged in books, including the one she used to defeat the Goblin King. In addition to the incantations being long, high-level magic requires an experienced and seasoned mage, or the spell can consume and destroy its user. That's why those books are kept away from the general public. But even so, she still couldn't find any record of the spells Rio has been using in combat. Spells are created by reciting incantations and the corresponding magical effects occur. Anyone with magical aptitude can cast them that way. As they grow more familiar with magic, they start progressing from basic to intermediate and advanced spells. But there is original magic, the kind that requires no incantations, and thinking about Rio, she compares it to a water element version of the explosive fire mage. A fire mage famous for using incredibly high-level magic no one had ever seen or heard of before. She can't understand how magic can be used without incantations, and original magic is even less understood. A woman then appears from the shadows behind Lin, saying it's been a while since they last met. Lin starts to turn around to see who had arrived so quietly. She quickly notices a long, thin sword hanging from the woman's waist. Then she recognizes the only B-rank member of the Wind group still in the city of Loom, Sarah. Lin smiles and greets Sarah. The girl then asks what Lin is doing in such an unexpected place. She says she was researching something but couldn't find anything and mentions she heard Sarah was away on some missions from the capital. She confirms and says she was indeed away, but she came back yesterday. She then says goodbye, mentioning the librarian is waiting for her. Lin, frustrated, thinks she might as well head home too. From room 10 of the Adventurers Guild dorm, you can see the courtyard and training area. While Nils, Ito, and Ammon were out on their mission assigned by Rio, our hero was experimenting with new formulas until he finally managed to create his first antidote. Having made his first antidote, suddenly someone shouts near our boy, asking him to stop. Rio pauses what he's doing and looks to the side, alert, wondering what the shouting is about. We then see Dan from room 1 saying the girl clearly doesn't like it and telling the guys to leave her alone. One man is holding the young woman, saying she can serve drinks for them, and if she's good, they might keep her around while they're in the city. Rio sees the scene in the courtyard through a low window. He thinks they're knights trying to take advantage of a young woman who just became an adventurer around Ammon's age, and he notices Dan standing nearby. The men say that if she lives there, she must be a new and broke adventurer, and that they could help her out. She could keep them company for the night. While the girl screams and refuses, Rio thinks he'd rather not have to intervene. He also thinks there are probably plenty of places in the city where they could go to get their fun. They could have just gone to one of those. Dan then yells at the men, saying the girl said no, and if they didn't stop pushing her, they were going to get beaten up. One of the knights pays attention to Dan and asks him to repeat what he just said. He lets go of the girl, who runs toward Dan and says he's going to teach the adventurers a lesson in manners. The girl runs behind Dan, who protects her, and 2 other adventurers join him. The knight draws his sword and says he's not going to kill the boy, that it's just a lesson, and that Dan should be grateful for it. Dan then faces the knight with another adventurer at his side. Tense, he waits for the moment the knight will charge at him. Suddenly, the knight flips in the air and lands face first on the ground. Dan is in shock, not understanding what just happened. The knight curses while trying to get up and tells the adventurer not to move. Then, raising himself a bit more, he says he'll teach the adventurer a lesson. And once again, he falls to the ground, this time on his back. One of the knight's friends asks Dan what he did to his friend. The boy says he didn't do anything, and that the man is just falling to the ground on his own. Shaking him with rage in his voice, the knight tries once more to get up and leap toward Dan. But again, he falls face first on the ground, unable to stay on his feet. The boy remains in shock, watching the man try to get up and beat him down, only to fall each time. The knight's friends stare, frozen, just like the adventurers, all watching without understanding what's going on. Rio watches calmly from his low window. Then Phelps, the leader of the White Brigade, appears and tells them to stop the show. Dan recognizes Phelps immediately, while the knight finally manages to stand. He then rudely asks who the long-haired man is who just showed up. Phelps says that they act like this and still dare to call themselves Knights of the Realm, that they should be ashamed of themselves. The knight, filled with anger, says that an adventurer is trying to teach them about manners when someone interrupts him, telling him to shut up. Phelps says this has nothing to do with being an adventurer. It has to do with being a knight, and that he should act like one. The knight says that no one stands against the Knights of the Realm, and that if they want, they can have the leader of the Adventurers Guild banished from the city. The leader of the White Brigade says yes, he is an adventurer, but he also happens to be a noble of the realm. He then says his name is Phelps A. Heinlein, heir of the Marcus Heinlein family. One of the knights looks at the other in fear upon hearing the name Heinlein, and the other says that the captain of the Royal Knights is named Alexis Heinlein. Phelps then confirms, yes, that's right, the current head of the Marcus Heinlein family, his father. The knight who had fallen retreats to his friends. Then Phelps yells for them to stop dragging the name of the Royal Knights through the mud and to get out of his sight. The boys who were there thank the warrior while he says it's all right, no need to thank him. That the actions of those knights made him angry, and he praises Dan for his attitude, telling him to take the girl back to her friends. Rio had still been watching from his low window as the adventurers began to leave. Then Phelps sees him at the window and asks if he's Rio, and Rio says yes, that it's a pleasure to meet the warrior. He says he's the leader of the White Brigade and that he had heard about Rio from Abel, but that it's true, Rio uses some interesting magic. Our hero, Mata, says it's fine. He doesn't have to bring it up if he doesn't want to. Phelps then says all he saw was the knight trying to charge the adventurers and falling to the ground like a fool, all thanks to Rio. Then bowing to our hero and thanking him in the name of the adventurers of Lune, Phelps begins to lean forward, but Rio tells him there's no need, that he has a history with Dan, and that Dan wouldn't have accepted Rio's help even if he offered it, so he had to do something discreet to assist. Phelps then reinforces that, just as Abel said, Rio is truly interesting, while Rio wonders what Abel has been saying about him to others. The leader of the White Brigade says that Abel mentioned our hero during the Great Tide celebration, that he kept saying how much easier it would have been if Rio had been there with them. He also said that it's hard to impress Abel enough to make him talk so much about someone, and that he knows Rio was the one who helped the warrior get to the city alive. And that losing a bow would be terrible for the entire city of Lune, and he's very grateful for Rio helping to keep him alive and bringing him back. Then a woman appears at the door and tells the leader that it's almost time for them to leave. He thanks Rio and apologizes, saying he has to go, but that he'd love to talk more another time. As he watches Phelps leave, Rio says he's tired, though a happy smile appears on his face. Our hero thinks that both the woman who came to get the leader and the leader himself are quite strong and wonders if it's really okay for the heir of an important family to be an adventurer. Sometime later, in the Grand Hall of the Adventurers Guild, someone remarks that it's rare to see him dining alone. Our hero says his 3 friends are out on a mission at the abandoned mines, and that even if he sat with Abel, he wouldn't pay for his food. And that actually, as the veteran, Abel should be the one paying for Rio instead, while Abel, flustered, says he has no intention of buying anything for rich rookie adventurers. Rio then says Abel is a cruel friend, and that he's overreacting. Our hero says it's rare to see the warrior dining alone in the middle of the Adventurers Guild, and asks him where the other members of his party are, while Abel says just because they're in a party doesn't mean they have to be together all the time. Rio chuckles and says he gets it. Then he reveals that he knows why Abel is alone at that moment. Abel tells him to go ahead and say why he's there alone. Our hero says it's because he's going to visit the red light district, and Abel calls him an idiot and clearly gets very nervous. He immediately tells Rio to never say that out loud again, because you never know who might be listening. Rio then says that walls have ears and doors have eyes. Abel replies he's never heard the part about doors having eyes and insists he wasn't planning to go to the red light district. Our hero says he knows that's a lie and that he knows Abel regularly visits a certain girl, to which Abel shouts nervously that it's not like that and tells him to shut up. The boy says that if Abel wanted anything with Lynn, people would start calling him mean nicknames. Abel then accidentally blurts out that Lynn belongs to Warren and immediately covers his mouth, realizing he let something slip that he shouldn't have. Rio then says it's a pairing of extremes, but as long as there's love, height doesn't matter. Thinking more carefully, our hero begins calculating, and if it's not her, then it must be the other girl. He asks Abel if he's planning to hit on Ria, and Abel, extremely flustered, tells him to stop talking. Rio then thinks to himself that he feels sorry for Ito, who won't even get a chance to express her feelings in the end. Our hero also finds himself thinking that since he came to Phi, he hasn't felt attraction or desire for either men or women, and that he's okay with that. Then Rio asks Abel if he's doing alright eating only one meal at night, and the warrior says that 2 meals would be a bit much. Our hero says that he'd only need to move around a little more, while Abel looks confused. Then Rio says he'll need to do more exercise at night before bed, and Abel asks if he's secretly working for the red light district. Ray responds no while smiling. He says he could be working to stop shady merchants and take their money to give to the poor, while Abel says that's still robbery, even if it's for the poor. Our hero then says the warrior has no sense of humor and decides to stop joking for now. Then Abel says that one of the researchers is a royal member and not all the knights in the escort are good. He knows some of them show up there at night and he wants to catch them. Rio then says he understands, though he clearly looks like he doesn't. He asks how they'll find those knights, and Abel says it's simple. They'll walk around the city, and if they see them causing trouble, they'll beat them up. Our hero says that's a surprisingly solid plan. It's nighttime in the city of Loon, and the full moon shines high, lighting everything. At the Adventurers Guild, someone shouts, outraged, asking what madness is going on. That these people show up and demand all the food from the guild and still plan to enter the dungeon starting today, even wanting to break the protective seal. And on top of everything, they're demanding that adventurers serve as their personal guards. Then the guild master ends his speech by saying that even jokes have their limits. A deadly silence follows between the 4 members in the room. Clive Staples, president of the Central University of the Kingdom, says the king appointed Count Harold Lawrence as the leader of the investigation, and that they have a letter granting them full authority. He then shows the letter to the guildmaster, who picks it up from the table. Reading the letter, he says that it does indeed state the guild must provide all necessary support to accommodate the group, but that he can't give away all the guild's food, just as the man was about to thank him for understanding. Clives then asks if the guild master knows the meaning of the word accommodate. The guild master retorts by asking Mr. President Clive Staples if he knows the meaning of the phrase as much as possible. Then, Arthur Verisis, court mage advisor, asks both men to stop arguing and reminds them that they are all important leaders of the kingdom. He also says that he agrees with Hugh that they should request all the guild's food, and they'll figure something else out, like requesting supplies from neighboring towns. Hugh agrees and says that would help a lot if they did that. Clives then gives in and says fine, he won't bring up the food again, but he won't give up on the dungeon being unlocked for them to enter. Hugh says they don't know what's happening inside the dungeon, and opening it under these conditions could be fatal. The other man replies that the research team was created specifically to examine the dungeon. After a few seconds, the guildmaster says it's fine, but on the condition that they go at their own risk, and he'll ask them to sign documents acknowledging this. Clives is clearly annoyed by the guildmaster's requirement. Hugh then says that if Clives doesn't like the condition, then he won't open the dungeon. Arthur tells Clives that they don't have another option. He then suggests to the guildmaster that it's okay if they hire adventurers. They still need money to survive after all. The guildmaster agrees, saying they can accept or refuse at their own risk, but warns them not to forget. No one has any idea what goes on inside a dungeon after a great tide. They might find things never seen before, and they should proceed with caution. Meanwhile, in another part of the city of Loon, Rio tells Abel that there's something he'd like to ask him. He says he didn't find what he was looking for in the southern library and wanted to go to the northern one, but doesn't know if there are any restrictions, while Abel explains a few rules. The warrior says the adventurer entry card is black and that Rio shouldn't have trouble getting access. He just won't be allowed into the restricted section. Rio is surprised to learn there's a restricted section, while Abel asks him how lucky he feels to have started as a D rank in this city. Our hero then pauses and asks how popular Abel is in this city, since he seems to be greeting people on the street all the time. Our boy starts to notice something to his left as he says that many adventurers were at Abel's welcome back party. Abel, ignoring Rio's question, asks him what he's staring at so much. Then our hero tells Abel to be quiet as he watches something closely. Pointing at a group walking by, he tells the warrior that those 4 people didn't attend Abel's welcome party. Laughing, Rio says maybe Abel isn't as popular as he thought, while the warrior says he doesn't care about being popular. Abel explains that Lune is the only central city with a dungeon, so a lot of adventurers come from other places, and Rio says that group did look pretty suspicious. The warrior says he didn't see anything suspicious about the group. One of the group members seems to notice they're being watched and turns around. After a while, our hero says maybe they really weren't invited to the party, and Abel says they're not from around here and probably weren't. Rio breathes a sigh of relief, telling Abel that now they know his popularity isn't dropping that much in the city, while the warrior says he doesn't care about that. As they talk, they walk into an alley behind the strange group they saw earlier, and the sounds of combat break out, then go silent. Rio then says it wasn't very nice of that group to attack them just because Abel is popular, as the group now lies defeated on the ground in front of them. The warrior then says that our hero is just jealous of his popularity. Our hero replies that no matter how much people mess with him, that doesn't justify attacking them outright. While Abel kneels to search the pockets of the fallen men, Rio says he doesn't like stealing money, and Abel replies that he's looking for their ID cards. The warrior then finds something interesting and says it looks like an alchemy tool. Our hero gets excited and says he wants it, but the warrior refuses. Rio then asks why, and Abel says it's because it's evidence. According to the card, the man's name is Gamingham, and he's a C-rank adventurer from the guild in the city of Jakalia. Abel then says that Jakalia is the capital of the Alliance and that something strange must be going on if Alliance adventurers are showing up around there. He then says they should hand the men over to the guards, while Rio jokes that every now and then Abel does something good. Abel says he always does good things, but our hero says he heard Abel had been telling everyone how much easier the Great Surge would have been if Rio had been there. Abel looks surprised and asks how he found that out. We then see Phelps leaving an inn and walking calmly through the streets. However, he is being closely followed by someone. His pursuers position themselves behind him and begin to draw their swords. One of the knights says it's time for Phelps to pay for the humiliation he made them suffer that morning, and that even if he's strong, he won't be able to handle all of them. The knights draw closer to the warrior with their swords unsheathed. Phelps still doesn't seem to notice that he's being surrounded by armed men. Then, as if sensing something, he closes his eyes. In the next moment, the knights leap at Phelps in a surprise attack, but they all suddenly freeze, not understanding what's happening. They realize their bodies won't move. One of the knights notices something in his leg, something like a needle. Then suddenly, from behind the knight, Phelps asks if he really thought he could defeat him. In shock, the knight realizes that the needle in his leg is what's stopping him from moving. Then a woman says that Lord Phelps let the knight's outrageous behavior slide, and that trash should be burned until it turns to ash. Then stretching out her arms, the three knights turn into pillars of fire before her. She then turns and continues walking alongside Phelps. Phelps tells Sheena the mage that she did an excellent job. Returning to the scene with the adventurers from Jakalia, one of them is still conscious. As he starts to get up, he wonders what the hell just happened and says those two guys were ridiculously strong. He says he can understand that the guy with the crimson sword was powerful, but wonders who the mage was, saying they never stood a chance. The other man from the Jakalia group seems to notice something near where they are. He wonders if something is burning nearby, seeing the light and smoke. Then as they get up, one of them says the whole situation turned into a complete mess, and that it'd be better to just go back to their rooms at the inn. While the rest of the group gets up slowly and in pain, what seemed to be the leader is already walking. He then turns around and tells them to hurry up and get moving. As he turns back to face forward, he comes face to face with Sheena walking right in front of him. She seems to notice him out of the corner of her eye. The man freezes, recognizing the mage from the White Brigade. As she passes, he starts trembling and whispers an apology under his breath. The mage continues walking ahead and goes on her way while he remains frozen in place. Sometime later, he screams out, asking why this city has so many monsters just walking around everywhere. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.
Thank you for the follow.
Son. There's a reason why Dr. Doom.
Did Kittle just kill Adobe Illustrator? It's not looking good. Not looking good.
T-shirt help desk.
All right, guys, this is Adobe Illustrator. Now, guys, when I really started taking designing t-shirts seriously, this is the program that I used, okay? Illustrator was the first version of Illustrator many moons ago, all right? So the program is very dear, and I think that, well, I used to think that it is for t-shirt design like the best. However, things change.
That change is Kittle.
So let me show you the main thing about Adobe Illustrator. Adobe Illustrator is a vector-based program, okay? So what does that mean? What it means is that if you go into this, it is filled with these anchor points and these arms or levers right now, okay? And this is the basis, right? This is where all the magic happens. Everything that you see, let's zoom in close right here, is a series of anchor points, right? That you can move and shape. And they give you all of these curves right here. Or you can go in and get rid of the curve and have an angle, all right? Now, guess what? This is Kittl. And guess what you can do over here? Let's go in. This is the same Piggy. All you have to do is just double click on it. And oh, what is that? Let's go in a little bit closer. You get the same exact anchor points. And you could play with them, manipulate them. You can take these arms and levers and you can do all type of stuff. And you can hold down your Option key. Boom. You can do the same exact thing. All right, so this is Kittl. And you can go in here. We're going to grab our little Piggy Wiggy. And we're going to go and we're going to click right here. And you can go in. Of course, you can change the color, right? But let me show you something now. You can go right here, right? And you can see this is the rectangle tool. And you have a whole bunch of tools here. Let's go right here. You'll see rectangle, ellipse, polygon.
Visit
you can go crazy.
page at.
This is pretty much a circle, but we're going to do a rectangle. So we're going to take a rectangle right here, and you can go right here. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. And once you can go right here,
just grab the little dot and pull it in.
Play, and you could change the corners. You can go in and change the corners. Now let's go over to Illustrator. Illustrator, you pretty much can do the same thing. You go right here to rectangle. Boom. Same thing. But look at all of these pre-made templates that you get. All right. You can also do, as I showed you, you can also do AI, right? And come up with all type of images right in here. You can't do that in Illustrator. Okay. You can't just bring something in. Let me show you something else. We want to turn this one right here. We want to turn it back black. And
up to now, you ain't show me anything that, you know, change everything.
This week, you might not have heard, but there is a revolution against the West brewing in Africa right now. And this one man from Burkina Faso is the reason why. Let me introduce you guys to 37-year-old Ibrahim Traore. He is the second youngest head of state in the world right now, and what his supporters say he represents is simple: African independence. Because here's the truth: Africa is the richest continent in the world in terms of resources, from gold, diamonds, and oil to cobalt, lithium, and rare earth materials that power your smartphones, my camera, our electric cars. Yet at the same time, most African countries rank among the poorest in the world. So what's up with that? Well, partly, and remember, there's many reasons for one thing to be true. One of the reasons is that for over a century now, multinational corporations and foreign powers, well, they've been extracting Africa's wealth without building long-term prosperity. Couple of examples for you. Mining contracts often send up to 90% of profits abroad and leaving behind environmental devastation. Foreign companies often win billion-dollar worth infrastructure deals like to build roads, airports, and railways, but then rather hiring locally, they import workers and send profits profits home. France has even charged former colonies so-called colonial debt and still controls 14 African countries' currencies through their CFA franc. And there is like endless examples of this, and I'm not even talking about the new wave, which is the tech industries. And they are just scooping up all of the lithium and the cobalt to transition to green energy, while the African countries themselves rarely get more than a cut of the raw material price. And this is where Ibrahim Traoré comes into the picture. You see, Burkina Faso is a former French colony, and when he rose to power in 2022, he began accusing France of neocolonialism, which in other words is when a country is still kind of trying to control the other, but now through more hush means than just directly. So things like propaganda, government destabilization, coup attempts, assassinations, things like that. So when Traoré came into power, he made a whole bunch of major changes. He ordered French troops to leave the country, ending military agreements with them. He banned the use of British and French colonial-style judicial wigs in effort to decolonize their judicial system, although this is largely symbolic since Burkina Faso in particular doesn't necessarily use them. It's more like Kenya, Nigeria. But he's also been making changes far larger than banning wigs. He started cutting ties with foreign companies involved in Burkina Faso's infrastructure development, like roads, airports, like I mentioned before. And now he started replacing them with locally equipped and trained workers, also buying almost 1,000 road building machines for them to use. He's introduced policies to boost local control over food production and processing. He's pushing for greater state control over their own energy, particularly electricity, so they reduce dependence on foreign suppliers and improved access. And then, this is probably the clearest statement to the West yet, he's been buying back a number of the country's major gold mines. And buying back being the key word because they were previously owned by foreign entities. And the thing is, he didn't just take it back with force, with military control, he bought it. He paid $80 million for 2 of the country's gold mines. He called the purchases a reclaiming of national wealth from exploitative foreign ownership. But the story gets crazier, right? Of course it does, because what started in Burkina Faso is now become something much bigger. They have now joined forces with Mali and Niger to form the alliance of Sahel states, basically saying, we've got each other's backs and we're all done with Western influence. Niger themselves ended an agreement with the US that allows the US troops to operate in their country. Ivory Coast and Senegal are now also pushing to remove foreign military bases. And a former Nigerian senator described Traoré's actions as the spirit of a continent yearning to be free, dignified, and prosperous. And I think that is exactly why we are seeing it slowly transition from one country in Africa into Africa as a whole. Because a major question that many of these countries are still asking, and increasingly asking, is why is a country that's so rich in resources and literally powers the world so poor themselves? Now, here is the major problem with this, because we've seen this before. We've seen revolutions in Africa and they haven't turned out well. For example, and this is a pretty crazy one, back in the 1980s, Thomas Sankara led Burkina Faso with almost the exact same vision Traoré has now. He started rejecting foreign aid, nationalizing roads and railways, and called for a true African independence. And you want to know what happened? Just 4 years later, he was assassinated. His policies were reversed, and those French firms regained contracts for roads, railways, and ports in Western Africa. So, is Traoré walking that same dangerous path? Well, we don't know, but there are reports that he has survived 19 assassination attempts in just 2 years. However, it's important to note that not all of these claims have been verified. One of the most widespread reports, which is also very hard to verify, is that the head of his security was apparently and allegedly offered $5 million to kill Traoré, but he rejected it. We don't know who offered him that money, and we also don't even know if this is true. But this is what's so tricky in these situations, because it's very hard to differentiate between valid geopolitical criticism and straight up lies and propaganda, especially if you're from the outside looking in. For example, earlier this month, General Michael Langley, the head of the US military in Africa, accused Traoré of using Burkina Faso's gold reserves to benefit his military junta at the expense of his population. Now, Traoré's supporters were not pleased with this at all, and crowds of protesters started gathering and chanting, "Long live Captain Traoré." Now, one of those people who turned up at that protest, a musician named Osibi John, said something that probably represents represents a lot of what his supporters believe. He said, because Colin Powell lied, Iraq was destroyed. Barack Obama lied and Gaddafi was killed. But this time, their lies won't affect us. It's also important to know, and this is probably a factor when it comes in with propaganda and what side to believe and what side not to believe. While Burkina Faso is severing ties with the West, they are also strengthening ties with Western enemies, particularly Russia. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, they're not gonna like that. Now, it's only fair to note that Traoré does have his critics. Some people call him a dictator because he did rise to power in a coup. In fact, Burkina Faso has had the most coups out of any African nation. Technically, he was never elected by the people. In fact, he's postponed elections. He's also known to crack down on dissent and critics, saying no country is ever developed under democracy. And he's also banned pretty much all Western media. So it leaves you questioning, is that because they have genuine criticism that he wants to silence? Or are they actually pushing colonial agendas in the country like he accuses them of? There's also this huge wave, and this one's kind of just hilarious, but these false claims made online, not by Traoré himself, but by his supporters. They're making claims like he's paid off all of Burkina Faso's debt, that he's already made healthcare and education completely free. And then there's also bizarre, there's all of these AI-generated videos of musicians like R. Kelly, Rihanna, Justin Bieber, Kanye West, Eminem, Beyonce, all singing songs about him, when of course, they haven't. Point is, there's a lot of videos about him making false claims, and it's not him saying that, but it makes this whole situation really, really tricky to be like, what is real, what is not. But either way, this is an incredibly interesting topic that I would love to hear your thoughts about. What do you think? Is this just another dictator grappling for power, or is Traoré the man to ignite a long-needed change for Africa? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I will see you real soon.
You always have some kind of nonsense going on anymore.
What's up, space pirates? This is your Admiral, the decidedly debonair Dr. Disaster. And I know there are a lot of people out there who do their gaming on consoles. Unfortunately, I'm one of them these days until I get my PC upgrade, but there really is no substitute for gaming on PC. It is simply the best.
We're not worthy! We're not worthy!
Steam is obviously the superior gaming platform. Modding on PC is easier, the whole experience is just better, but one of the most important parts of gaming on PC these days is the fact that games on Steam don't have an overbearing overlord dictating ridiculous things, preventing a game like Stellar Blade from reaching its full potential. Microsoft, for example, infamously told people developing games on their platform to avoid curvy female characters, and Sony, who has Stellar Blade's developer Shift Up under their corporate umbrella, they handed down orders to censor parts of Eve's outfits, because in the eyes of these progressive shitlibs, this is how female characters should look on screen.
I really feel like a fool.
Look nice, son.
Well, yesterday, a trailer for the Stellar Blade PC release accidentally got dropped onto YouTube before getting hastily taken down, but not before it was captured and circulated on social media, and we found out a few things. First of all, the game is releasing in almost exactly a month, so a lot sooner than a bunch of us expected, and more than that, according to some images from the trailer, it appears that the censorship that was present in the original PS5 version of the game has been undone to at least some extent. A version of one of the outfits is being reverted back to its original form, which, as long as this remains in the version that we eventually see on Steam, this tells us definitively who was responsible for the PS5 version of the game's censorship.
It was me! You nasty little worm.
Alright, me hearties, make sure you hit the like button on this video, share it with your friends, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet, and also, please consider supporting this channel by becoming a member. I'm working on a space pirate cartoon that members will have early access to, among other upcoming projects, and currently, members have access to the audiobook version of the first part of my novel, The Darkest Heritage, which has been well received thus far. We can't just complain about culture, it has occurred to me. We have to provide alternatives. So, if you want to support this sort of venture, then consider becoming a channel member for as little as $5 per month. But anyhow, let's talk about Stellar Blade and the removal of the censorship of that game. As I'm sure a ton of you remember, last year when Stellar Blade was released on the PS5, there were a lot of sewer creatures from the HR departments of the world who slithered out of their lair long enough to screech about Stellar Blade being harmful to women. They hated the fact that Eve showed off skin because, let's just be real here, these things are jealous whenever someone else soaks up male attention. There was a bit of a coordinated campaign from the gaming journalists who attacked Stellar Blade for a variety of reasons, not the least of which being the depiction of some graffiti on a wall which said "Hard R," which some people took to believing was a racial slur. But anyhow, Sony buckled under the pressure and Shift Up was made to censor things. The hard R was removed, and several outfits in the game were made to cover Eve up. As a result, a shitload of gamers who normally would have supported this game because Stellar Blade generally represents what we want to see in gaming, but anyhow, a bunch of people refuse to purchase the game because they are strongly against censorship, and I respect the hell out of that. I personally ended up buying the game, but I get why someone wouldn't, and a campaign was started in order to pressure Sony to undo the censorship called Free Stellar Blade. It got a ton of signatures, and Sony then tried to compromise. They showed a little more skin in a few of the censored outfits, but it still wasn't back to the original costume. It was a half measure. Well, now it looks like we might actually get access to the uncensored outfits after all. Grums over on X posted saying Stellar Blade PC appears to have at least one outfit uncensored, and he quote tweeted a person who included some images, including one image from the accidentally released Stellar Blade trailer, and the person wrote, "Mu-Tan Peony costume has been uncensored, big win, may bode well for the others." And then let's look at the images included in the tweet. This is what the outfit looks like on the PS5 right now, with the leggings added in order to cover up skin. Here is what it was supposed to look like when Stellar Blade first came out, and here is how the image appears in the trailer for this PC version. As you can see, it looks like the outfit was fixed. So, once again, I will throw this out there. If you are looking for reason number 200,312 that PC gaming is superior to console gaming, well, there we have it. Sony and the other console platforms are just overbearing caretakers. They are too concerned about maintaining their brand. They are precisely the sort of bozos who will kneel before the woke mob and capitulate because they are too afraid to even attempt to withstand journalists saying something unflattering. These are the people who have facilitated the takeover of the gaming hobby by people who don't actually give a shit about gaming. They just want to make sure that those of us who do enjoy gaming are doing it according to their politically correct standards. But the thing is, there has been talk for a while now that the PC version of Stellar Blade will sell better than the version on the PS5, which is wild, considering that the game is now over a year old. That hardly ever happens, that a game with a delayed PC release outsells the original release. And if this happens, then this is likely due in no small part to the censorship of the game on the PS5 version. Gamers don't like that, and honestly, this may end up costing Sony a good chunk of money. The thing is, when a game gets sold, the platform where the software is sold takes a percentage of the sale because, of course, they aren't going to host these games for free, nor should they. Usually, it's about a 25% cut, though Steam is rumored to take closer to 30%. So you gotta think, when Sony sold digital copies of Stellar Blade last year, they were getting 100% of the money spent on the game since the software is theirs and it was being sold on their own platform. But now, with these mountains of copies that are going to sell on Steam, well, let's just say that Gabe Newell is going to be able to buy himself a new yacht pretty soon if he wants to. Of course, he already could, but that's beside the point. Steam is going to make a lot of money that Sony decided they didn't want. But anyhow, I'm going to leave it there. What do you think about all this? Drop your contempt for the prudish censors at Sony into the comment section below, and we will talk there. Thanks for watching me, Hearties. If you haven't already, your Admiral is inviting you to subscribe to the channel and become a part of the crew. Life as a space pirate may not be glamorous, but there's always plenty of booty.
A man looked at the skies and commented how the enemy was being serious, seeing dragons flying around. He couldn't believe they had sent so many powerful dragons just to fight one person. Then he understood. This was what they meant by using sheer force of numbers. He felt like he should welcome them, so he decided to face them head-on. With a snap of his fingers, a giant golem appeared. He called it the Barrage Steel Golem Orchestrion. He told the golem it was time to start moving. Now here's a bit of history from 15 years earlier. A woman known for her stunning looks took the title of Demon King. Her strong desire to control everything led to the fall of many great nations. She had a special power called the Grand Authority of Charm. It allowed her to control any man, and it even worked on other races too. Even after she died, her power didn't stop affecting people. If I am charmed by those two melons, I am also not going to stop believing. The Demon King's slayers had returned under her control, now serving her as loyal followers. Her power was so strong that the world had to change. Rules were relaxed, and many special exceptions were made to fight back. But now that the Demon King was finally defeated, only those exceptions remained. People were left wondering how to deal with rules that no longer fit. History had already shown how such things usually ended. In the palace hall of the Diamante Kingdom, a loud and heavy man shouted at the group standing before him. He told them they were all fired from their jobs. He said the royal palace should only be run by nobles chosen by other nobles. He also said the World Council had once banned discrimination against commoners, but that didn't matter anymore since the Demon King was gone. According to him, commoners no longer had the right to work in the palace. One man calmly raised his hand and asked what they should do about handing over their work. The nobleman looked shocked, then got angry that someone would question him. He reminded them he was the head of a powerful noble family. The man said they were fine with leaving, but it was risky to go without properly handing things over. The Duke raised his hand and told him to stop. He said he didn't care about such small matters. He added that commoners should figure those things out themselves and that it wasn't a noble's job to teach them. The man then understood that no handover would happen. The Duke simply laughed and told them to pack their things and leave. He said no one would check their bags since the World Council didn't allow checking personal items. The man accepted this, agreed to leave, and politely thanked the Duke before bowing. The Duke didn't respond and walked away, saying he had more important things to do. The man waited until the Duke left, then let out a deep sigh. He couldn't believe some people thought they could fix everything just by giving out careless orders. They didn't even understand how important it was to hand things over properly. He snapped his fingers, and the people standing with him suddenly turned into smoke. Everyone in the hall vanished, leaving only their clothes behind. The man took something out from under his shirt and activated it. It was an item box. Like a black hole, it sucked up all the clothes from the floor in just a few seconds. The hall was now completely empty, with only the man left standing. He didn't worry about it anymore. The tests for the golem operation were already finished. He couldn't use the antenna now that his special permission to use royal items was gone. Still, even though the control range was only 3 meters, he felt good about choosing to make the system faster instead of keeping the longer range. He took out his ID card and tore it into pieces. If problems came later, he would deal with them then. For now, his next goal was to find the best materials he could to build a new golem. At the same time, the Duke sat beside the king while some women served them. King Barziel asked Duke Zayit why he looked so happy. Zayit said he had just taken care of some problems earlier, so he felt better now. Barziel mentioned that the World Council had called them to meet the hero, and he was glad Zayit was in a good mood since people might notice if they looked upset. A soldier then came in and said the teleportation circle was ready. The king and the duke stepped into it and were teleported. Barziel felt sick and said he still wasn't used to teleporting. Zait joked that the king should be used to it by now. He quietly said the teleportation system would belong to them in the future. Barziel simply nodded. After their secret talk, they walked into a large hall. People from many different places and kingdoms were already there. A host thanked everyone for waiting and introduced the hero. A girl with slim legs walked forward. People began whispering to each other as she walked to the center of the room. Then the hero gave them a strong glare. The room went silent. Even King Barziel felt the heavy pressure coming from her. Meanwhile, in Calcite Village, the main character had just finished eating lunch. He thought he could finally do whatever he wanted now that he had been fired, but he still needed at least 10 more years to finish his research, and time was running out. He quietly cursed to himself. He wondered if he should try his luck at the rare stone market near the Grand Ore Vein. He let out a sigh. At that moment, someone stopped nearby with a carriage and asked what he was daydreaming about while sitting in such a quiet place. A man greeted him casually and said he was willing to listen if there was something bothering him. The main character shared how he had finally left a job where he was being treated unfairly, but now, he was worried about the time he had left to finish his goals. He also said that his luck didn't seem to be helping. He apologized for talking too much. The man said he was glad the main character understood his situation. He also mentioned that the Dragonstone Kingdom wasn't such a shady place and suggested going to the treasure capital, Lapis, instead. The main character replied that he actually had some business to take care of in Lapis. The man then said he was heading there too. The main character gave him a quick look and guessed that he might be a merchant. The man said he was and explained that Lapis had all kinds of metals and even traded rare ones from the Grand Ore Vein. The main character understood why the merchant was going there, but he also pointed out that the cart's axle looked worn out. The man smiled and said the main character had sharp eyes. The main character then said he had worked on the kind of technology used in carts. The merchant was surprised and didn't say anything for a moment. The two kept talking as they walked to another place. The merchant asked if the main character had any way to travel since Lapis was far away. The main character said he planned to hitch rides on shared carriages. The merchant then offered to give him a ride. The main character thanked him and introduced himself as Horus. The merchant said his name was Ginji. Just as they were about to shake hands, a loud noise echoed through the town. Ginji wondered what it was, but before he could say more, Horus ran off. Outside the town, Horus saw a dragon with shiny purple scales. He noticed chains around its neck and thought it was strange for a dragon to attack a town for no reason. Then a man showed up saying he was the heir of a noble family from the Diamante Kingdom and that he would defeat the dragon. Horus didn't think the man could actually do it. When he looked closer, Horus saw some mages below the dragon using special stones to hold it down. He quickly figured out that they were up to something. Meanwhile, a nearby house was already on fire. A woman was trying to run back inside to save her daughter, but no one else could help her. At that moment, Horus didn't wait. He ran straight toward the burning house. Some villagers told him not to risk his life, but he didn't listen. He kicked away the burning wood blocking the entrance. Then he shouted that he was there to help and asked if anyone inside could hear him. There was no answer, so Horus decided to search the house. He went up to the second floor and saw a child trapped in the fire. The girl was badly burned, but still alive. Horus believed he had arrived just in time. He quickly pulled out a bottle from his item box. He opened it and poured the liquid into the girl's mouth. Right away, her burns disappeared and her skin looked healthy again. Just as Horus felt relief, the ground suddenly shook. The roof broke apart and collapsed. The tremor was caused by a nobleman outside pretending to be a hero while fighting a dragon. The villagers saw the house's roof fall and feared the worst. Luckily, Horus was okay. He came out of the broken house carrying the girl in his arms. A piece of cloth he held grew longer and he used it to wrap the girl. Before leaving, he noticed a teddy bear lying nearby. He picked it up and somehow it fixed itself right away. Horus stepped out of the burning house and Ginji asked if he was all right. Horus said the girl was safe. Ginji didn't say much. He was amazed that Horus had saved the girl without a scratch. Then the girl's mother arrived. Horus told her the girl had just passed out from breathing too much smoke, but she would wake up soon after resting. The mother thanked him for saving her daughter. Ginji looked at Horus and felt it was better not to ask anything more. Horus asked what had happened with the farce outside. Ginji explained that the mages had brought the dragon down to the ground, and the nobleman kept slashing at it. But Ginji didn't think the nobleman was actually hurting the dragon. The man just shouted a lot, acting like he was the best swordsman ever. Ginji then asked what Horus thought about it. Horus said he had a bad feeling. Ginji agreed. Right then, the dragon reached its limit and let out a loud roar. It suddenly stood up and broke its chains. The nobleman stood there, shocked. The dragon spun around and smacked him with its tail, sending him sliding across the ground. Horus called the nobleman a disgrace, but Ginji said the moment felt kind of satisfying. Even though Horus wasn't feeling great, he still stepped in. The dragon was about to shoot fire at the mages, but Horus stopped it with a punch. Then he looked at the stone the mages were using. After knocking the dragon down again, Horus told it he had nothing personal against it, but if people used it again, that would be a problem. The dragon opened its mouth wide, trying to eat him. At that moment, Horus pulled a sword out of his item box and slashed the dragon. It exploded, and items like gold coins flew out. Horus picked up a gold bar and said it should be enough to cover things up. Later, while they were traveling, Ginji asked Horus if he was really okay leaving all those gold coins behind. Horus said he was fine because he had already taken some gold bars. He explained that carrying too much gold would only cause problems for someone like him. Ginji told him he was kind and asked him not to downplay what he did. Ginji believed Horus left the gold coins behind so the villagers could use them to rebuild their burned-down houses. From what he saw inside the house, Ginji was sure the woman who lived there wasn't alone. He thought she had a partner. He just felt sad that their whole house was destroyed. Ginji agreed it was a terrible thing, but reminded Horus that they wouldn't take any side trips. Horus said he didn't mind. Meanwhile, the World Council spoke with a hero named Langeia, the leader of the hero community known as the Ruster Report. The kings decided to reward her with anything she wanted for helping save the world. Langeia said she only had one request. She spoke about Horus, the man who had trained her and the other 5 top members of the Ruster Report, and how he helped them defeat the Demon Lord. She asked for him to be allowed to marry women from different countries. At that time, Horus didn't even know that several women were planning to marry him. Jealous, aren't you, dear viewer? Everyone in the hall was shocked. King Barziel asked who Horus was. Langeia said Horus was a commoner, but also the strongest golem master in the world. She explained that, according to the last letter she got from him, he had been working at the royal castle of the Diamante Kingdom, but he was later fired. When Duke Zait heard this, he quietly panicked. He remembered that he had recently fired all commoners from the castle, and now realized Horus was likely one of them. Langeia and King Barziel both stared at him, clearly upset that he had fired the hero's teacher. Zait tried to defend himself, saying he didn't know. Langeia went on. She said Horus was usually very secretive, but had mentioned this in his final letter. Zait looked nervously at King Barziel. Then Langeia brought up a recent rule made by the World Council. Because of the Demon King's growing power, the Council told nations to start giving important jobs to commoners. Many countries agreed, thinking that by including commoners, their countries would grow stronger and be able to fight back against the Demon King. But she heard that the Diamante Kingdom had not followed that idea. Barziel and Zait didn't respond. Langeia then talked about where her master might be going. She said the polygamy privilege wasn't needed anymore, but they would still need civil rights to enter that place. She believed the king of that land was very sick and couldn't attend the World Council. She walked towards someone and asked if they had come as the king's representative. Princess Lucia of the Dragonstone Kingdom didn't know how to respond. Langeia asked her to give citizenship to her master, and to all members of the Ruster Report. She said they needed it so they could use the Rare Stone Market, which was under the control of the Dragonstone Kingdom. She explained that the Rare Stone Market was found in the treasure capital of Lapis, and this was what she wanted as a reward for helping defeat the Demon King. King Barziel was too shocked to say anything, but in his mind he knew he couldn't let this happen. The hero group Ruster Report had defeated the Demon King all by themselves, even though they were just commoners. Their power was incredible. On top of that, they all looked impressive. There was no way he could let another country take them, especially a kingdom led by a king who was about to die. Then Langeia raised her voice and told him not to act so proud. Everyone was confused, and Barziel asked what she meant. She clearly stated what she wanted and asked if he still didn't get it. Panicking, Barziel guessed that the real reason they wanted to move was to get access to rare minerals. For the sake of the Golem Master, Horus. He proudly said that the Diamante Kingdom was the greatest nation of all. With their strong trade system, Horus could get rare minerals not just from the Dragonstone Kingdom, but from many other places too. Barziel offered Horus special rights to the minerals and begged Langeia to think about her choice and reward, but Langeia told him that the greatest title meant nothing. She pointed out that the only reason so many people had gathered in Diamante was because they were escaping the Demon King's attack, and the reason the kingdom could support so many people was because of her master's powers as a golem master. Her master had created staff golems, robots that could do 10 times more work than a regular person. Even more amazing, he could control over 500 of them at once. Barziel started to sweat and said that kind of power wasn't possible. But Langeia simply said that's how strong her master was. And yet, the kingdom still chose to fire all those staff workers. Then she said that the Diamante Kingdom was about to have money problems. She thought it would be better if her master didn't stay there. Barziel asked what she meant. Langeia explained that these special rules used by many countries were starting to lose their power now that the Demon King had been defeated. One of these rules was about money and loans. Since the world had been in a state of emergency during the Demon King's invasion, moneylenders were forced to allow longer times to pay back loans or had to lower their interest rates. Some of them were even made to give money to help support their countries. Barziel didn't know what to say. Langea then asked if he planned to fix everything with force. She found it strange that Barziel hadn't heard anything from the moneylenders in his kingdom. That was because her hero community had already gathered most of the repayment money in gold coins and bought the debt bonds themselves. Barziel was shocked. Langea went on to say that the hero community was also running money-lending businesses. She then asked if Barziel even knew that the country with the most debt was the Diamante Kingdom. Barziel couldn't believe it. Langea pointed out that Zaite, the head of the Lugasak ducal house, had the biggest debt of all. Even if he sold his royal estate, it wouldn't be enough to pay it back. Zaite was so shocked that he fell out of his seat. Langea also said that the repayments were being made in small parts over time and with very low interest. The plan was to let the Diamante Kingdom pay the debt back slowly, but among all the countries, only the Dragonstone Kingdom was actually paying what they owed. This was the first time Barziel had heard about it. Langea explained that her sword, the Dragon Silver Sword Tail Agartha, which she used to defeat the Demon King, was made in the Dragonstone Kingdom. She then asked Barziel which country he would support in a situation like this, the one drowning in debt or the one paying it off. Langea turned her attention back to Princess Lucia and asked again if the hero community, along with Horus, could be granted citizenship in Dragonstone. Lucia now fully understood what Langea wanted and she quickly agreed to the request. Langea thanked her and told her team it was time to get ready to leave. As they walked away, Langea noticed that Lucia looked worried about being left behind. Sensing this, Langea gave a serious warning to everyone in the hall. If anything happened to Lucia, they already knew what would follow. No one said a word in response. Later in Lapis, the capital of the Dragonstone Kingdom, Langea sat inside a shop. She kept sighing, clearly worried. Then she noticed someone entering the line. It was Horus, and he noticed her too. Without hesitating, Langea ran up and hugged him. Horus was surprised and told her she was acting very different than usual. Langea felt happy to see him again and said he was important to her. When Horus said he needed to finish some paperwork, Langea told him not to bother. She had already gotten citizenship for him. Horus was surprised by how quickly she handled it. Then Langea grabbed his arm and pulled him away. When Horus asked where they were going, she told him they were heading to a mansion she had secured through the Ruster report. She wanted them to live there together. Horus told her not to say things like that in public, but he had no choice as she pulled him along. When they reached the mansion, Horus was shocked by how big it was. Suddenly, someone stepped out of the mansion and welcomed them. Horus said it had been a long time. The maid Tiras agreed and said she had been waiting for the day they could all live together. Horus simply agreed. Tiras smiled and offered to show him around. As they walked through the mansion, Horus noticed that no one else seemed to be there. Tiras explained that for now it was just her and Langea. She said the cleaning was done, but they were still working on organizing everything. She also showed Horus a special room they had made just for him to build golems. Horus was surprised by how much effort the girls had put into it. Tiras told him she hadn't done anything to repay him yet, so this was the least she could do. Horus was amazed by all the rare metals in the room. He didn't expect Dragonstone to have so much. Langea was happy that their master could now focus on his research. Horus remembered that it usually took at least 4 years to gain citizenship or national status, but now that everything was ready, he could start working on many things early. He thanked the girls for their hard work and gave them head pats. The girls, who had just helped save the world, smiled happily. Head pats were enough. Still, when Horus saw all the rare metals in the room, he asked how much it all cost. Langea said it was just pocket change. Horus somehow understood what she meant and chose not to ask more questions. Instead, he focused on the metals in front of him. Outside the mansion, a girl walked up to the gates. She said she had come to see for herself the true strength of the hero's master. This girl, Frederica, was a court alchemist from the Dragonstone Kingdom. She had been walking for a long time from the gate and complained to herself about how big the hero's mansion was. She slapped her cheeks to help herself focus, reminding herself of her important role in the kingdom. She wasn't there on her own. It was an official mission from Princess Lucia. In her mind, the one who should be nervous was the hero's mentor, not her. Earlier, Frederica had asked Lucia what her mission was. Lucia said it was an investigation. Frederica wondered why she was chosen for it. Lucia reminded her that the kingdom had agreed to accept the heroes group, called the Heroes Community, and had even given them citizenship. But that didn't mean they were fully trusted yet. The kingdom still needed to check them properly. Frederica asked if she had to investigate every member. Lucia said no, checking the person who trained the hero would be enough. That person was Horus. When Frederica asked why he was important, Lucia explained that since Horus was the hero's teacher, He likely had great skill. She also mentioned that Horace was known as a golem master and wanted someone like Frederica, an alchemist, to evaluate him. Even the hero respected him, so Horace might be someone with strong abilities and good character. After hearing that, Frederica became curious. She wanted to find out if Horace was truly talented or just pretending. Now, in the present, Frederica asked Horace to come with her to the palace's underground area. She said she wanted to see his skills in the magic power room located there. Horace asked if this was an official request from the government, and Frederica said yes. To her surprise, Horace agreed right away. Another person, Langea, asked if she could come too, and Frederica said that was fine. She felt happy that everything was going smoothly. On the way, Horace started thinking about whether there was anything hidden under the palace. He guessed there might be, but not many things came to mind. Langea asked what he meant. Horace said it was probably the power source for the mana pipes. Since Langea didn't understand, Horace explained. He talked about the tools they had at home, like how flipping a switch could turn on lights or fire. He guessed that these tools were powered by mana from somewhere else. Langea was able to understand that much. Horace went on to say that putting a monster coin into the main part of the tool turned it into energy. That energy made daily life easier. Langea now realized that Frederica was the one managing all of this, and the alchemist agreed. Frederica also said she wanted to see how skilled Horace really was. She had heard he was a golem master and should know how magical tools worked. She believed that explaining things was just the first step. She promised herself that she wouldn't be fooled by him. Her serious look just left Horace puzzled. She said she would judge him for the sake of Princess Lucia. Horace laughed, and Frederica asked what was so funny. He said he just thought her words sounded like something a young person would say. Frederica got annoyed and told him she'd give him a tour, but if he messed up, she wouldn't forgive him. Horace simply agreed to follow her lead. Soon after, they arrived at the magic power supply room. In the middle of the room was a large machine, which was the main power unit. Frederica wanted Horace to make it work. Horace explained that he had set up a similar machine before back in the Diamante Kingdom. He asked if there was only one unit. Frederica told him not to compare their place to a big kingdom like that. Then Horace noticed that the magic supply had stopped. Frederica said that was obvious and was surprised he didn't realize it earlier when they were at the mansion. Langea explained that they had made many changes to the hero's mansion. Even if the main supply was cut off, the magic still flowed through other ways. Frederica was shocked and asked if they were serious. While Horace worked on the main unit, he mentioned that Terrace had done some maintenance on the teleportation hub used by the Ruster report. Langea said that was true. Frederica didn't know what to say. Even if it was possible, she couldn't believe a maid had the skill to power an entire mansion. It was hard for her to believe. Frederica started to think that maybe the disciple was just really talented. Or maybe it was one of those cases where people brag about their students, and that makes the teacher look amazing too. Either way, she was about to find out if Horace was really skilled, or just a fake. At that moment, Horace pulled out some rods from the main machine. He said it was the main core and pointed out that it was made up of many small pieces packed together. Langea asked what a core even was. Horace explained that in magical tools, the core was made from special iron that let magic flow more easily. Frederica then grabbed a bottle of glowing powder they could use to test it, but she warned that if they used appraisal magic, it might give the wrong results, so she didn't really recommend it. However, Horace wasn't listening. Instead, he blew hard on the rods to clean them. When Frederica asked if he heard her, he said the rods were just dirty and he couldn't help but blow the dust off. Frederica told him he should be fixing it instead. Then she focused her magic power on the core. Langea watched with interest as the black part on the rod started to disappear, but it came back quickly. Langea guessed that the goal was to turn the rods white. Frederica corrected him and said the rods were originally gray. She explained that if the rods turned black, it was almost impossible to fix them. What she was trying to do was bring them back to gray. Horace sighed, and Frederica, now annoyed, asked why he was just standing there doing nothing. She told him to try fixing it himself, but Horace refused and told her to try again instead. Frederica got even more annoyed and asked why he was giving orders when she was the one who hired him. Horace teased her and told her to keep going, and even Langea joined in. Frederica gave up and tried again, thinking they were underestimating her. Just then, Horace gently tapped her hand. Suddenly, Frederica's magic power went wild and rushed into the core. She closed her eyes because of the sudden light and the surprise, but when she opened them, she was shocked to see the core turning white. Horace and Langea laughed at her reaction. Frederica couldn't believe what she was seeing. The part where Horace had touched turned even whiter than the area she had fixed. She angrily asked how he did it, but Horace didn't answer and simply cleaned another core with one swipe of his hand. Frederica said she had never seen a core whiter like that before and again asked how he did it. Horace told her to try again and said he'd guide her through it. Frederica was surprised but got excited. Langea felt nostalgic watching her teacher pass on what he knew to someone else. Horace explained that Frederica first needed to understand something important. Magic always tried to stay balanced. He said it wasn't about forcing magic to become something. Instead, magic naturally took the shape it wanted. He told her to picture what she wanted it to become, not just imagine the core turning white. She had to command it to turn white. Frederica focused hard. She told the core to become white and sent her magic power into it. Langea then noticed that it turned even whiter than before. Frederica couldn't believe what had just happened. Her knees gave out and she dropped to the floor. Horace told her she did well for her first try. Frederica, still in shock, replied that she would sue him. Seeing her cry, Langea said she understood how jealousy felt and pointed out how amazing Horace was. Frederica asked if they had any idea how many years it had taken her just to change the core's color from black to gray. Horace guessed it might have taken 5 years, judging from what he saw. Angry, Frederica asked how Horace even figured that out. Langea proudly said that this was the true power of the hero's master. Horace said that maybe it was just how things were, but if it was about living up to Frederica's expectations, that would be another story. Frederica knew he was teasing her and swore to learn all of his secrets. She said she would stare at him so hard she'd burn holes through him. She was determined to steal his techniques. Horace liked how ambitious she was. Frederica, on the other hand, couldn't stand how smug he looked. That night, Lucia checked on Frederica's progress. When she entered the alchemist's room, she saw Frederica fast asleep. She was even snoring, which was not normal for her. Lucia became worried and wondered if something happened. Another alchemist nearby explained that Frederica had rushed off to prepare something as soon as she returned, without saying much. Lucia then noticed several items scattered on Frederica's table. The other alchemist talked about how Frederica usually seemed like she had already mastered everything. She rarely showed much effort, but this time she had worked hard and made a lot of progress. One alchemist said it was surprising how quickly Frederica got so good at it. They mentioned that the hero's master had recently appeared, and they guessed that person might have inspired Frederica with something amazing. Lucia felt both surprised and happy when she heard that. Then one of the alchemists said it was time to return to their task. They had to continue working on the power section and quickly left, apologizing for leaving so suddenly. Lucia didn't mind and thanked them for their effort. After they left, Lucia looked again at the sleeping Frederica. She thought this was the most peaceful sleep she had seen from her in years. It made her believe that Frederica really had seen or learned something incredible. Suddenly, Frederica started talking in her sleep, saying something about beating Horace at something. Lucia smiled, glad that someone like Horace could have such a good effect on Frederica. Meanwhile, the alchemists who had just left were shocked when they saw that the cores of the main unit had turned white. A few days later, Lucia was amazed to see a carriage with a blue flag moving quickly without the horses getting tired. Frederica remembered that the wagon was built using Horace's bearing. A soldier confirmed this and added that they even increased the load by 30%. He said this improvement would greatly lower the cost of transporting metals from the Lapis Royal dungeon. Frederica thought there should be a limit to how much something like a wagon axle bearing could be improved. She praised Horace for making it possible. Horace gave her a quick glance and said that improving transportation meant helping the whole country. He explained that if they didn't push the limits, nothing would change. He told them how they had to move large amounts of supplies back in the Diamante Kingdom just to keep things running. Lucia said that even though Horace was good at paperwork, there was no way he could move that much alone. Frederica asked what she meant by paperwork. Horace was surprised that Lucia knew so much. Lucia explained that she had heard about it from Langea at the World Council. She mentioned that the Diamante Kingdom used hundreds of golems for operations in the palace, around 500 of them. Frederica was shocked by the number. Horace confirmed that even though the kingdom had many people, most of them were refugees and the skilled workers were rare. They provided high-quality farming tools, but they also needed to develop better wagons to transport the food produced by those tools. Horace fell silent, shaking as he remembered those difficult times. Frederica called him crazy for managing to do it all by himself. Just then, Lucia noticed that the carriage with the blue flag was falling behind the one with the red flag, even though it was supposed to be faster. Frederica jokingly asked if Horace had messed something up. Horace explained that he had installed new axle bearings that reduced friction. Because of that, the carriage faced less resistance. Even though the carriage was heavier, the horses should have felt like it was lighter. He pointed out that the horses looked confused and Frederica agreed. He guessed they just needed time to get used to the change. He told the soldiers to ride the horses more often so they could adjust, and the soldiers agreed right away. Lucia then said the surprising part was that it only took Horace an hour to make those bearings. When Frederica looked at the blueprints, she admitted she couldn't understand them and asked how Horace could come up with such ideas. Horace said he just studied a lot. He explained that a golem master used a mix of earth magic, magic toolmaking, and alchemy. Frederica said that mastering even one of those was already hard. Lucia asked how Horace could handle learning so much. Horace said he simply read a lot of books, even ones that weren't directly related to his field, because they might be helpful later. Frederica called that a waste of time. Horace then explained that the Golem Masterclass was created by someone who had the idea to combine 3 different fields. He said that if someone knew that from the start, they wouldn't struggle as much. He also said that new technologies were often made by putting together small pieces of knowledge. That's why collecting those pieces every day was important. Frederica agreed with that part. Horace added that saying it was a waste of time showed a lack of planning. Somehow that comment hit Frederica. Lucia teased Frederica by reminding her how she always ended up stuffing the fridge full after going shopping. Frederica quickly said that's not what she meant. Horace was surprised that Frederica didn't hold back her temper even in front of a princess. Lucia told Horace to be himself and not act differently just because of her title. Horace asked if that was really okay since he might not hold back. Still, something felt off to him. Frederica then said their country didn't really care much about social class differences. When she studied abroad to learn new techniques, she was shocked by the cultural differences. Horace asked her to give an example. She said the biggest shock was how schools in other countries separated nobles and commoners. But in Dragonstone, everyone was placed in the same class, no matter their grades or status. Horace thought that was rare. Frederica said that showed how different their way of thinking was. She explained that nobles in Dragonstone were at least aware of the struggles of poorer people, even if just in theory, but she also knew that wasn't true in other countries. Horace suddenly thought of someone named Zait who didn't care about commoners at all. Frederica said this kind of thinking came from nobles growing up only around people like themselves. For example, they might always eat fancy meals, but sitting next to a poor student at lunch could help them realize that not everyone had that. Some kids lived on simple school meals every day. Horace agreed that it made sense. He realized that in Dragonstone, the culture made people see each other more equally. Suddenly, Frederica wanted to speak, but she couldn't find the right words. Horace noticed and asked if something was wrong. Frederica said that Horace was using very old techniques. Horace admitted that it was true. He told them about someone he admired, a man who was both an adventurer and a golem master. Then Horace pulled something out from his vest. It was an autobiography written by that man 100 years ago. The girls were surprised at how well the book had been kept. Lucia guessed it was an adventurer's book. It told the story of the man's journey and explained the inventions he made as a golem master. Frederica seemed surprised that Horace looked up to someone. She tried to grab the book, but Horace didn't let her. Frederica called him stingy, but Lucia scolded her because the book could get damaged if handled carelessly. They also said Frederica had a habit of being clumsy. Then Horace explained why he couldn't let them read the book. It had hidden codes written throughout it. The girls asked what those codes were. Horace said they were messages that needed to be decoded. One message said that the world had been taken over 2,000 years ago by a group of 5 people. The girls were confused and asked what he meant. Horace said that only a golem master had the power to stop those 5. Lucia looked impressed, but Frederica reacted differently. She finally understood why Horace had trained so hard in those old golem master skills. Horace said he had already given them enough hints to figure it out. Frederica pointed out that those 5 people should be long gone by now. But Horace said they had lived a very long time. Frederica said that wasn't normal at all. Then Horace quickly got up to leave. Frederica was surprised at how fast he moved. Before leaving, Horace gave her some advice. He told her that if she wanted to grow stronger, she should find someone to admire. He said the world was full of people who had tried many different things, and she should look around and choose for herself. He also said that magic could go in many directions, and in the end, it was her choice. Frederica confidently said she understood. She also said in an annoyed tone that she would take a look if she had time. Then she told Lucia to let her know if the axle bearings had a problem, she would check it herself. Horace smiled and said that Frederica was noisy. At the entrance of the Grand Orvane's dungeon, located in the capital of the Dragonstone Kingdom, monsters dropped metal items when defeated. Because of this, many adventurers gathered outside the dungeon. One of them was Giador from the Diamante Kingdom, a noble from House Emodati. He thought the crowd was getting more annoying. One of his teammates mentioned that some people might be after his holy sword. Giador carried a special sword called Guardmite. His team joked around and asked to see it. Giador enjoyed the attention and asked if they really wanted to get a look. He said it wasn't every day people got to see a holy sword. Before he could continue, other adventurers got excited and started talking about Langia, who had just entered the dungeon. They said this could be her biggest treasure hunt yet, since she was a hero. Hearing this, Giador became irritated. He grabbed one of the adventurers by the neck and complained that people kept talking about a commoner like her. He said gossip like that didn't matter compared to someone noble like him. Angry, he asked where Langia had gone. The adventurers quickly gave him an answer to calm him down. Then Giador slammed the person he was holding onto the ground and walked away, saying he would prove what he could do. In another part of the dungeon, a group of adventurers had formed a circle around 2 others, having a friendly sword fight with wooden weapons. Langea, one of them, apologized for drawing a crowd. Horus, the other fighter, said he was the one who allowed the others to watch, so she didn't need to worry. He then asked why she looked surprised. Langea pointed out that Horus was usually quiet and mysterious. Horus reminded her that the Demon King had a power called absolute male domination, and if the Demon King had noticed him, things could have gone badly. Around that time, Geodor arrived and joined the crowd. Langea claimed she would be the first to attack, and Horus just nodded silently. Everyone watched as Langea took a step forward to begin the fight, but suddenly Geodor stood between them. He angrily asked if Horus was the hero's master. He couldn't believe that someone like Horus didn't even have the stance of a proper adventurer. Geodor believed that if someone like Horus was her master, Langea didn't deserve the title of hero. Langea told Horus not to react to Geodor and just continue with the duel. Other adventurers also told Geodor to leave them alone. They even threw some of their loot at him to get him to go away. They said they had come to watch the hero train. Geodor was frustrated that these people were buying into the story of a commoner hero defeating the Demon King and saving the world. He called it ridiculous. Horus and Langea stopped for a moment when they noticed something from Geodor. Geodor proudly introduced himself as the eldest son of the Emodade Count family and someone who had been given a holy sword by the Sinatica Church. He unsheathed his holy sword and swore he would expose their lies. However, the two ignored him and Langea attacked Horus. Horus blocked in time. As they continued to duel, Horus asked what was going on with Geodor. Langea explained that Geodor was angry because a group of commoners defeated the Demon King before the nobles did. He was throwing a tantrum like a spoiled brat. Horus now understood why Geodor was acting the way he was. Frustrated, Geodor asked who they were calling a spoiled brat. Feeling mocked, he activated his holy sword and yelled that no amount of commoner training could defeat the Demon King. He claimed they had only gotten lucky and that the Demon King had just gone into hiding, and now they were lying about defeating him. Geodor swung his holy sword at Horus and told them to remember the power of his sword, Guard Might. Horus glared at him and told him to leave. The pressure from his glare sent Geodor flying into the dungeon walls. Geodor's followers quickly checked on him. Confused, Geodor asked what had just happened. Horus began explaining that mana always seeks balance. If you focus your mana into your eyes and glare at someone, the mana in the air reacts to the fear and instinctively moves away from you. This causes the air around the user to be pulled, building up pressure. Horus said he had simply focused that pressure on Geodor. He added that for someone like Geodor, neither a sword nor magic was needed, just a glare was enough. Geodor's followers helped him up and left the room. The others cheered for Horus, impressed by what they had seen from the hero's master. Langea remembered how the strength of one's aura increased over time. It was said that the color of the aura reflected the user's true nature. However, Horus's aura was completely transparent. Langea couldn't believe that her master had defeated a holy sword wielder, someone formally trained with just a simple glare. She couldn't help but say aloud how amazing her master was. Horus remembered how Tiras once said his eyes were like cannon blasts, and honestly, she wasn't far off. Now that the annoying opponent was gone, the two could finally duel seriously. Langea called upon her aura, and Horus did the same, but Horus's aura seemed to overpower hers easily. He asked what was wrong and said that if she couldn't even get close to him with her aura, then there was no point in her trying to get stronger under his training. Frustrated, Langea pushed herself forward. She attempted a stabbing move, but Horus easily stopped it by grabbing the tip of her wooden sword. He pointed out that her attack was light and reminded her of the letter he had sent earlier. In it, he explained that while the Demon King was gone, there were still many battles to fight. He said that if they still needed him to step in after the Demon King's defeat, then something was seriously wrong. Langea asked if Horus had gotten stronger. She said that even being 100 times stronger than before didn't quite explain it. Horus apologized for that. Langea backed off to a safe distance. Horus told her to come again since they had all the time in the world. Langea agreed, and seeing her motivated, Horus smiled. She took a deep breath, realizing how much stronger he was compared to her, as always. But she swore that one day, she would stand beside him and go even further. Later at an inn, Count Emodade called Geodor foolish and asked what he had been thinking. Geodor looked upset and said it was his father who told him that common people were spreading rumors about the Demon King's defeat and causing trouble. Even so, Count Emodade couldn't believe Geodor had gone and confronted the hero so carelessly, especially when their family alone owed the Ruster Report 20,000 gold coins. Geodor was shocked. He shouted that the amount was 100 times more than their family's yearly budget. The Count told him they should be focusing on paying off that debt. He explained that even though the Demon King was gone and they were getting 10,000 gold coins in aid money, the debt would still remain. That's when Geodor got an idea. He said they just needed to make the hero admit that they hadn't truly defeated the Demon King. If the world went back into a state of danger, nobles like them could ask for debt forgiveness again. Count Emodade, angry, threw a bottle at him. He shouted that the World Council had already confirmed the Demon King was defeated. He said he had been trying to negotiate lower interest rates on their debt, but Geodor's actions had ruined that plan. Geodor tried to defend himself. He said their family owned a holy sword, and even the royal family supported them. But the Count reminded him they only got 200 gold coins a year. Even with a small 1% interest rate, they could barely keep up. On top of that, using the holy sword came with high fees charged by the Sinatica Church. He also said the church was deep in debt too. They owed a lot to the Ruster Report and were now collecting money from all over the world to pay it back. Geodor was speechless. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The Count went on, saying it wasn't wrong to say the whole world now depended on the Ruster Report's gold. And yet his son had picked a fight with the hero, one of the most powerful people in that group. At that point, Geodor lost his temper. He shouted, grabbed his sword, and ran outside. Count Emodade, now panicked, asked where he was going and told him to come back. Horus was walking through the forest on his way home when he suddenly felt like something wasn't right. He spoke to himself, saying that he should try going deeper into the dungeon next time. Just then, someone stepped out from the bushes and pointed a sword at him. The person told Horus not to move and demanded that he tell his student to cancel the debt that the house owed to Ruster Report. Horus already knew who the person was. He commented that it was no surprise he had tried an ambush, especially since he couldn't beat him in a fair fight. Horus even said he respected the effort. He remembered the man's name, Geodor. Geodor was surprised that Horus recognized him. Horus explained that the presence of the holy sword gave it away. Hearing that, Geodor took off his disguise and said he would get straight to the point. He swung his sword and cut the bag Horus was carrying. Rare stones fell to the ground. Geodor shouted that he wasn't just making a threat, he was giving an order. He revealed that he was the son of a count from the biggest kingdom in the world. He said Horus only had to say the word, and the girls would burn the contract on the spot. Geodor then ordered Horus to make them do it. But Horus began to explain how the girls got the money they had lent. He told him they earned that money during their journey to defeat the Demon King. They had fought strong monsters and didn't rely on anyone else. Erasing that debt would mean throwing away all the hard work they had done. Geodor shouted that none of that mattered. He said commoners had to obey nobles. He also claimed that the hero community had started as just an adventurer guild, and if adventurers died on the job, they didn't have to pay back what they owed. He argued that the real problem wasn't him, it was the survivors. Horus told him to stop, but Geodor shouted back that he wouldn't. He said he was the one giving orders now. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't move his body. He reminded Geodor again that the mana inside the dungeon always tried to stay balanced. He explained that the human body stored mana in a space different from the physical world. The holy sword made the body stronger by filling those parts with a lot of mana. He said that using fear to control someone was just like casting a paralysis spell. He said only people who could resist that fear and create their own pressure could use the sword and stand in front of him. He believed someone like Geodor was no match for a golem master like himself. Geodor told him to wait, noticing how Horus clenched his fist.
Says,
Horus asked if Geodor hadn't learned his lesson from before and remembered how Geodor
link.
didn't like getting hurt. He said that for people who refused to listen, the only solution was a punch. Geodor begged him to stop, but Horus was already too excited to start. He threw a punch and told Geodor to take it like a man. Without holding back, Horus punched Geodor in the face and sent him flying like a ragdoll. Suddenly, Langeia came out of the mansion after she felt the presence of a holy sword. She saw the sword land and stab into the ground right in front of Horus. When she noticed someone sticking their twitching legs from the bushes, she realized that her master had just used the Iron Fist of Justice. Tiras then said she was right about their master being okay. Horus was glad for the changes he had made to his body. Getting punched by him now felt like getting hit by a golem. He said some people don't learn unless they get beaten up, so they stop making the same mistakes. Langeia guessed that Geodor had said a lot to Horus, but Horus told her not to worry about it. He was used to getting hundreds of requests and complaints every day when he lived in the royal capital. He explained that if he got upset over every small thing someone said, he would have lost his mind. Langeia was surprised to hear that. Horus reminded her that the Diamante Kingdom used to give city jobs only to nobles. That's why regular citizens didn't usually complain. But after the Demon King emergency law, commoners started getting those jobs. Now, people began sharing their problems and requests more often. Langeia realized it had turned into a commoners helping commoners kind of system. This made it easier for people to speak up. Horus remembered how citizens would say that their taxes paid the officials' salaries, so the officials had to listen. He could understand that thinking. But when serious problems came up, there were always people who jumped to wild conclusions. They would shout fake logic like it was the truth. If he could have, Horus said he would have beaten them up back then. Langeia understood that their master had gone through a lot during those times. Suddenly, Tiras saw some visitors. A woman came with her children and brought a basket of fruits. She greeted them and offered the girls some of the fruits. One of the girls said she had baked some potatoes and gave them to Terrace. Terrace thanked them. Langea noticed that they kept getting a lot of fruits and sweets even though they already had plenty. Terrace said these were thank you gifts. She reminded Langea about the power unit maintenance that happened the other day. Terrace explained that the city's magic power supply had become more efficient. Because of that, the magic tools that powered the city now needed only 20 to 30% of the magic stones they used before. The palace had officially announced that tax rates would go down a lot because of this improvement. That was why the hero's mansion kept receiving gifts. Langea was worried that maybe the government had just been keeping too much money before and was now only pretending to lower it. But Terrace told her that the Dragonstone Kingdom's government was open about how it spent its money. Anyone who wanted to could check and see for themselves. As the visitors were leaving, one of the kids saw Geodor hiding in the bushes. Langea felt uneasy that someone so young saw something that might have involved violence. Still, she noticed that her master seemed calmer than before. Horace thought about this too and was surprised at how much Geodor had changed since he became a citizen of another country. He realized that helping Dragonstone now matched up with Geodor's own goals. When their master walked back into the mansion, Langea said that their master should at least get a little thanks or recognition from others when he did something important. Terrace thought this was because no matter how hard their master had worked before, he was never praised or thanked when he worked at the capital's castle. Langea then realized that their master didn't expect to be thanked at all. Terrace said that if their master had become too well known, the Demon King would have noticed him. It was hard to talk about, but the girls knew they couldn't really speak about their master's situation. They understood it was something beyond them. At the same time, in the Office of Official Duties in the Diamante Kingdom, King Barziel looked through the records. He had just found out that Horace had been doing too much for the kingdom. In fact, Horace had become the main support behind the biggest nation in the world. Suddenly, a soldier rushed into the office and reported that the magic tools set up in the capital had stopped working. He asked what to do. Barziel understood the report, but he couldn't ask why the soldier didn't even knock before entering. Right after that, another soldier came in and said the food transport cart's axle had broken, and there were no spare parts to fix it. Barziel knew this was a clear sign that his country was falling apart. The only mana supply station still working hadn't been taken care of since Horace, the one who always handled maintenance, disappeared. Everything was becoming a mess. What made things worse was that most of the noble alchemists cared more about talking and convincing others than actually fixing things. Because of that, the country couldn't move forward or improve. Barziel remembered that Horace, who was a golem master, always carried a dimensional storage tool. But now there were no spare parts or instruction manuals left behind. There were barely any skilled people left who could do the job right. Barziel finally realized that all the success his nation had before was thanks to Horace. Another soldier came in and said that people were close to rioting because none of the problems were being solved. Barziel thought that magic tools usually worked the same no matter who used them. But golems were different. Their power depended on who controlled them. He told the soldier to let the common people solve their own problems. The soldier hesitated and said they didn't have enough people. Barziel, now angry, told them to work 10 times harder, like golems. His angry voice made the soldier run out. As Barziel worked through the piles of documents, he let out a sigh. He still had to make sure food supplies kept coming, even if they were delayed. If the food stopped, the nation might lose its title as the largest in the world. Suddenly, another emergency message arrived. Barziel angrily asked what was going on. The servant explained that Geodor, the eldest son of the noble house, had gone to confront the hero's mentor. It was reported that Geodor had tried to make the mentor convince the hero to cancel the family's debt. Instead of agreeing, the mentor knocked Geodor out with a single punch. The king was shocked that someone would be foolish enough to start a fight with the hero's mentor. Barziel then asked if the hero had responded. The servant said there were no demands from the hero for now. The servant continued his report, saying that House A owed the hero 20,000 gold coins. Even if they only had to pay 1% in interest, that would still be 200 gold coins, equal to their entire yearly budget. Barziel remembered that the Emodati's land didn't have any strong businesses. He had only given them a noble title because they had once owned the Holy Sword, if he remembered correctly. If the family had used their money to build better roads or services, their situation might have improved. Barziel then ordered the servant to prepare the 20,000 gold coins from the national treasury to pay off the debt. But in return, he wanted all of the Emodati family's land and property to be taken by the royal court. He also decided to send them to live at the edge of the kingdom. The servant, surprised, asked if Barziel was serious. Barziel remembered something important from the past. 12 years ago, during the Labyrinth Flood near the eastern border of the Diamante Kingdom, everyone had forced Emodade into a dangerous mission. Because of Emodate's actions, Barziel avoided a major mistake and became the crown prince. Barziel believed this decision would settle the past. The servant accepted the order and left. Barziel thought that no one else should try to test their luck again. After some time, he received the report that the 2,000 gold coins safely reached the hero community, but looking at the actual receipt makes Barziel's stomach hurt. At that time, more bad news arrived. Barziel asked what the problem was this time. He was angry and demanded to know what the others were doing, calling them fools. He read a report saying that sons of noble families had caused trouble in the hero communities and related groups. It also said that violence had broken out. Barziel shouted, asking if those fools were trying to ruin the country. The servant said they had gotten statements from the people involved. Barziel asked what they said. The servant explained that the son of Count Emodate had even pulled out the holy sword against the hero's mentor. But the problem was considered over after Geodor was punched. Then, with the debt repaid and the A family sent to live at the border, the matter was closed. Barziel then learned that debt collectors had tricked the sons of noble families into causing problems. These sons messed with the hero communities, so the king would feel forced to step in, pay their debts, and say sorry to fix everything. Because of this, more people began to support the idea of letting a few noble families go bankrupt to solve the debt crisis. Barziel was furious. He felt like everyone was laughing at him. He demanded an investigation to find out why all this was happening. The servant hesitated, then said they had already looked into it. Barziel grabbed him and ordered him to say everything. The servant explained that after Barziel had signed an order to prepare 20,000 gold coins, a study group had been formed, led by the dukes. Barziel couldn't believe how foolish they were. He said they only looked at what was on the surface and didn't understand the bigger picture. He pointed out that the hero's mentor had handled the issue with the A family gently. Barziel also mentioned he owed the Emodates a favor, so it had been a special case. Then he asked the servant how much debt they were facing this time. The servant looked away and said the amount was a shocking 10 billion gold coins. Barziel sat down in disbelief. Their yearly national budget was only 10 million gold coins. He couldn't believe that anyone thought they could pay back 100 times that amount overnight. Now that the situation had become so serious, Barziel said the royal family would have to pay, and even bow their heads just to fix the mess. But he shouted angrily, asking where they were supposed to find that kind of money. He couldn't help but curse out loud. Meanwhile, Langea found out about the recent attacks happening at the same time on hero communities and their related facilities. She thought the attackers might have lost their minds. Tiras said she figured something like this would happen when she heard that the Diamante Kingdom had paid 20,000 gold coins. She believed that smart people without imagination could still do strange things. But Langea wasn't even sure if they were really smart. Tiras called them clever, but said they could only see things in a limited way. Langea agreed and started thinking about how they should deal with the problem. News about the Diamante Kingdom's nobles being unfriendly to the hero community had spread to other countries. Langea saw that the situation was getting worse. She wondered how much debt was connected to these attacks. Tiras said the damage already cost around 10 billion gold coins, and there was no way the king could afford to pay it. Langea then asked herself how they could make the kingdom pay. Tiras suggested they should take something valuable from them instead. Langea agreed right away. She knew their master would like to have some special metals for his golem. Then Langea got an idea. She suggested taking the antenna from the capital of the Diamante Kingdom. Tiras was confused and asked if there was really an antenna there. Langea explained that there was. She said their master's golem could only be controlled within a 3-meter range, but with that antenna, Horus could control the whole capital by himself. Their master had not built a large golem yet, even though making the antenna was simple. Tiras then realized the problem. It wasn't easy to build the antenna because of the materials and the skill it needed. Both of them smiled as they finally decided what they should take from the Diamante Kingdom. The hero community's request eventually reached King Barziel. He said it could be a major turning point for their kingdom. At that moment, a secretary, who looked a bit feminine, told the king honestly that he didn't want to follow the hero community's order. Barziel guessed that Razor had also read the letter and could understand why. Razor said he did. He explained that the kingdom would get big help with its debt if they gave up the antenna. Barziel agreed. Even if they used their whole yearly budget, it wouldn't be enough to pay off the debt. Right now, they could only pay a small portion of the interest. He asked Razor why they shouldn't take the deal. Razor brought up something important. The hero's master had given up his long-range power so he could have better control over his golems. Barziel told him to keep going. Razor warned that if they gave away the antenna now and the hero's master ever returned to Diamante, things wouldn't be the same. Barziel agreed. He knew Razor had also read the 3 great records of super ancient history, and Razor confirmed it. Barziel realized that Horus, the hero's master, probably used the antenna as a relay to make up for his short range. That seemed like the most logical answer. Razor said that was likely the reason why Horus had been in their country in the first place. It was because of the antenna. Barziel agreed completely. He even admitted that a part of him had hoped they could invite Horus back to the castle someday. Razor understood since he had read the records showing Horus had worked in the royal castle for many years. Barziel then assumed that the other nobles had also read the letter. He asked Razor what they thought. Razor stayed quiet for a moment, then said the antenna wasn't being used anywhere in the country right now. Barziel told him to just say what the nobles had said. Razor told him their exact words. The nobles had mocked the common people, calling them fools for wanting something useless. They said they didn't mind giving up the antenna if it meant keeping the country safe. Barziel was shocked at how little imagination his people had. He reminded himself that a ruler should never believe something without seeing proof. That's why rulers needed to gather information, and they must also surround themselves with people who can give accurate reports. Only now did Barziel truly understand what his father used to say, words he had once thought were just wishful thinking. Razor asked what was going on. Barziel then decided to agree with the hero's demand. He told Razor to get ready to hand over the antenna. He had already made up his mind. He would stop hoping that the hero, Horus, would stay in their country. That decision was final. But he had no plans to protect the nobles or keep their so-called peace. He also ordered Razor to make a full list of proper prisons in the country, because he planned to lock up all the people he called fools. Razor followed the order, but in his mind he remembered how just a few days ago, the king liked being surrounded by people who only said nice things to him, even if those people weren't very smart. Still, Razor thought that Barziel might actually be someone who could get things done if he really tried. Before Razor could leave, Barziel stopped him, which made Razor feel uneasy. The king then asked, in a serious tone, if Horus was angry because they didn't truly value what he had done. Razor didn't think that was the case. Based on how Horus seemed happy after punching a noble who used a holy sword, Razor believed Horus wasn't the kind of person who cared about being praised. He also said Horus might not even have a reason to care about them at all. Barziel thought that made sense. Then Razor asked directly if the king had any regrets. Barziel flinched and couldn't find the right words to answer. Razor went on to share that he had seen regular people complain before, and honestly it was only a matter of time before someone got tired of how things were. Barziel asked what he meant. Razor told him simply to apologize and promise to keep a respectful distance as a ruler. That way at least their relationship with Horus wouldn't get worse. Barziel finally understood. They had to let go of Horus. He realized that from the start he didn't even know how to keep someone like Horus in the kingdom. Razor found it funny that the king, who looked calm earlier, suddenly seemed like someone worried about love. Just then, Barziel thought about giving Horus a bonus along with the antenna. Razor asked what he meant, but Barziel said it was nothing and told him to leave. After Razor left, Barziel admitted to himself that he had failed to handle someone like Horus properly. Now he was just trying to fix things and put them back in order. Even if Horus said he was done with the Diamante Kingdom, they couldn't argue. But if this helped the country grow, maybe the nation could repay everything someday. And now it all depended on the extra gift he was thinking about giving. Meanwhile, Horus went deeper into the dungeon. As he walked, he suddenly felt the presence of a monster. Without looking, he quickly moved to the side to dodge an attack. He realized a bird-like monster made of metal was attacking him. He tried to use his aura to attack the monster, but it didn't work. The aura just bounced off. Horus understood he couldn't rely on his aura here, but he expected that in this unknown part of the dungeon. Since the birds were made of metal, they could only fly using magic, which made it easier for Horus to overpower them with magic. But he decided to try something else. He used his aura to grab control of the metal bird. Then, he made it crash into nearby stalactites like a pickaxe. Horus realized his aura wasn't completely useless. He pulled out a bead from his vest and infused it with magic. The bead turned into a gun-shaped golem. Horus decided to try it out and aimed it at the flying bird monster. He pulled the trigger. The monster tried to dodge, but the shot pierced through it. More shots followed until the monster disappeared like mist. Disappointed, Horus thought the monster was weaker than he expected. He returned the gun-shaped golem into a bead and collected the monster's drops with his magic bag. After gathering everything, Horus decided to head back home. Later at the mansion, Horus sorted his spoils into two piles. Things he wanted to keep and things he didn't need. He was in the warehouse when Langea found him. Tiras said that their master had been doing this ever since he returned from the dungeon, even though he should be resting. Langea asked what he was doing. Horus explained that he was sorting things into what he needed and what he didn't. Tiras noticed the ores looked the same, but Horus explained that if someone's appraisal skill was good enough, they could tell the difference in quality even if the ores looked identical. Tiras was shocked, realizing that the ores she gathered might have junk mixed in. Horus reassured her, saying that at her level he could adjust the quality with alchemy. He also told her that deeper in the dungeon, there were rare ores in the middle layers. These ores were useful for enhancing others from the deeper layers, but the drop rates were low. and it wasn't worth the trouble for just anyone. Langea then asked if the ores Horus gathered this time were beyond his ability to refine with alchemy. Horus reminded them that a golem master was someone who worked with earth magic, alchemy, and magic tools. So he didn't specialize in alchemy that dealt with metal. He stood up, took a sip of coffee, and said he had finished sorting everything. He wanted to leave the rest to Terrace and the others. Suddenly, Langea remembered why she had been looking for Horus. She asked if he wanted the extra metal. When Horus heard that, he realized the Diamante Kingdom had finally decided to send the antenna. Langea confirmed it. They were sending it in exchange for lowering their debt. The extra metal was part of the deal and had been sent first. Horus said he didn't want to take care of the kingdom anymore, but Langea told him that there was no ordinary item that could increase the control range of someone like him. She thought that if his range got bigger, he could make even better golems. Horus agreed with her. He remembered how useful the antenna had been before. The girls laughed at his comment. Still, Langea was curious why the kingdom wasn't using the antenna themselves in their capital. Horus explained that for the antenna to work well, the magic power running through it had to match the antenna's requirements. But the kingdom's magic didn't meet those standards. Since they didn't know exactly what the antenna needed, they couldn't create the right kind of magic. Tiras asked if the antenna was made by the kingdom. Horus said he heard it was actually created by Zetsia Oration, a legendary maker of very old and powerful magic tools. Somehow, the kingdom had gotten their hands on it. Langea said it was a waste for the kingdom to have something they couldn't use. Horus agreed, saying they were treating the extra item like it was a huge deal. Langea added that it had been kept in the castle's underground vault. Then, Horus suddenly started to panic. He asked if that kind of room really existed in the castle. While he was worrying, the girls were more excited to open the package. After they opened the box, Langea asked Horus what he thought. Horus said the kingdom had sent something without even knowing what it really was. Tiras began to worry that it might be something their master didn't need, but Horus said it was the opposite. It was something that could help his research move forward by 10 years. The girls were even more excited than Horus, who quietly covered his smile with his hand. Horus said it was amazing how people didn't realize the value of what they had. He admitted that getting this item on his own would have taken a lot of luck. He explained that he hadn't used it before because it would have forced him down a path in his research he wasn't ready for. He guessed that King Barzal had sent it without knowing its true value. But it turned out to be the perfect gift. Langea asked if it was really that special. Horus said that even if the Demon King had already been defeated, and people praised his work, and even if they asked him to stay at the castle with the hero, giving him a lab and rewards, he still would have kept bowing his head again and again in thanks to the king, just for this one item. When Tiras heard what was said, she wondered if their master was thinking about returning to work at the castle. But Horus said there was no way. His opinion about the kingdom's people hadn't changed. If he worked in the castle, he wouldn't be able to reach the Grand Ore Vein. Either way, he would have left the castle eventually. Then Langea asked if Horus planned to cancel all of Diamante Kingdom's debt. Horus said yes, since they had given him such a valuable gift. With the debt gone, Tiras could only imagine the foolish nobles acting wild and full of themselves. But if they ever forgot what it meant to carry the title of hero, Langea said she would make sure they remembered. Horus soon realized that the girls were planning to spread the news about the debt being gone just to stir things up. They wanted to lure the nobles into acting carelessly so they could be used as an example later. When Langea asked if that would be a problem, she added that she had learned this trick from her master. Horus couldn't argue with that. After all this, King Barzal got official word that the kingdom's debt had been completely cleared. He was shocked, and then he cried. Not long after, a man began camping outside the hero's mansion. He watched the women heroes going in and out of the building. People said these heroes had finished cleaning up the last of the trouble after the Demon King was defeated. Then, some curious kids asked what the man was doing and looked through the other side of his telescope. Guards quickly told the kids not to touch it. The man, still watching the hero's mansion, said the hero community was exactly how the rumors described it. He said he liked what he saw, then, with a creepy look, he said he wanted to make all the women in the hero community his mistresses. He kissed the telescope with his big lips, acting in a disturbing way. That is the end of the recap at Chapter 6. Please read the pinned comment about the next part.
Everyone thought his skill was useless. Telekinesis? Seriously? But when he was betrayed and killed, the goddess gave him a second chance. 2,000 years of training. Now he returns to show what he can do. Will he be able to take revenge and change his destiny? Let's find out. The story begins with Eric Kinesis standing proudly alone against an entire army. A voice from the crowd, amazing. He is going to handle them all alone. Someone shouted from the crowd, even though he is a celebrity, he cannot handle an entire army. Horror. He disappeared in an instant. The commander commanded, "Archers, fire." Many arrows flew towards the protagonist at the same time. He turned all the arrows back with one movement of his hand. One of the arrows flew between the eyes of an enemy soldier. Another hit him in the heart. The helmets worn on his head did not help protect him. The arrows hit their target right on target. A cry from the crowd, "The vanguard is not coping, so they should be more careful." Fear appeared on the warriors' faces. A soldier asked, "What is happening?" Another answered, "An earthquake." The warrior pointed his finger up and yelled for everyone to look around. "A mountain. It can't be. It's taking off." Everything was mixed up in the air. People and boulders rose from the ground. One said, "How powerful? Impossible." One of the military leaders suggested that MC was using unusual power. The protagonist walked forward and calmly replied that this was the weakest skill in history. In this world, when a person turns 10 years old, God gives him a blessing. This supports and enriches people's lives. Time passed. Professions and statuses began to depend on the blessing. Only God decides what skills will be granted. The protagonist trained his skill on an apple lying on the table. The apple did not move at all. Over and over again he repeated his hand movements. The Kinesis family's maid, Emma, approached him. Her sewing skill. She praised the hero. The apple moved 1 centimeter further than yesterday. Our hero, Eric Kinesis, the eldest son of the Kinesis family, has the telekinesis skill. He sadly said that this was all he could do. His skill was so useless. He was very angry with himself. Nowadays, a person's worth is determined by their skills. Eric thought out loud. He was a duke, born and raised properly. Emma touched his hand and asked him to raise his head. She reminded him how he promised Lady Rose, his mother, that no matter what skill he was given, he would try his best. Emma held his hand and said that she and the lady in heaven would always support him. Hearing laughter, they both turned their heads. Standing next to him were Rosh Kinesis, the second son of the Kinesis family, who had the sword skill, and Sarissa Kinesis, the eldest daughter of the Kinesis family, who had the magic skill. Rosh told his sister to look at how a loser could use his skills, even meeting such an ugly maid. Sarissa replied that he shouldn't speak so rudely. Eric shouted at his sister and brother not to say such things about Emma. The maid tried to stop him, but in response, Rosh took out his saber and extended his hand forward and told his brother to be careful because his swordsmanship skill. And if he dared to do something reckless, his maid would get hurt. The sister reminded her brother that they would be late for training. Rosh agreed with her and said that they had things to do, unlike his brother, and they were receiving instructions from a teacher worthy of their epic skills. It was time for them to go. As Rosh was leaving, he added that their father wanted to see all the children tonight, and asked if they would see each other later. The protagonist was the eldest son of Duke Kinesis. Despite being a contender for the dukedom, he was an outcast in this family even before he received his powers. The reason is that his father, the duke, did not love the protagonist's mother, who was married for political reasons. She was the only person who ever loved MC, but she died. The protagonist apologized to the maid for his brother's words. Emma put MC to rest and went to get the first aid kit. Eric thought that if his father valued his blessing as highly as his brother and sister's skills, then perhaps he would be accepted into the family. He honed his skill over and over again. The maid asked if the master had seen the apple move. Eric confirmed this and was glad that he was starting to succeed. Later in the evening, a grown man was sitting at the table, reading a document. The Duke had decided that Eric could no longer lay claim to the duchy, and therefore lost his status as heir. The protagonist was indignant that, according to the law, the eldest son should lead the estate. The father clarified that this was only if the heir had the necessary abilities for the duchy. MC did not believe in himself. He was sure that he was nothing special and had a worthless skill. However, his father decided to give him, the son of his first wife, one last chance. He wanted the sons to fight a duel. If Eric wins, the father will recognize him as the heir. But if he loses, then he will have to give the title to the younger son. Although this method is not traditional, Rosh gladly accepted the challenge and asked if his brother was against it. The sister came up to her older brother from behind and smiled slyly. She suggested that if Eric was afraid of Rosh, he could refuse the duel. In this case, no one would judge him. The younger brother loudly asked MC if his brother was going to run away. The father closed his eyes and asked the children to stop this conversation. Eric would make the decision himself. The maid supported the protagonist, believing in him. Eric decided that he was ready to fight his brother. They decided to hold the fight in a large hall with high ceilings. The father suggested using an imitation sword as a weapon, and he said that the first one to admit defeat would lose the fight. Eric hoped that his brother had fencing skills, but he had not yet mastered it, so he still had a chance and he would not give up. The brothers stood at different ends of the hall and looked into each other's eyes. The father gave the order to start the fight. The protagonist rushed towards the enemy with a scream. One move and his sword was lying on the floor. Roche asked if his brother had decided to lose prematurely. Eric was surprised. How did this happen? Not long ago they were equal in fencing skills. Eric got angry. His legs gave way and his body became so heavy that he fell. He realized that his sister had used her skill. MC's throat suddenly constricted. Roche was standing next to him and holding a sword in his hand. He apologized. Eric asked what his brother was asking for forgiveness for. The sword in the winner's hand was sharp. The least the brother could do was let the protagonist die in peace. MC asked for mercy and did not understand why his brother was doing this. Why did no one stop his brother? Did the whole family really expect this from the beginning? Eric opened his eyes and saw a blue sky with clouds. He was sitting on a green lawn, and there were many flowers around him. He did not understand where his wounds had disappeared. Did he really die and go to heaven? Eric didn't think that everyone hated him that much. He didn't care whether he was the heir or not. He just wanted to be part of his family. The protagonist covered his eyes with his hand and thought about his mother and Emma. A beautiful girl with big wings was sitting next to him. She asked MC who Emma was. Eric opened his eyes and was scared. He asked the stranger who she was, where she came from, and why she had wings. She happily told him about herself. It was the goddess Peppina. She was sure that the protagonist knew her name and agreed that she was cute. Eric agreed and said that he had heard of such a goddess. Peppina asked if he could tell him everything he knew about her. He tried to remember everything he knew. The goddess Peppina created the world in which everyone lives. But outwardly, she was not at all like the one depicted in picture books or sculptures. MC felt a tense atmosphere. Peppina explained to him what was happening. In short, he was between life and death. He is a soul that almost died and by a lucky chance got to this place. It is a rare phenomenon that happens only once every few thousand years. Peppina asked if she needed to tell him all the details. In response, MC just nodded his head. The beautiful but a little strange girl was actually a goddess. She understood that the protagonist wanted to admire her, but decided to get down to business. She raised him with her hands up and asked him to listen carefully and be surprised. She, the great goddess of Pippin, before returning him to the world of the living, was going to give him a rare skill. Was Eric surprised? The goddess asked how happy he was if he was speechless. She asked the protagonist to tell her about the joy that bubbles in his heart when he calms down. She twirled him in her arms like a feather and asked him to call her the best goddess, to say that he loves her, that she is kind and beautiful. Something like that. Eric replied that he does not want anything. The goddess stopped and asked if MC was a little deaf and didn't hear her offer. But Eric clearly repeated that he didn't need any skills. They meant nothing to him. Peppina grabbed her head. She didn't expect that. She asked him again if he understood her correctly. She offered him any rare skill he wanted. Usually young people of his age are delighted with this. MC thought about it. The goddess continued to talk about how the protagonist is young and needs to dream big. The ancestors of the king who ruled the Northern Kingdom were rich people. And the heroes who defeated the mythical Demon King, they all got their skills here from her. They were all famous people. It had been a long time since she saw a soul that was not charged with motivation. The goddess was surprised. Didn't the protagonist want to show his Emma his reborn form? She flew to a spreading tree. There was a small lake under the tree and said that Emma was worried about him. They looked into the lake together. Eric saw himself lying on the bed unconscious, and Emma was sitting next to him and crying. It seemed that Eric's body was in the maid's house and she was waiting for him to wake up. Peppina asked the MC if he had changed his mind and wanted to get rare skills and make Emma happy. The protagonist confidently refused. He thought that this was not enough.
Link.
He promised his mother that he would do his best with any skill he got. And of course, he did not want to betray Emma. He wanted to be strong enough to protect her and himself with his telekinesis skill. Eric asked the goddess to train him. Peppina was surprised. She had never heard a lost soul speak so confidently before. The goddess thought about it and replied that she had a feeling that she could pass the time with him. She liked it. She would give him what he wanted. Eric was happy. Peppina said that training telekinesis would take time. MC agreed and said that he was ready for it. In his mind, he apologized to Emma for making her cry and asked her to wait a little. Confident in his powers, Eric stood in front of the lake. He kept his hand on his heart and promised that he would come back stronger than ever. He did not care how many years it would take if the goddess could train his telekinesis skill. The protagonist shouted loudly that the time for nostalgia was over. He would finish his training in a very short time. And then he decided to clarify how long his training would last. The goddess giggled and said that according to her calculations, 2,000 years. Eric's eyes grew big in surprise. 2,000 years? He asked that he would grow old and die while he was training. Peppina calmed MC down. Did he really think she didn't understand that? She was a goddess. The protagonist apologized. He didn't know that time here passed differently than in the real world. The goddess explained that in the real world, about 6 years would pass. And here, 2000. She didn't see any problems with the duration of his training. Eric wondered if his soulless body, which remained in the real world, could decompose. Peppina calmed him down and said that as long as his soul was in this world, the body would be alive and would continue to grow. Moreover, if anything happened, Emma would take care of the body and it would be safe. The goddess smiled and asked the protagonist if he wasn't scared after everything he had learned. Did he still want to become stronger? Will he be able to endure 2,000 years? If she gives him another skill, she will immediately send him home. Eric has made his choice. He will become strong with his skill. After all, he swore an oath to his late mother. And no matter how long it takes, he will not be able to return to Emma as a pathetic person. Peppina said that she understood everything. The protagonist said that he will finish what he started, for Emma and for himself. He is counting on the goddess for 2,000 years. The goddess approved of his words and asked to follow her. The training began. The basis of telekinesis is the need to think about the object that needs to be moved. The size of the object directly depends on the skill of the person. MC asked for an example. The goddess pointed to a lying boulder. She moved her hand upward and the boulder rose into the air. Peppina asked if the protagonist can repeat the movement after her. She will not let him go. Eric sadly answered, "Can she start from the basics?" MC sat and listened attentively to everything the goddess said. He took notes in a notebook. Every day he trained until his strength left him. Peppina explained that in order to train telekinesis, physical strength is also necessary. She warned MC that special guests would come to the training this time. Eric tensed up. The delightful guests turned out to be friends from the demon world. The goddess held a microphone in her hands and announced that the guests would eat MC if he was lazy. He had to run away and use his wits, his skill, and strength. Forward. Eric quickly ran away from the monsters. At the finish line, the goddess gave him an apple as a prize. There was a sword fight. He dragged a huge boulder on a rope. Eric ran away from the monsters again, even faster. He trained his telekinesis skill again. Peppina praised him for his good work. Sometime later, during the telekinesis training, the protagonist shows off his new power. He lifted a huge mountain with trees and hills growing on it. The goddess was surprised that he could use the skill without chanting. He passed the test and she praised him. She said that the boy who could barely move one stone had grown into such a wonderful person. And she was happy for MC. The next training was a sword fight. Peppina asked if it seemed like the protagonist had already lost a similar battle. Suddenly, Eric remembered that there had been a similar battle. He and Roche. It was only their battle. His brother had the fencing skill and his sister had magic. The sword flies out of the protagonist's hand. The goddess held the sword by MC's neck and told him not to worry, because she had trained him herself. Now he could win. One movement of her hand and MC returned the sword to his hand. Another movement and the sword from the goddess's hands fell to the side. Eric confidently said that now he would definitely win. Peppina smiled. MC politely asked for another fight. The goddess agreed. It was time to part. The goddess sadly asked MC if he was really leaving. Maybe he would stay for another 1,000 years? Eric refused and said that it was time for him to go. He asked what was the matter? Was the goddess lonely? Peppina answered that it was not true. At the moment of parting, the goddess said that she enjoyed the time spent with MC much more than she thought. She said goodbye and said that she could not be so honest. Peppina pushed the protagonist to move to another world. She reminded him that he had Emma. He must return home and demonstrate his strongest telekinetic abilities, approved by the goddess. MC's experience will be reflected in the real world. It will hurt a little, but he will have to endure it. Eric said that he understands everything. Now he will not lose to anyone, because Peppina guaranteed it. As a farewell, she kissed him on the cheek and pushed him into the lake. The protagonist was falling into the abyss. Emma stood sadly on the threshold of her house. Sounds were heard in the room where Eric's body lay. He really returned to the world of the living. Only 6 years had passed, so he was 16 now? Emma entered the room and was surprised by what she saw. Mr. Eric was sitting on the bed, conscious. They saw each other and were happy. Emma ran up and hugged MC. The protagonist was also happy to see her and asked her not to cry. He asked her to tell him what happened 6 years ago in the Kinesis family. Emma said that after the battle, the master ordered her to get rid of the protagonist's body, and then she was fired. Emma could not bury MC, so she brought him to her home. His cold body was still beautiful, not a trace of decomposition after so many days. She believed that one day he would wake up, and that day has come. Eric thanked her. He said that he was alive thanks to Emma and bowed. MC said that he was no longer a nobleman, so there was no need to address him so formally. Shouts to run were heard outside the window. Orcs were running along the streets of the village. People were running from them in different directions. Emma screamed that the orcs were heading towards this hill. We needed to get out of here before the guards deal with them. Eric asked Emma to stay in the house. He jumped out the window. Emma asked what he was talking about. Eric was focused and raised a lot of debris into the air. One of the guards asked another, what kind of demonic reinforcements? He called the commander. Eric sent fragments of tiles at the orcs in flight, a brilliant hit in vital places. Now all at once, he jumped from stone to stone and sent even more debris into the air. MC screamed that it was enough to destroy other people's houses. He did not understand what the problem was with the orcs. Eric gathered all his strength and sent the debris towards the orcs. People looked out of their windows and asked each other, who was that guy who had just dealt with the orcs? Eric walked down the street and was happy that he had managed to use his power. The protagonist reasoned that the orcs deserved their fate because they had destroyed so many houses. Emma ran up and called MC. The protagonist reminded her that he had asked her to stay home. She had come running because he had flown away barefoot. Emma was worried that he had just woken up and needed time to recover. The militia commander approached MC and praised him for dealing with the orcs. The commander did not know how to thank the hero for his help. The protagonist said that he had not done anything special, he had just helped. The commander clarified that MC had saved the entire village. Eric told the commander that he would clean up the rubble and asked the neighborhood watch to take care of the wounded. The commander asked if that was a very generous offer. The protagonist said that he had been sleeping a lot, so he had a lot of energy. Emma asked MC if he was going to do it all alone. It was hard. Eric said that he wanted to restore order in the village she was born in as soon as possible. With his telekinetic powers, it would be much faster for him to do it alone than with a large group of people. Eric collected the destroyed houses brick by brick. The cart with the cobblestones flew through the air like a feather. Most of the work was already finished. Eric stood in the square and looked at the pile of orcs. He didn't know what to do with them. A small boy ran up and asked MC if he had protected the village. The boys suggested eating the orcs because they were delicious meat. Eric knew about this fact, but he had never tried it before. The protagonist suggested that they all eat together. He said that he would take care of the processing and cutting of the meat. He suggested that the children call everyone else. There was a large vat of stew in the square. The whole village gathered. Eric took 2 bowls and headed towards the bench where Emma was sitting. She thanked him and called him sir. The protagonist was indignant that she called him sir again. He said that it was ruining the holiday. Emma apologized and said that it was hard for her to get used to it. MC ate 1 spoon of stew. It turned out that orc meat was very tasty, although it looked just awful. Emma said that MC had settled in the village well. Everyone in the village accepted him. People were sure that a very strong person had arrived. Emma was happy. Eric said that it was a great honor for him and 2,000 years of work were worth it. Emma asked if he would like to stay and live with her in the same house in this village. Eric thought about it. It was too straightforward for him, and he asked for time to think. In the 6 years she had been watching him, something inexplicable must have happened. She was sure he had become much stronger. She would not survive if something like that happened again, and she did not want to experience it again. The protagonist said that he understood everything and was very sorry, but he had other things to do. Emma asked what kind of things he meant. She was afraid that he wanted to return to the Kinesis dukedom, but he had already been erased from the bloodline. MC said that he did not want to return to the nobility. He just wanted to get even with them for everything. Emma was surprised by his desire to get even. Eric asked not to look at him like that. He would not be able to resist. In fact, he died and was reborn. He wanted to do something about this lump in his chest to move on. They were 16 years old. Why not go to the academy? Emma was surprised by the offer to study at the academy. The Gallatin Royal Academy, where the Kinesis family has been going for several generations. Roach and Sarissa would be there. Eric knew that he would be able to fight fairly with his family without any interference. He would be able to make friends, study, and get to know the world in general. Emma was a commoner, so she did not deserve to study at the academy. MC asked her not to worry about it because the academy only lets commoners in if they can pay for it. He would take care of that himself. The protagonist had 2 platinum coins, each worth 1,000 gold coins. Eric decided to use the parting gift from the goddess. She was sure that her gift would be useful to him. She asked him to use it when the time came. Thus, all the formalities related to enrollment in the academy were completed. Emma's parents thanked MC for everything. Many villagers came to say goodbye to them. After a while, Gallatin Academy appeared ahead. It was a large and beautiful castle. Eric asked Emma if she was worried. She agreed and said that she had never been to such a beautiful place before. He showed the place where the entrance ceremony was being held. Someone came up from behind and asked if they were new students. The protagonist agreed. The unknown young man said that he thought so. He clarified that he and the unknown girl were also heading to the entrance ceremony. It would be a little suspicious if he spoke to the MC out of the blue, right? The young man introduced himself as the son of a merchant from the capital. His name was Niket. Next to him stood a girl who was his sister named Mary. Mary said that she was pleased to meet him and clarified that their parents ran the Saragal Trading Company. Eric and Emma greeted each other and introduced themselves. The guys decided to go to the entrance ceremony together. Niket was curious about their specialization. Eric did not understand the question, was surprised. What? Then the new acquaintance clarified what he meant. In what area are they the best? He explained that learning combat skills to become a knight or adventurer is a combat specialization. The Commerce Department learns how to use skills to master a business profession or something else, otherwise a craft specialization. Eric understood everything and said that Emma would be in the Commerce Department and he would study martial arts. Niket said that it meant that he would study with his sister. And he asked again, what was their combat skill? Eric answered that his skill was telekinesis. Niket was surprised. What, is this a joke? Mary pulled her brother up and said that it was impolite to ask about someone else's skills. Niket apologized. The protagonist thought that telekinesis was an inappropriate skill for the public. He suggested that everyone go to the ceremony. When they approached the academy, they heard that everything was already starting. The new student representative was already giving a speech. There were two representatives, a boy, his name was Elwood, and a girl, her name was Yato. Eric asked, why two representatives? Emma asked Eric what it meant. Niket said that they might not know who Yato was. Well, they must have heard about Elwood, right? The programmer replied that, frankly speaking, no. Niket was surprised. Seriously? He told her that Elwood was the prince of the Garvey kingdom. He was a genius born with 3 abilities. 3 skills. That's cool. Amazing. The protagonist thought that maybe Roche and Sarissa would show up. After all, this was a big event. But he knew one thing for sure. They were among those admitted. They would meet again. After the ceremony, Niket suggested having dinner in the central square. He said that Mary should have already taken her seats. As they approached, they heard Mary's voice. She was demanding that someone stop. She was telling someone that she had taken her seat first, and she was asking why she should give it up to those who came later. Mary was very indignant at what was happening. A huge young man stood in front of her. He claimed that he was with the eldest son of Baron Paisley. His name is Marcos Paisley, and his wishes should be her law. She screamed that she didn't know such a thing. If he was a nobleman, he should be ashamed of such behavior. Paisley addressed the big guy by name. His name was Gumbo, and asked him to shut up Mary. Gumbo rushed to fulfill the wish of the Baron's son. He approached her and pushed her with his hand. Mary fell. Niket jumped up and asked if everything was okay with her. At that moment, Gumbo froze in an awkward position and could not move. Marcos asked him what he was doing. Gumbo swore and replied that he could not move. He did not understand. What kind of skill is this? Eric calmly replied that it was telekinesis. Marcos asked again in surprise. Telekinesis? He said that it was the most garbage skill, and he hoped that Eric was not accepted, but the protagonist replied that he was accepted. Both offenders stood in an awkward pose with their arms outstretched and could not move. They asked him to stop joking. Macro asked to immediately let Gumbo go. Eric, using telekinesis, made Gumbo hit Macro in the nose with his elbow. The blow was very strong. Gumbo shouted in fear at Mr. Macro. He asked for forgiveness because he could not feel his hand. Macro held his nose with his hands. Blood was flowing. He was furious and scared at the same time. Eric let them go and said that they were done. The offenders looked angrily at the protagonist and, supporting each other, left. Niket asked Eric what just happened. The protagonist answered that nothing special. He laughed and offered to eat. Some time passed. The Department of Combat Skills, first year, Class F. The students gathered in the classroom. In front of them stood an elderly man in glasses. He said that his name was Shakariki. He was the teacher who supervised this class. Shakariki asked the students if they wanted to introduce themselves. Only those who wanted to say their name and skill could introduce themselves. There were no volunteers. The students thought that they were not very verbose. Then he suggested that they introduce themselves in any way they saw fit. One girl stood up and said that she was from Yamato. Her name was Yato Shikiba. After her, a guy stood up and said that his name was Gumbo. He was from the Horn Kingdom. He would become a knight in the future. Then the protagonist introduced himself, saying that he was Eric. He was from the Deo Kingdom. His skill was telekinesis. Gumbo asked him again, "Really?" And he put his hands behind his head, satisfied. The protagonist confirmed that he had exactly that skill. Eric said that people thought it was a useless skill, but he didn't think so. Gumbo told him that he didn't think a person who could only move objects could compare to real fighting skills, no matter how hard he tried. Eric tried to argue with him. The teacher listened to their verbal sparring, leaned both hands on the table, and suggested that in that case, maybe they wanted to have a demonstration fight. Gumbo was surprised by this turn of events. The teacher continued to say that he would help organize everything. Soon, there would be a fighting tournament where new students would be judged on their merits. He adjusted his glasses with his hand and said that he also realized that there was a lot of personal animosity between the boys. They went to the martial arts arena on campus. Eric couldn't believe that on his first day he would have to participate in a mock fight. The teacher asked them if they were ready. The protagonist replied that he was ready. Gumbo also replied that he was ready to begin. The teacher raised his hand up and commanded, "To fight." They stood opposite each other. Gumbo made a scary face. He clenched his fists and prepared to fight. Eric relaxed his hands and prepared to use his skill. Gumbo called out his skill. Eric called out his. The other students stood to the side with their mouths open. Gumbo's skill was Steel Body. He shouted that his skills were at level 19. He could turn his entire body into steel. He had never been injured. Gumbo attacked first and cursed. He didn't expect Eric to dodge so deftly. Eric used his skills to support himself and dodge. He extended his hand with 2 fingers and asked, "How about this move?" Using telekinesis, he lifted Gumbo up in the air and slammed him hard onto the floor. Gumbo stayed on his feet and said that nothing was working. He didn't even feel it. Then Eric, manipulating both hands, lifted Gumbo up in the air again and began to spin him. Gumbo asked if the protagonist was going to keep turning him over. He insisted that no matter what Eric did, it had no effect on him. Then the protagonist began to spin him even harder at a tremendous speed. He decided that Gumbo was still a man, even though he was made entirely of steel. If he spun him fast, he could win. Eric spun him for some more time. Gumbo fell silent and lost consciousness. Eric exhaled and threw him hard on the floor. The teacher came to check and said, "No wonder he fainted. Get him to the infirmary quickly." The teacher decided to announce that there was a winner in this battle, but he fell silent and heard Gumbo moving.
Geostorm
The
5
protagonist
says,
heard it too and turned around.
"What's good, Anthony?"
Gumbo stood up like a zombie. His head was
What's up,
thrown
man?
back and his eyes were empty. He wheezed
Good.
that he would become a knight. At that moment, his whole life flashed through his mind. He was born in the Horn Kingdom, on a land that was poor. The only work was to extract resources to sell to other countries. In a country where you could only become a miner or a vagabond, his only treasure was his father. A commoner who became a knight.
Ugh.
Gumbo never knew how his father became one, but it was the only thing he could.
I'm good. How things with you, man?
Geostorm 5 says, "Doing all right. Just finished my comic for the Webtoon competition."
Nice. How much chapters? Three episodes?
Geostorm 5 says, 3 episodes.
40 panels?
Geostorm 5 says, 40 panels each.
Not bad, not bad. Is it colored or is it just black and white? Tell me usually people, if they go in, if they go in the normal route, the black and white.
Geostorm 5 says, colored.
Nice. You can see what I'm doing here, just messing around with some stuff here.
Geostorm 5 says, these designs look good.
Just messing around. I was drawing something earlier on here. Finish it. The thumbnail I was asking you which one of the drawings and them to use as the thumbnail for a video I'm making on how to make brushes in Clip Studio. I finished the thumbnail just now. We'll pull it up. Pull it up here. This is. There's a thumbnail here for the YouTube video. There's a blacksmith brush. Well, basically brush
Geostorm
smith.
5 says. Oh, that is dope.
Yeah, that will be going for the thumbnail. I'm trying to make my thumbnails on them look less boring, a bit interesting. So when people see it, they will click on the video. Because apparently that's the only thing that attract people these days now. Thumbnails. You understand? So if the thumbnail look good, they will be attracted towards the video. So that basically the
Geostorm
plan.
5 says. That definitely is the way to do it.
I'm trying to do that right now. After I done draw that earlier on, I decide to, you know, do some random stuff as you see what I'm doing here right now. Doing some random drawings. Random hairstyles, random characters, random. Just random. Everything random. Draw a guy with a samurai sword in a mecha kind of suit here, but battle suit.
Geostorm 5 says. Nice, nice.
Yota axe. This guy is a priestess. Go on into it 100% yet, but these just basically thumbnails. These just thumbnails. Let's put it like thumbnails. Before I separate all of them and start to really go into them and, draw on them. So that's rough sketch thumbnails and stuff. Let's put it like that. So what are you up to right? I see you was asking me if I'm open for commissions. And I did send you a message saying, yeah, I'm open for commissions. You're still taking on, still interested though. And if you will be interested in, if you're still interested.
Geostorm 5 says. Yes, sir, I responded back.
I responded back. Nice. Is it an animation? Let me look and see. Oh, there it is. A gold skull character within a box panel.
Geostorm 5 says. Just a drawing. Doesn't have a due date.
So basically, you want the skull character to be animated. Okay, so this is a play button here. Right. So basically, this is like what you want it to be like a PNG tuber kind of thing. We're looking for so really. Watching all these different antics and things with him crossing his hand, coming up in the screen.
Geostorm 5 says. No animation, just that character in a box screen.
In a box screen. Half body. That's half the body. In a box screen just like this. 1920 by 1080. Yeah, this can be done very quickly too though.
Geostorm 5 says. Either half or a quarter, whichever you prefer.
Okay. All right. So you're looking like so one drawing, two, one or two or three. How much drawings of this character? I'll do about 3 or 4 of them. It's not 60 hours. Yeah, I can do that. Say one three of these drawings here in a box.
Geostorm 5 says. I was thinking just one.
Just one.
Whatever you feel comfortable with regarding the pricing.
Alright. Yeah, by chance to have my information and thing from when you used to send the funds to me, right? Or you want me to send them again? You can start anytime. Not a problem. I can get to this one time. Let's get to this visa. I shall save this on the side. Let us save this. Let's put this random. Random.
Geostorm 5 says. I'm checking it now.
Alright. Okay. This is oddly strange. It doesn't really matter.
Kophistry Ambit says.
Let's open it up.
Visit Anthonyx Cadets KO5 page at link.
That. Right, so basically I have a clear understanding of what it looks like. And it shouldn't be a problem.
Geostorm 5 says. Was it $CTB Holdings? Geostorm 5 says. For the Cash App.
I no longer use the Cash App. I no longer just use the Cash App. Can you, by chance, send it through Western Union? Like you did before? I think you did send it through Western Union though. The last time though. It's Western Union or Cash App? It's one of them.
Geostorm 5 says. I cannot. They didn't work. I lost money on it.
Oh. No longer just use that Cash App. Just now, the mom, I'll clarify that that Cash App is not mine too though. Small cousin known from the States. See that from the Caribbean? That's basically the only way I could do things though. Yes, I no longer just use that, but see I thought I wrote him I had a call. I will contact him and let him know that funds will be coming his way and if it's send it through Western Union for me.
Geostorm 5 says. Do you have a PayPal?
Nah, PayPal don't work down here. PayPal 100% it don't work down here at all. I know why, but somebody was trying to scam me the last time with PayPal and it did not work. To tell you the truth, it did not work. That person was trying to scam me, trying to get me to send them money. And seeing that how I didn't know nothing about PayPal, I asked my cousin who had the same Cash App where he sent the money to the last time. He said, well, you can't send money through PayPal to the Caribbean. Seeing that how in the Caribbean here there's so much of money laundering and all kind of thing with bad people, criminals, you know. They cut that out now. They're like legit instead of they try to fix the whole entire situation, they cut it. They make it like really hard to send to actually set up our own people, our own PayPal and Cash App and other things down here in the Caribbean. So all over the Caribbean can't send PayPal. You can only send money through Western Union or MoneyGram. Or if you like for me, for example, I have a cousin in the States who has the Cash App. You're sending money to him, you're sending money to me through Western Union, which will cost money. So, yeah, I wouldn't be getting the full money. I'll be getting, they'll take the cut and yeah, they're taking cut from him and they're taking cut from me on this side here too when the money come. So it's like a double cut. That kind of nonsense is happening when it comes to Western Union or MoneyGram. You ask me why it is as it is. I wish it had another way. I really do. But this is how to do things though. Which is sad, but it is what it is. Gotta do what I gotta do. Hey, today, 6 p.m. Oh, really? I didn't know I was trying to call you. Look at that. A lot of people trying to call me on WhatsApp and I can't even get through them. Anyways. Hey, Carla, there's Anthony, man. Yeah, man. Um,
Geostorm 5 says, yes sir. He'll send it half for the start, and he'll send the rest once it's done.
Anyways, I am back. So one works. With me, I don't just do one. It is 16. Alright. He ain't contact me back yet. So I'm gonna have to contact him instead. I'll contact him tomorrow. Basically, so yeah, man. I wonder if he's on right now. Hardly doubt though, but if a reply back. By meantime, let's show this character that he sent me. By character, I get a feel for him already. Interesting. So, we go to these kind of characters. Yes. Cheap. Have different things.
Geostorm 5 says. Sent over the first half.
Nice man. He ain't contact me yet though, so when he contact me, I don't know what's going on there with that. It is what it is. Let's see what it
Geostorm 5 says. Yes sir. No rush on it. No due date for it.
Let's see if I'm not mistaken. This one we have something. Really, I feel body. I've been improvise and what that on his chest is. That's the same kind of diamond too. But, and then you have all this fur in the back is, yeah, you know, gonna be a McBreven kind of look. I want to show the fur on the something. Something like that.
Kophistry Ambit says. Visit Anthenix Kadets KO5 page at link. G said what's up? G. Said yeah. Geostorm 5 says. It's looking clean.
Thank you, thank you. Senator come back in and clean them flames on them. Those flames are going to be glowing. Alright, so far one part of it is done. And that's only one part of it. Let's get a feel of it. Right. That's just one part of it. Ready, like it's. Alright, so the colors. I wish I could just grab it but apparently I cannot drag it in, which is weird. Very weird. Weirdest of the weirdest. I can't drag it in. Why can't I not drag it? You have to let's see. Let's open Firepacker. Let's see if it's possible to drag it. So stay. Let's see how we put it. Okay. Now that's interesting. Right, let me see what we got to open it up in there. Import it in. Import image. Wow, I can't even import it in. Okay, now this is interesting. Is it possible now? Unsupported file format. Like, how big is this thing? It's in big. Oh, we got size and big. So. Anyway, so I just have to improvise with the colors I have here. And to show that would be possible. But, let's see. So, if I'm not mistaken, we got a yellow, then a dark. Oh, they're so kind of yellow. I'll be going back into it anyways. here is a kind of bluish color, but we're gonna put it like that. And then we have the skin color, like that. That's the skin, yellow. We got the blue, and a darkish, and blue. Middle here, we got a green. Darkish, and this is a kind of green, and then that up there, another blue, grayish kind of blue. Shirt. Right. And a kind of pinkish red. I'm gonna put it a little bit darker. So we're not putting in the other colors on it. Okay. Alright, then alright. Let's see this color here. It's a bit more bluish. Yep, that's more like it. Right. I think I should darken his skin because what the kind of color I'm gonna put over the skin and make it pop some more. Alright, on top of here now, this will be the shadow layer, and this here will be the lighting layer. Because now we're gonna make the skin much better. We'll start with the outer part here first. Try the light source to be coming. Light source to be coming. Right, test this and see exactly how that works. And nope, don't like that color. Okay. Yeah, this is better. Alright, next now. Alright. Kind of looks a little, but spun around. Let's see. Nice. That looks interesting. Alright. That keynote looking interesting. Real furry. Very light. Alright, so we get that out of the way. Should let me see how the locals go. Nope. No. No. Overlay. Nope. We put it back as normal. Yep. Leave it as normal. Yes. Alright. Something I need to alright, so right. I need to get that curve in. Alright, I need to get that curve in on the body, the rib cage on the shirt. To get that in. So there's something for the page. Yeah. I'm just gonna pass a shadow. Yep. Like that, so outside. That and see. Yeah. I'll do something different here. So for example, trying to get you in a look that will look good. So multiply, and I'm going to drop that, something like that. Like that. And now I'm gonna get a brush. Come in. And tap right here, coming after the basically I should use a spray. that. Yes, you can blend it. Yes, you can blend it.
Kophistry Ambit says. Visit Anthonyx Kadets KO5 page at, link.
Here. Select it here. No, can't do that. Put it on its here. Let me try the rest of it.
Geostorm 5 says. It's looking absolutely dope so far. I got to head out for the night. Peace out.
I'll send it to you when it finish. Alright? And yeah, man.
Geostorm 5 says. Yes, sir. Sophistry Ambit says. Visit Anthonyx Kadets KO5 page at link.
Mhm. Alright. That was well put together, and let's call that call that. Let's see if we can enhance it a little bit. Duplicate, merge, down. There we go. Let's put overlay. Damn, that thing is bright. Let's see that. Okay. This looks quite kind of interesting. But let's use the eraser tool and erase off some parts. Yeah. For some reason, I just don't want to erase it. I want it to stay the same way it is. It's kind of giving it a kind of pop though. It's kind of better though. Now with the yes and clear. Put it down to 55. Have a kind of outer blue kind of look to it. I've rooted. This look better in a sense. Looks better. Although I should have stick more to the outlines though. Like how that gilded do it. I stick to the outlines and get the outlines, the outer blue. Might have done it. Anyways, leave it like that. Let's see it. Let's send this to my guy. It's man. Randoms. Let's put that random. Random draw. I don't know what this means, but you know. That. Yeah, see what the hand something look like. If I have to give it a full body or something, so I know that will look good. Yeah. That's what it is. Been streaming for like 7 hours so far. All that went onto YouTube and stuff and other places and stuff. I went up. Interesting. What is it showing? All right. Right, all right. I'm gonna send this to him one more time. Let's see. Maybe. Let's see. Bucket file. There it is. There we go, bro. Anyways, this done saved, this done done. I'm calling it a night now. With art on the whole. I'm going about doing something else. I'm gonna do something else.
Kophistry Ambit says. Visit Anthonyx Kadets KO5 page at link.
Alright, guys, I'll be calling it a night here. You guys have a wonderful night, wonderful day, wherever you are in the world. I am out. You guys rock. Thanks for staying. Thanks for the follow. Laters. I don't know all that is backwards, but still say it. Bye, guys. Stay safe out there.